Chapter 1290. The city has no master. Su Yan looked at him with a strange expression on his face. What, are all shadow creatures so arrogant? The exchange just now was clearly a draw, but why did this guy look like he had victory in his grasp? Where did his confidence come from? Valka, I'll leave this guy to you, Su Yan ordered. This shadow creature was at least as strong as a shadow general, but his stealth skills were incredible. Even among shadow creatures, such an ability was extremely outstanding. Perhaps this was the source of his confidence, but Su Yan didn't think much of him. So he had Valka take the initiative. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing this on a whim. That was why he wanted Valka to undergo more combat baptism. He was just lazy. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to investigate the City of Shadows. In fact, at this moment, he had already started to believe the words of this shadow creature. The King of Shadows didn't seem to exist in the heavenly Silver City. For Su Yan, this was a godsend. The way he saw it, the City of Shadows had been built for a reason. For a paragon, it would be immensely beneficial. Otherwise, why would they bother to run a city like this? Now that he was a shadow creature, Su Yan had to work hard to make himself stronger. He knew that if he wanted to change, he had to become stronger. Only then could he move forward in the direction he wanted to go. Therefore, the current Su Yan was plotting against this city. If the so-called governor of the city, Merc, the Shadow King, was still alive, then he would be an obstacle. After all, Valka had told him the general division of power. However, there was a huge difference between the truth and his description. Su Yan had always believed in himself when it came to such matters. He knew that if he wanted to become strong, he would have to fight someone of this level sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. So he had to be prepared. Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time with this guy. Yes, as far as he was concerned, fighting this guy was a waste of time. At this time, his aura began to be released, and an invisible track appeared, spreading into the distance. In the distance was the heavenly Silver City. Even before his spiritual will entered the heavenly Silver City, he could already feel a force obstructing his advance. Interesting, this place has a life of its own. Su Yan chuckled. He hadn't expected this place to be so mysterious. It seemed there was more to the City of Shadows than met the eye. However, it was impossible for this force to stop Su Yan's zenith. The power of the Taishang moved slightly and broke through the blocking power. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to change. Finally, the power seemed to be unable to sense this aura, and then disappeared quietly. Su Yan's spiritual will finally managed to break through. However, Su Yan's arrogance made the hunter extremely angry. At this moment, his aura was released, and his whole person became extremely gloomy. He looked at Su Yan and said angrily, "What did you say? You want a lowly servant to deal with me?" To him, this was a huge insult. He was a shadow general, and he could improve almost immediately. If he wasn't strong enough, even if the Shadow King wasn't here, he would have been devoured. Su Yan's attack just now had shown him how strong Su Yan was, so he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent. However, Su Yan was looking down on him. He didn't want to fight, and he even let a servant do it. In the shadow world, the law of the jungle was too strong. Therefore, if he became a servant, he would naturally be the most lowly existence. Even a shadow creature that had just gained sentience would have a much higher status than him. He was extremely angry at Su Yan's actions. At this moment, he directly released his power and rushed towards Su Yan, wanting to launch a fatal attack and kill Su Yan. His power directly charged towards Su Yan. At the same time, Valka also made his move. After all, after these few times, his strength had improved enough. Su Yan had fed him many shadow creatures, and after so many times of devouring, his strength naturally increased greatly. "Humph, you idiot, what right do you have to fight with my great master? Although Su Yan had almost killed him before, he didn't have any hatred for Su Yan. Instead, he was extremely respectful. This was because Su Yan was strong. The law of the jungle was so blatant. If Su Yan lost his power now, the worship would immediately disappear, and he would directly kill Su Yan. But now, he could fight for Su Yan. At this moment, his aura was released, and he directly declared war on the shadow creature in front of him. Do you know, just like my master, I am extremely disgusted with you strange-looking fellows. This guy didn't have such a hobby. Not long ago, he was moving around with two other non-humanoid creatures. Of course, for such a guy, face wasn't important at all. What really mattered was that he wanted to kill that guy. At this moment, Su Yan began to gather his power. He became even more unscrupulous in his exploration of Sky Silver City, and he didn't care about the hunter next to him. At this moment, the hunter finally couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly roared, and then a powerful force rose up and immediately charged towards Su Yan. He had never taken Valka seriously. At this moment, Valka let out a disdainful laugh and said, "Ha, you idiot, how dare you be so arrogant." Valka didn't necessarily have the intention to kill Su Yan, but he clearly knew that this idiot in front of him would never be able to hurt Su Yan. He wouldn't even have the chance to hurt Su Yan. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't place his hopes on this idiot. His power was so strong that it directly landed on the Shadow Hunter's body. In an instant, the Shadow Hunter paid the price for his arrogance. This attack was so terrifying and violent that it directly rushed into his body. Only now did he realize that he was wrong. Damn it, how can this be? He was horrified and couldn't believe that this lowly guy actually had such power. Of course, this attack obviously couldn't kill him, so at this moment, his body shook and turned into a cloud of smoke. Then, he charged towards Valka. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll take care of you first. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me." At this moment, his power surged, and the terrifying aura was simply exaggerated to an unimaginable extent. A heavy force came crashing down like a huge hammer. Now, he still decided to kill Valka first. However, Valka was still fearless. The two of them began to fight fiercely in the most direct way of shadow creatures. At this moment, Su Yan's exploration was obstructed again. There seemed to be a force in the depths of Sky Silver City. Although he didn't really discover Su Yan's will, he felt something. Then, at that moment, he let out a furious roar. With this roar, the entire heavenly Silver City began to tremble. It was as if a terrifying hurricane was sweeping through the city. All the shadow creatures in the city were trembling in fear. They were all terrified. Outside the city, a terrifying aura could be clearly seen blowing out. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth curled into a slight smile. "Ha, you're indeed prepared. Seems like my guess was right." He finally retracted his consciousness. At this moment, he realized that the battle between Valka and that guy wasn't over yet. Therefore, he frowned and said, "Why did you drag it out for so long? If such a piece of trash takes so much time, then I don't think there's a need for you to exist." Su Yan's arrogant words infuriated the Shadow Hunter. At this moment, Valka said, "Great Master, as you wish, I'll end the battle now." At this moment, Valka's palm suddenly changed and a long sword appeared. This grayish longsword didn't seem to have any lethality, as if it was a toy sword. However, at this moment, when this sword descended, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force. Such a powerful force abruptly smashed down. The Shadow Hunter let out a disdainful sound and wanted to mock. However, before he could finish his sentence, the sword had already pierced through his body. Such a sword was incomparably fast. This kind of power was unimaginable. Before he could react, his entire body was cut in half and he was completely dead. Valka laughed and scolded, "Idiot." Then, he began to absorb and devour the Shadow Hunter's power. He was actually scolded by his master for this guy. He directly devoured this power and asked, "Master, are we going to enter the city now?" At this moment, he was actually a little excited. He was finally going to enter Sky Silver City. In the past, he was so afraid of this city, but this time, he had the confidence to enter. Chapter 1291. I've been sorting out the information recently. If there are any errors, please reply here. Chapter 1288, Invincible Shadow Marshal. Let's go. Su Yen nodded. Entering the Heavenly Silver City wasn't an easy task. Since Sky Silver City could bring benefits to the shadow creatures, it naturally had its own requirements for them. If one was not powerful enough, they would not be able to enter at all. They might even become food for others. Outside the Heavenly Silver City, there were people who specialized in guarding it. If one wanted to enter the city, one had to defeat them first. If not, one would become their food. Of course, if one was brought in by the patrol, then there was no need for that. There was no patrol to lead Su Yen and Valka. Hence, they chose the most primitive method, which was to kill their way in. When the two of them were about to reach the entrance of Sky Silver City, an aura appeared. "Are the two of you trying to enter Sky Silver City?" Valka laughed and said, "Isn't that obvious? If not, why would we be here?" The shadow did not show any emotion. After all, they did not know what courtesy was in the shadow world. He only said indifferently, "If you want to enter the city, you have to defeat me." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed at Valka. Since it was a battle, Valka was his enemy. Being merciful to one's enemy was the greatest cruelty to oneself. At this moment, his aura was so terrifying. That powerful strength was displayed directly at this moment. It was undeniable that Sky Silver City had some tricks up its sleeve. This attack was even stronger than the previous hunter. Valka immediately attacked. He knew that his master would not be interested in this enemy. This time, he did not dodge, nor did he use any fancy moves. Instead, he threw a punch straight at him. The two people's forces collided violently at this moment. The two shadow forces collided continuously. Valka became more and more aggressive. He found that he liked this kind of battle more and more. Perhaps for any creature, battle was a hidden wildness. The exhilaration of the powerful force emerging from his body was simply unimaginable. At this moment, a shadow creature appeared on the city wall. It was a shadow creature in the shape of a human. He looked extremely heavy and wore all kinds of armor. His gaze landed on Yizichin. In fact, such a battle shouldn't have attracted his attention, but he found an interesting person. That was Su Yen. He had rarely seen such a calm shadow creature. Moreover, for shadow creatures, apart from becoming stronger, there was almost no other meaning. Therefore, there were very few slaves in this world because they had all been killed. Unless his strength had reached a certain level where low-level shadow creatures were of no use to him, perhaps he would be interested in keeping slaves under such circumstances. What an interesting fellow. She seems to be quite powerful. He didn't care about the battle between Valka and the guard at all. Such a battle was meaningless to a powerful shadow marshal like him. I'm interested in fighting with that guy. After saying that, he was about to go down. But at this moment, another shadow creature walked over. That seems to be against the rules. You are too strong, how could they possibly defeat you? That would be breaking the rules. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. If the rules were broken, the shadow creatures wouldn't dare to come here. Under such circumstances, there wouldn't be more shadow creatures coming here, and the development of Sky Silver City would be restricted. It doesn't matter. I'll let him live and let him enter the city. After all, it's his honor to have me take action," he said matter-of-factly. In fact, the so-called rules were the rules of the game set by the strong. He only existed because the strong wanted to. But if the strong was in a bad mood and didn't want to continue, the rules would be changed. This was the real reason. He believed that the great Sky Silver City's governor wouldn't make things difficult for a shadow marshal for a mere newcomer. There was no other reason. It was just because he was powerful. It did not take long for him to arrive in front of Su Yan. Su Yan looked at this guy who suddenly appeared, but he was not surprised at all. "You don't seem to be surprised by my arrival." The shadow marshal looked at Su Yan. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and said, "Do I need to be surprised?" Such a calm answer, as if he was just talking to an ordinary person. "Interesting, but you have to go through a battle to enter the city." He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Su Yan with more interest. Su Yan said, "Why? Do I have to defeat a shadow marshal to enter Sky Silver City?" His words were full of mockery. The shadow marshal suddenly laughed. "Don't you understand? The rules are set by people. I'm more interested in you. How about this, pledge your loyalty to me and become my subordinate. Then, not only will I let you enter the city, but I will also make you stronger. Otherwise, you will die." He was so direct, without the slightest hint of concealment or mercy. He stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze. It was as though if Su Yan dared to say a single word of no, he would directly kill Su Yan. "How should I address you?" Su Yan asked. The shadow commander stared blankly. Clearly, he didn't expect Su Yan to ask such a question. At this time, Su Yan should be trembling. However, he didn't mind answering Su Yan's question. "I'm Sharon." Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, I know. I agree with your words. The rules are set by the strong." Sharon smiled. He liked smart people, because smart people often saved him a lot of trouble. Now that he had become the Shadow Marshal, the next step was to challenge the Shadow King's position. If the Shadow King, Merc, had always been here, he might not have other thoughts. But now, the Shadow King, Merc, hadn't appeared for a long time. Those low-level shadow creatures might not know, but as the Shadow Marshal, he knew very well. This way, their opportunity had come. Perhaps, as long as there was enough opportunity, he could become the Shadow King. As for loyalty, what was that? There was no such thing as loyalty in this world. The only ones that could truly survive were the powerful creatures. In this case, it was extremely necessary to have a smart and powerful subordinate loyal to him. However, Su Yan's next sentence made his expression turn ugly. "But, what makes you think you are that strong?" This sentence was even more sarcastic. Karen's expression turned extremely gloomy. He said, ha ha, it seems like you want to see my strength. You're really making me unhappy. Do you know that normally, all the shadow creatures that I fight are devoured by me? But I sense a different feeling from you, so after defeating you, I will spare your life. He began to release his aura. The Shadow Marshal's strength was extremely terrifying. When his aura was released, the battle between Valka and his opponent had to stop. Because at this moment, they couldn't continue fighting. Although they weren't weak, they were still too weak in front of the Shadow Marshal's terrifying aura. At this moment, the terrifying radiance reached an unimaginable level. The Marshal is actually making a move himself. Hee, you idiot, you're dead meat. The guard clearly didn't expect the Shadow Marshal to make a move himself. How noble was the Shadow Marshal? In this city, apart from the Shadow King, he was already the most powerful and noble existence. And at this time, the Shadow Marshal actually made a move himself. It could only be said that these two outsiders were unlucky. Although the city was known as a safe place, but how many shadow creatures died in the city? Valka didn't show any signs of panic at all. He only said with contempt, "Is that so? That's really unfortunate." At this moment, the Shadow Marshal's power was already pressing towards Su Yan. His aura was so powerful that it could even be described as great. That unimaginable power was so powerful that when the powerful pressure pressed down, the entire world began to tremble. Such power naturally didn't need to be said. Su Yan looked at the power flying directly towards him and finally opened his eyes lazily. Not bad. In Su Yan's eyes, the power of this attack was only not bad. Karen's aura became even more violent because at this moment, he was infuriated. He was directly infuriated by Su Yan's arrogance. "You'll be killed if you talk like that." Although he took a fancy to the other party's ability, if the other party was still so arrogant, he didn't mind killing him directly. Su Yan chuckled, "Come at me if you have the ability." This power finally arrived in front of him. Then, he gently waved his hand and extinguished this terrifying and profound aura. Such power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the lights sunk and all the power in the world turned into the most direct power. At this moment, the Shadow Marshal's power was directly shattered. Chapter 1292. There will never be any pop-ups in the online bookstore. Chapter 1289. Invincible King's layout. At this moment, Karen's expression finally changed. What? He could not believe that his attack had been so easily dispelled. Although that attack was not his full strength, it was still powerful enough. How could an ordinary person defeat it? But it was precisely this kind of power that caused the terrifying aura to settle down. Su Yan walked towards him step by step. He did not deliberately launch an attack, but at this time, the powerful aura that was constantly being released from his body had already explained everything. His power was so strong that his opponent could not withstand it. Sharon retreated step by step. "Who are you talking about? Are you another city lord?" This power was actually still within his tolerance range, but the strange thing was that at this time, he actually began to feel afraid. It was as if he could see himself dying. This Sky Silver City is not bad. From today onwards, I am the owner of this city. Su Yan's calm tone made his opponent panic. Is this guy crazy? He said he wanted to take over the Sky Silver City. But, why is he doing this? Su Yan naturally ignored him. At this moment, his aura had already started to revolve. The powerful and terrifying power was unimaginable. The surging power was like a huge wave. At this moment, Sharon finally realized that he could not withstand it any longer. Quick, this guy wants to usurp the throne. He shouted towards the top of the city, wanting to summon his companions. At this moment, he realized that he had been wrong. This guy was not interesting at all. He was an extremely dangerous existence. Sharon even felt that he was the owner of a city and wanted to take over the Sky Silver City. Su Yan smiled at his reaction but did not say anything. He did not stop him from summoning his companions. At this moment, the few shadow marshals in the city received Karen's summons. In fact, as shadow marshals, they already had their own ambitions long ago. However, as long as City Lord Merc was alive, they could not usurp the throne. This was because Merc had their shadow origin imprints in his hands. Hence, at this crucial moment, they had to fight for him. This had nothing to do with fairness. This was the rule of survival in this world. In order to survive, they had to fight for Merc. Of course, this was also an extremely strange thing. In the past, no one would dare to be so presumptuous. Every city lord was directly related to the oracle. Even their master, Merc, had to accept the mysterious oracle in order to become stronger. Only those who had reached the level of the Shadow King had the right to receive the oracle. But now, this guy actually dared to barge in so brazenly. this was simply courting death. Of course, this was no longer important. One shadow marshals after shadow marshals appeared. 17 shadow marshals. Even Su Yan's expression changed. 17 shadow marshals meant that there were 17 venerable ones among them. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. After all, this was only in a single city. What if there were many cities? How many experts would there be? If the passage between the shadow world and the infinite world was completely opened, the two worlds would directly engage in the most direct war. Then, no one would know who would win and who would lose. However, one should not forget that the shadow world was not the only enemy of the infinite world. The devil world was already ready to make a move. There were also enemies from all directions, such as the Shura world. None of these people were easy to deal with. The great shadow world had already put so much pressure on the infinite world, so when the war broke out completely, would the infinite world be able to withstand it? Su Yan thought for a while and knew that with the current strength of the infinite world, they would not be able to withstand it. Of course, he was not strong enough to worry about such things now. His own strength was still too weak. In a really critical war, the strength of a Dao master or an Emperor master was nothing at all. At this moment, he needed to solve the current situation. His strength directly broke out at this time, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. At this time, the pressure emitted by the 17 shadow marshals was simply terrifying. Even the whole shadow city seemed to be trembling. However, when Su Yan raised his strength and released the terrifying pressure, the power was even more terrifying. Such power had almost reached the most terrifying peak in this world. The auras of the 17 shadow marshals were suppressed in an instant. It seems that all the shadow marshals in Shadow City have arrived. At this time, his voice spread out directly. He was like a god, looking down from high above. Under such terrible and huge pressure, the shadow marshals all took a step back. What's the matter, Sharon? How did you provoke such a terrible person? Why are you causing trouble for the king when he's not here? At this moment, a shadow marshal directly began to reprimand Sharon. At this time, Sharon was very depressed. He did not know that Su Yan would be so powerful. Strictly speaking, he was not the one who provoked Su Yan. You idiot, don't you see? I didn't provoke him at all. He's the one who wants Shadow City. He wants the king's heavenly silver city. In fact, there was no meaning in saying this. At this time, Su Yan's pressure suppressed again. Now, I'll give you all a chance. Pledge your loyalty to me. You should know that you are not my match. At this time, Su Yan directly issued an ultimatum to the shadow marshals. The shadow marshals did not look good. Su Yan's words made them extremely angry, and even helpless. However, they had to admit that what he said was the truth. For shadow creatures, it was almost impossible to fight even if they knew that they could not win. Of course, there were exceptions. That was, they could not do anything to disobey Merc's orders. At this time, a shadow marshal stood up and said, "Honorable Lord, we do not want to fight you, but we have to. We cannot disobey the king's orders." By saying this, he had already expressed his goodwill. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think that Su Yan would leave without attacking him after he said the sentence. However, this was at least a little bit of goodwill. Su Yan chuckled and said, "I think I understand." His pressure became heavy again. As the power of the Exalted circulated, it was as if the power of the entire shadow world was concentrated on him. What a terrifying thing this was. Even the 17 shadow marshals began to tremble in the face of such power. As for the other shadow creatures, it was a different story. At this time, Valka looked at the previous shadow creature and chuckled, "Hee, I already said that this is a real tragedy." Su Yan's power made him extremely excited. This was his follower. His great power almost directly crushed all of the shadow marshals. The 17 shadow marshals were communicating with each other, trying their best to circulate their power to resist Su Yan's terrifying attack. Unfortunately, they knew that no matter how hard they tried, it was almost impossible to completely resist Su Yan's power. There's no other way. Let's use the methods left behind by the king. At this time, it was already impossible for them to resist Su Yan with just their power. The power that Su Yan released made them understand what fear was. As such, they could only use the last of their power to put up a feeble and powerless resistance. At this moment, a powerful aura rose and condensed before falling heavily. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. Following this, the entire Shadow City seemed to tremble. Su Yan raised his head. He was not surprised by the appearance of this extremely powerful power. Instead, he felt calm, as if everything was under his control. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate the Sky's Silver City, there seemed to be a will that sensed his investigation. It directly released an extremely strong pressure, like a gale destroying the city. At that time, he knew that there must be an extremely powerful existence in this city. Of course, this was not a real person, but a kind of power. Obviously, this was a powerful force that the Shadow King left behind to protect this city. Such a powerful force rolled down, and the terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. With the appearance of such a power, the 17 Shadow Marshals' power was directly connected, and they seemed to have become a single entity. At this time, Sharon coldly snorted, "Intruder, I have to admit that you are very strong. However, it is too difficult for you to shake the power of our king. So, retreat now." Sharon was no longer as arrogant as before. In fact, when he spoke, there was a bit of humility in his bones because the strength of both sides was different. Just now, he thought that Su Yan's strength was inferior to his, so naturally, he was high and mighty. But now, he clearly saw Su Yan's strength and knew that no matter what, he could not be a match for Su Yan. Since that was the case, how could he continue to be arrogant? They did not want to fight with Su Yan. After all, a powerful battle meant a huge risk. Even if the method that Merc left behind was extremely terrifying and could repel Su Yan, how many of the 17 of them could survive? The only official website of the online book bar, everything else is fake. Chapter 1293. How could they be certain that the person who was alive was them? Therefore, if they could make Su Yan retreat, this was something they would be extremely happy to see. However, Su Yan did not want to give them such an opportunity. This power was indeed powerful, even terrifying. However, Su Yan was not afraid. Do you think that I would fear such power since I dared to come here? Let me tell you the truth. Not to mention that your king is not here, even if he was, would not take him seriously. Su Yan's aura had reached an unimaginably powerful level. That terrifying aura directly crushed down like rolling thunder. It was as he had said, he was fearless. He had already anticipated all of this. At this very moment, his power directly descended. The terrifying aura had simply reached an unimaginable level. Even when that powerful aura appeared, Su Yan did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, he continued to advance. His power was so great that it suppressed everything to the point of being unable to breathe. At this moment, his power had simply reached a terrifying level. What arrogance! The 17 shadow commanders were all extremely furious. No matter what, they were shadow commanders. They were once first-rate experts. Their battle power was unparalleled. They were definitely not inferior to other existences in this world. However, Su Yan was actually so arrogant at this moment. He clearly did not take them seriously at all. Although they already knew that Su Yan was stronger than them, they still felt humiliated when such a lineup was treated in such a manner by him. Even the power within their bodies was unleashed even more violently at this moment. You're too impudent. You're simply being shameless by doing this. Since they no longer had a path of retreat, and Su Yan did not plan to retreat either, they could only fight at this moment. With 17 experts and the means left behind by Merc, there was no need for them to fear him. Seeing them like this, Su Yan did not have any other thoughts. Instead, he smiled. Haha, that's good. If you're afraid at this moment, you'll disappoint me. Since you have the courage to fight, then come at me. At this moment, his power directly rose. The violent power within his body had reached an incomparably dense level. When this power came crashing over, he suddenly punched out. This punch was simply like a landslide or a tsunami. Such a punch had already turned into a torrential wave at this moment. A terrifying aura surged, causing the world to tremble. Su Yan's will completely erupted. I originally did not want you to compromise and submit. If you do so, wouldn't it be too boring? At this moment, Su Yan had simply become a terrifying demon king. Facing so many enemies in front of him, his battle intent, on the contrary, was strong. He needed enemies. He needed opponents to constantly sharpen himself. Only then could he become even stronger. The punch landed squarely on the terrifying screen of darkness. The Is was also extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, after the direct impact, it directly trembled, as if it would break at any moment. From this, it could be seen how terrifyingly powerful Su Yan's punch was. Clearly, their auras were not much different, but they were still unable to withstand Su Yan's power. Damn it, everyone, don't be afraid. Combined with the arrangements left behind by the king, we will definitely be able to defeat this guy. Even if we can't defeat him, as long as we can delay and wait for the king to return, he will die. At this moment, one of the shadow commanders spoke directly. This guy was smart and saw through everything. He understood that at this moment, the only thing they needed to do was to persevere. As long as they could delay, their king would definitely sense the changes here. At that time, when the king returned and descended, he would naturally be able to suppress everything. This guy would only be reduced to energy. Of course, perhaps if they cooperated well, there was still hope that they could directly kill Su Yan. Su Yan did not care about their fantasies. He only had one goal, and that was to defeat them. It was so pure and simple, and that was all. Because it had always been pure, the power that could erupt was naturally extremely powerful. Under this blow, the entire Shadow City began to shake. At this moment, a terrifying brilliance burst out from the eyes of the huge shadow that had just appeared, and then this power directly rushed out, whistling towards Su Yan. Death is like the wind. This voice seemed to come from the depths of the netherworld. The violent aura was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. It seemed that everything between heaven and earth had disappeared at this time. The only thing that was left was the darkest and most profound power. Sure enough, only by constantly fighting can one see new powers. At this time, Su Yan sighed. The guy in front of him had simply carried out the essence of battle to the extreme. His blow just now had almost transformed all of the shadow power, which was a transformation of the power attribute. Therefore, when this punch was blasted out, its power was naturally unimaginable. It seemed that two extreme powers were condensed together and then directly exploded. This was a fighting style that Su Yan had never seen before. Why was there such a saying? One needed to constantly sharpen oneself in battle, then find one's own path, and then make oneself stronger and more perfect. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth was condensed. Rays of power fell like starlight. This power was filled with an extremely beautiful and brilliant aura, as if it was the most unique power between heaven and earth. When this power continued to appear, it almost overturned the entire world. He actually forcibly pushed back Su Yan's power. Faced with such power, even Su Yan could not help but be amazed. Good, you're really amazing. At this moment, Su Yan had already seen how terrifying this power was. It was simply unimaginable. Such power surged, as if it was causing the world to be disillusioned. However, in the face of such power, the fighting spirit in his heart was even more intense. He even laughed heartily. Only such a powerful power could make him wholeheartedly launch his own battle. At this moment, his power was so violent and exuberant. His aura was so powerful that it was simply terrifying. He took a step forward. It was just a step, but the world had already begun to change. Therefore, all the colors of light changed, and his power had already devoured everything. At this moment, it seemed that the power of the entire Shadow City was drawn by him, and the most terrifying aura was blowing like a whirlwind at this moment. Su Yan's power became even stronger, and his radiance was like a dream. At this moment, the dark aura settled down. At this moment, all the power had become the most terrifying whirlwind. Outside the huge Sky Silver City, a terrifying whirlwind had already appeared. The scale of this whirlwind was not inferior to that of the Shadow City. The powerful and terrifying aura approached step by step, as if it was going to destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became calmer in the face of such an aura. He had already begun to forget everything, and only the power of the exalted began to circulate. At this moment, something magical happened. In the Shadow's body, a heart began to beat quietly. It was his own heart. This power was so mystical that it did not seem to be a shadow, but a real existence. However, this place was clearly the Shadow World, and real power clearly could not exist in this world. The existence of this heart was simply violating the laws of heaven and earth. But it was such an existence. At this moment, the powerful power was constantly condensing, like the wind of heaven and earth. The power of the wind was within his grasp, and the boundless aura and boundless power seemed to be even more powerful at this moment. The terrifying power became so strange and sacred at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power had become the only power in heaven and earth. Even the enormous power that had been released from the heavenly Silver City seemed to have become a foil for him. No, this was no longer a foil, but a part of Su Yan's power. The powerful exalted power was devouring at this moment. He wanted to directly absorb that power into his body, and then completely devour it. The power in the sky was like a storm at this moment. Inside the storm, the 17 shadow marshals were all shivering. They had already become shadow marshals and had seen countless storms, but they had never felt as powerless as they did at this moment. It was as if they were just born, hesitating and powerless. However, the person in front of them was extraordinarily terrifying, and seemed to be omnipotent, as if he could destroy everything. This kind of power made them shrink back in fear. They did not even know where they should go. At this moment, they were truly afraid. However, at this moment, they no longer had the right to choose. Since they did not choose to submit at the beginning, they would lose the opportunity to choose later. Such power was directly displayed at this moment, and that terrifying aura was equivalent to everything. At this moment, the power of the entire world began to die out bit by bit. Their connection with the Sky Silver City was also being cut off bit by bit. At the beginning, they had dared to face Su Yan because they thought that they would be protected by the power of the Sky Silver City. Therefore, even the powerful Su Yan would not be able to do anything to them. However, at this moment, they realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. Chapter 1294. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Absolute Dominance. At this moment, Karen almost jumped up. If he could, he would have escaped by now. No pop-up window. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why did I provoke him? At this moment, he realized that he had really gone completely crazy. He didn't know what he was thinking today to provoke this monster. The power Su Yan displayed at this moment was something that even the Shadow King couldn't face. Such a terrifying aura could almost annihilate everything. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that he was like a ruler. He even felt that Su Yan was an existence that surpassed the level of the Shadow King. Yet, he offended him. He was really unlucky to have acted on a whim. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him, which made him tremble in fear. There was a saying that always came true: the good didn't come true, but the bad did. Just as his heart was filled with fear, Su Yan's power had already enveloped him. This power was so powerful that it almost made him despair. But fortunately, he remembered that he wasn't alone in this battle. He had his companions. At this moment, his power appeared directly and began to affect everyone's power. Shadow King's ultimate kill. At this moment, the 17 Shadow Marshals were almost of one mind. If it were any other time, this would be impossible. But at this moment, they could do it. This wasn't because their thoughts were in sync, but because they were all shrouded in the power of the Shadow King at this time. And from this, it could be seen how huge the gap between the Shadow Marshals and the Shadow King was. At the beginning, Karen and the other Shadow King had thoughts of replacing the Shadow King and Merc. But at this moment, they finally understood how huge the gap between them and the Shadow King was. At this moment, it was as if everything in this world was under this power. Nothing could break free. At least, that was what they thought. At this moment, Karen calmed down. Damn it, I'm too scared of this guy. Although he is powerful, I have this layer of protection. What can that guy do to me? Thinking of this, he immediately calmed down, and his aura became extremely terrifying and pure. At this moment, the radiance of his power surged as if it was his own power. Such a wonderful feeling simply intoxicated him endlessly. At this moment, he no longer had the fear from before. All he had was his own strength and omnipotence. However, it was at this moment that Su Yan's power descended. Su Yan's power was extremely simple, and there was no technique to speak of. His power was only a violent collision. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have changed. Karen originally thought that everything was under his control and that he could deal with everything. But when this power fell, he knew that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. Such power was not something he could deal with on his own. After this strike landed, the entire world began to tremble violently. He simply did not dare to imagine. How is this possible? Why is it like this? Not only him, but the other dozen or so Shadow Marshals were the same. They clearly felt that Su Yan's power was not stronger than the power they had condensed after Shadow City was connected to them. In fact, in terms of strength, they might even be superior to him. But why did Su Yan's power directly shake them? No, it was not just shaking them, it was destroying this power. Su Yan did not bother to pay attention to them. Although they were Shadow Marshals, in Su Yan's eyes, they were still too immature. In their eyes, there was only strength, but they did not know what essence meant. In the face of Su Yan's enormous and frightening strength, everything they did was useless. Therefore, everything would be directly destroyed or even annihilated at this moment. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan's supreme power had begun to analyze the root of this power. It assimilated with him and even absorbed this power. Once this power was completely absorbed by him, what would these 17 Shadow Marshals amount to? The borrowed power was not their own. If they could not control it, how could they hope to defeat their enemies? So, all of this was fake and unreal. Only one's own strength was truly everything. This attack had only shaken and impacted their power, but the following power had directly raised their auras to the peak. This power was even more powerful than before, and it was definitely not just a little bit stronger. This was because in just this attack, Su Yan's understanding and control of shadow power had increased by a bit. The current Su Yan could be said to be learning from a blank slate. This was the most terrifying thing. Every bit he grasped, his battle strength would increase by a bit. When he grasped the power of this place to the extreme, how terrifying would his battle strength be? Not to mention the temporary lineup of these shadow marshals, even if there were 17 the Shadow King here, what could he do? He was afraid that he would be killed in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was becoming more and more exuberant. Behind him, a shape gradually appeared. It was the shape of a giant dragon. Dragons were creatures favored by the heavens and earth. Even in the shadow world, their life structure was at the top. At this moment, the appearance of the dragon's shadow meant that Su Yan had begun to grasp the essence of power. Of course, this might only be the beginning, but it was already enough. Su Yan had never thought that he would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. He clearly knew that the accumulation of power was a gradual process. If one did not have a process of accumulation, but obtained it in an instant. Not to mention whether one could control this powerful power, just the state of mind after obtaining it was enough to make one collapse. Su Yan's essence was extremely powerful. In the infinite world, although he was not an emperor, his battle strength had already reached that level, and there was no doubt about it. His power was simply too great. When his aura soared, it simply reached the peak of this world. Although the laws of the two worlds were different, as long as one understood the essence of many things, it would be much easier to grasp other things. At this moment, his power began to surge. Such a powerful power was simply powerful to the extreme. Just now, they had thought that they were evenly matched, and even compared to the power of the Shadow City, Su Yan's aura was a bit weaker. However, at this moment, the power that Su Yan displayed was completely above this. That strike just now had already caused their defensive power to tremble incessantly. And this blow was even more powerful. Boom! There was a terrifying loud sound, and it seemed that the entire world began to shake. Following this, the dark light curtain actually began to shatter. At this moment, the terrifying shadow finally could not wait any longer. He directly attacked, and then rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan coldly snorted, "Is this incarnation of yours finally going to make a move?" In fact, Su Yan had already seen from the very beginning that this was equivalent to a Shadow Divine Transformation Realm Cultivator. His power was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, the meaning of his existence was to absorb the power of the Shadow City. Those shadow creatures came to the Shadow City to cultivate and make themselves stronger. This kind of improvement was even faster than devouring others of their own kind. However, there was never a free lunch in this world. When they devoured this power, they were actually giving back. Their bodies would have the mark of the Shadow King left on them. If necessary, the Shadow King could directly mobilize their power, and he could even absorb all of their power into himself in an instant, making himself stronger. If one had to describe it, this was almost a lone relationship. That huge incarnation was the intermediary that the Shadow King had left behind to absorb power and connect with himself. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not make a move. He would only use it as a deterrent. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to make a move. Su Yan was simply too powerful. This kind of power had already exceeded his expectations. That attack just now had already shattered the connection between the Heavenly Silver City and the 17 Shadow Marshals. If they were hit again, then the Shadow Marshals would start to suffer casualties. When that happened, his chances of winning would be even lower. Therefore, he had to make a move now. However, Su Yan merely sneered. Without any hesitation, he sent out another palm strike. At this moment, the huge shadow directly said, "Who are you? How dare you attack the Sky Silver City?" This was his own consciousness that was directly transmitted back. Although his body was far away, he could temporarily transmit his consciousness back through this intermediary and then fight. This was one of his methods. This was also the reason why he dared to leave this place and rely on it. Although it was not as good as him personally guarding this place, it was not far off. In other words, even if he could not win, it was still very easy for him to stall for time. As long as he could stall for time long enough, he could directly return and respond, or even kill his opponent. Chapter 1295. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Powerful Annihilation. It was a pity that he had underestimated Su Yen. The power that Su Yen displayed at this time was simply beyond his understanding. While fighting, Su Yen had already begun to plunder his power. What a terrifying thing this was. If everyone had such strength, the shadow world would have long been in chaos. In fact, Su Yen was like a malignant tumor that had quietly invaded the shadow world. He wasn't extremely powerful at the moment. However, the power that he possessed could continuously strengthen himself and grow at an extremely fast speed. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for him to grow to his original level. This was simply the best thing for him. When he first came to the shadow world and became a shadow creature, even Su Yen was filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know his identity and was confused about his power. But at this moment, such confusion no longer existed. He had truly understood some things. The situation wasn't important at all. What really mattered was where his heart was. There was a saying that one could only achieve success if they didn't forget their original intentions. If one could remember their original spirit, then no matter what predicament they encountered, they would be able to solve it. Even if they couldn't solve it, as long as they worked hard for it, it would be enough even if they died on this path. At this moment, Su Yen was like that. His power was increasing bit by bit and his powerful strength was constantly changing. Therefore, everything had started to become unknown. He didn't know what his future would be like and whether he could return to the past and live as a person. But now, it was no longer important. What was important was that he would work hard for his perseverance. The battle continued. Su Yan's power grew stronger and stronger, and his invasion of the Shadow City became deeper and deeper. In fact, this was an unsolvable situation for the Heavenly Silver City. Moreover, it was getting worse and worse. Su Yan's power increased bit by bit, and the 17 Shadow Marshals were no longer as calm as before. At this moment, Su Yan made a grabbing motion. His palm directly smashed towards the most terrifying power. That powerful light screen was directly shattered. The terrifying aura had already shattered everything. Do you remember what you said just now? The strong can often set the rules. Sharon was full of despair. Su Yan's power turned into a huge palm. The moment this power entered, it completely enveloped him. Under such power, it was impossible to escape, let alone struggle. Let go of Sharon. At this moment, the 16 Shadow Marshals roared in unison. It wasn't because they had a deep relationship with Sharon, but because they clearly knew that if Sharon was killed by Su Yan, the overall connection between them would be broken. When that happened, the situation would become even worse. Now, it was already very difficult for them to fight against Su Yan. If Su Yan killed Sharon, they would have no chance of winning. However, the enemy would never be able to feel your anger, nor would they care about it. Su Yan's power continued to fall. Under the huge palm, Karen's body began to distort. Another moment passed, and his body began to disintegrate. Powerful shadow power split from his body and integrated into Su Yan's palm. End it, your life. Since Su Yan had already made up his mind to kill him, then it was impossible for him to continue living. Under such power, the powerful power ended his life. What a terrifying scene. A Shadow Marshal died just like that. It was extremely tragic, but it was also silent. After Karen's death, the power node between them immediately lost its balance. At this moment, the dark shadow light curtain became even weaker. Su Yan took another step forward. His powerful aura intimidated everyone. That dragon-like radiance became even stronger at this moment. You can't stop me. Su Yan's voice was so calm. Of course, he had always been like this. At this moment, everything was no longer important. What was important was to keep moving forward. And that hot blood had long dried up. Because he no longer needed to roar to awaken the inextinguishable flame in his heart. At this moment, he would always be like this. Each of his footsteps carried an extremely heavy and powerful force. Such power was like a torrential flood. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. In the sky, all the power began to condense, and then all the power began to return to Su Yan's body. His power was so powerful, and even so great. Therefore, everything continued to surge at this time. The most terrifying aura at this time was simply powerful to the most terrifying extent. At this moment, the 16 shadow marshals had completely lost all hope. Your Excellency, please let us go. We surrender. At this moment, one of the shadow marshals had already begged for mercy. Such power was extremely terrifying. More importantly, the pressure that Su Yan gave them was too heavy. If this continued, Su Yan did not need to do anything. He could just stand there quietly and crush them directly. They could no longer bear such terrifying power. So at this moment, they could only beg for mercy. However, Su Yan was indifferent to their begging. I've already given you a chance. That was his only answer. Yes, at the beginning, he had already given them a chance. Unfortunately, these people did not know how to cherish it. Most of the time, one should cherish an opportunity. If they lost it, it would not come again. That was Su Yan's decision. At this moment, another shadow marshal said, Your Excellency, no matter what, you will always need our power. Why do you have to do this? We are willing to swear to you and become your lowest slaves. He was right. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to manage a city, they needed power. And they would be able to become his assistants. At this moment, they felt that this was the only chance they had to survive. However, Su Yan did not look at them. His gaze fell on the Shadow King, Merc's clone. Are you not going to say anything? If that's the case, you can die. He directly extended his hand. At this moment, the power manifested and became incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the power of the entire world began to change. So, everything fell silent. At this moment, Su Yan's zenith power became more and more unrestrained. Almost in an instant, it had directly wrapped around the clone. Alright, you can die now. Su Yan had decided not to give him any more chances. He wanted to end this quickly. The shadow clone seemed to be preparing his final move. However, at this moment, his expression froze. This was because he discovered that his body was no longer under his control. He could no longer use his power. His power had gradually flowed towards Su Yan's body. What did you do to me? At this moment, even someone as powerful as him could only question Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't pay any attention to his question. What did I do? Actually, I didn't do anything. I just stole your power. At this moment, the zenith power had turned into a whirlwind. With a sudden sweep of the powerful force, it had already strangled the divine consciousness in the clone. This power was too domineering. At this moment, the clone did not even have time to react. His consciousness was directly destroyed. After destroying his consciousness, Su Yan's power once again spread out. At this moment, the 16 shadow commanders discovered that they had lost contact with the power that was controlling them at this moment. At this moment, a huge palm had already descended. This power abruptly grabbed one of the shadow marshals and threw him into the mouth. This was really unimaginable. How can this be? Great King, are you going to abandon us too? Originally, they had already become extremely fearful when facing Su Yan's attack. At this moment, the king's clone that they had relied on had directly attacked them. This was simply one disaster after another for their despairing souls. No matter what, they could not accept this reality. However, Su Yan did not care about any of this. He only watched quietly and then allowed his power to gather. His power directly spread towards Heavenly Silver City. At this moment, his biggest obstacle had already been eliminated. That king's clone was the most powerful force in Heavenly Silver City. At this moment, this force could no longer stop him. In this way, Su Yan no longer had any scruples. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. The zenith power had already entered Heavenly Silver City. As for the shadow commanders in front of him, they had already been completely enveloped by Su Yan's power. The dark radiance had reached the most terrifying stage. The shadow commanders had already begun to freeze in place. It was not that they did not want to move, but that their power had already been directly controlled by Su Yan. Many powerful shadow creatures were unwilling to join a city because once they joined a city, they would be bound to the city and lose their freedom. Chapter 1296. My city, and at this moment, the drawbacks were manifested. Their strength was still there, and their lives were still there, but at this time, they could no longer control themselves. This was because Su Yan had invaded the city. In this way, he had indirectly gained their full control. At this moment, they didn't even have the chance to speak, let alone escape. Let all of you wither away. As Su Yan's voice fell, the 16 shadow commanders sighed and shattered bit by bit. In the end, all of them disappeared. What a terrifying thing this was. At this moment, Valka was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He knew that Su Yan was very powerful. He already knew this when Su Yan subdued him. However, he couldn't imagine that Su Yan's power had reached such a level. That terrifying power was simply inestimable. He originally thought that Su Yan could only defeat the shadow commanders and enter the city. However, at this moment, things had developed to a stage that he couldn't imagine. Su Yan didn't just defeat the shadow commanders. He completely shattered them and began to plunder the entire city. This was an extremely terrifying process. The shadow creatures in the city were uneasy because they sensed a huge crisis at this moment. It was a process where one's life was threatened. Su Yan's aura descended, dominating the world. In the face of Su Yan's will, not to mention resisting, they didn't even have the strength to move. At this moment, they were horrified to find that the city had begun to disintegrate. Sky Silver City dissipated bit by bit at this moment. At this moment, the huge city began to defy the heavens like a water curtain and flowed directly into Su Yan's body. The structure of Sky Silver City was originally built from the accumulation of shadow energy. At this moment, this energy was directly devoured and absorbed by Su Yan. Although they were both energy, there was still a huge difference. Even the city lord could only use an extremely ingenious method to obtain the power bit by bit. But Su Yan didn't need to do that. His power erupted, and the power of the Most High began to completely analyze this power. Then, it returned to its origin. In this way, this power could be completely absorbed by him. Become a part of his body. Su Yan felt the heart in his body that was between reality and shadow. If the process of devouring energy had to be described in 4 words, it would be wonderful. At this moment, his gaze was so deep, as if he could see through the essence of everything in this world. My city, then enter my world. Su Yan's power descended once again. All of his energy manifested in the air, and then a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The moment this power fell, it seemed that the entire world began to tremble. The power within was too terrifying. It was like an endless black hole, and the black hole suddenly erupted with a huge suction force. At this moment, the huge Sky Silver City was directly uprooted. What's going on? At this moment, Valka felt that he was really lucky to be able to see such a scene. If he hadn't met Su Yan, he felt that no matter how many shadow creatures he killed, he wouldn't be able to see such a magnificent scene. It would be extremely difficult for him to even become a shadow general. At this moment, he witnessed the process of Su Yan devouring the entire city with his own eyes. At this moment, he finally understood Su Yan's intention. That was his city, and his city wasn't placed here. Instead, he was going to devour and absorb it directly. Valka didn't know what would happen to this city, but he knew that the master who performed all of this was simply a great existence. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable and boundless. At this moment, Su Yan's power was simply too powerful. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be inferior to him. At this moment, he had become the absolute master. As long as he existed, nothing was impossible. Su Yan watched all of this happen, and at this moment, he was even more attentive to all of this. What he wanted to do was to integrate the Sky Silver City into his own world. His square small world was actually not complete. It should be said that it was still far from being able to truly evolve life. However, in any case, there was already a sun and a moon in his world. There was the black tortoise and the azure dragon, but this was far from enough. Su Yan wanted to make him stronger. His life had been changed, he had even become a shadow creature, but the connection between him and the world had become even stronger. As his strength increased, his small world had also become even larger. This was definitely good news. With this, he knew how to make himself stronger. Just a moment ago, he suddenly thought of this point, and let his world instinctively devour the Sky Silver City. This was because the Sky Silver City was originally made of energy. If this power was directly placed into his world, would it inadvertently cause his world to grow even faster? Previously, when he fought, he already knew that the small world was a shortcut to becoming a sacred venerate. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Even though he was the child of destiny, had countless fortuitous encounters, and had great wisdom and perseverance, he did not dare to say that he was faster than others. But now, he had a small world. In the past, he was still too lacking in the use of his small world. Even during that battle, he had only pulled his opponent into his small world. However, at this moment, he had already understood that if his small world became stronger, then his combat strength would also become stronger in the next battle. At the same time, a stronger small world could also help him, and allow his understanding of power to become more profound. Now, Su Yan had understood his goal. Not only did he want to become a sacred venerate, but he also wanted to become a god. Only then would he be able to be in an invincible position. Now, Su Yan was actually starting to fear failure, because once he failed, the people he loved would be hurt. He could not imagine how upset Yun Wanqing would be after knowing that he had fallen into the shadow world. And Chu Linger, she was about to walk down the path of forgetfulness. Would she be able to continue? Would she be hurt? Also, what about Lu Lan? Where was she now? Therefore, no matter what, Su Yan did not want to fail. Since he did not want to fail, he could only become stronger. He had to become stronger at all costs. Perhaps it would be very difficult, and he might even have to pay with his life, but that was fate. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay for it. You would never be able to reap without sowing. You had to work hard for it. Many times, the kind of pain you had to bear would, to a certain extent, determine what you would get. Therefore, Su Yan had no regrets. Devouring a shadow city was obviously a huge project, and Su Yan had not yet fully familiarized himself with it. Therefore, he would definitely encounter many problems. For example, whether the shadow energy could be integrated with his small world, everything needed to be explored. Su Yan calmed down, and then focused all his attention. At this time, Valka watched quietly, his heart surging. He felt that Su Yan was an omnipotent god. A powerful and terrifying god. This was an omnipotent god. As long as he was around, it seemed that nothing was impossible. He did not know who the god of the shadow world was, or what he looked like. For this shadow world, Valka was too insignificant, and that god was too high up. He didn't know what the so-called god looked like. Because of his ignorance, he no longer feared him. On the other hand, Su Yan had already shown his powerful strength at this time. Such a terrifying city, such a huge monster, was actually directly devoured by Su Yan. What kind of terrifying power was this? He did not know how to define Su Yan's power, but there was no doubt that at this time, he had already regarded Su Yan as a god. That was a true powerhouse, the most powerful and greatest existence in this world. Such a condensation of power had simply become the pinnacle of power in this world. At this time, his aura was also so terrifying. That mysterious and powerful dark power was simply able to contain everything. Su Yan naturally did not care about his thoughts. At this time, Su Yan was only comprehending the process of his world's transformation. He wanted to figure out how his world evolved and what kind of powerful power it could give birth to. At this time, it seemed that the entire world had entered a boundary of darkness. His small world was no longer chaotic. Apart from the sun and moon, there was finally a city, even though it was a shadow city. Such a city was constantly manifesting at this time, and its powerful strength had simply reached an incomparably terrifying level. When this city directly descended, all the power was directed towards this newly formed city. This was an extremely wonderful change. At this time, Su Yan was a creator. He coldly watched all this from the sidelines, quietly appreciating the changes at this time. He didn't know what would happen to this shadow city after it entered his world. Would it dissipate directly into energy or continue to exist quietly here? Even if he was the owner of this world, he didn't know what would happen to it. Therefore, the only thing he could do at this time was to quietly watch the changes in this world. Then, he would look for the laws in its evolution. Chapter 1297. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Essence Transformation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At this moment, the powerful force finally descended and the entire Sky Silver City was baptized by the aura of the small dimension. Speaking of which, the aura of the small dimension could be said to be the aura of chaos. The concentration of such aura was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura closed in on the city, and in the end, the entire city underwent a complete transformation. At this point, many shadow creatures had already died and were annihilated. However, to Su Yan, the death of these shadow creatures was nothing. He didn't care about them at all. He was equivalent to a creator now, so he didn't care about the death of these creatures. After all, they were just shadow creatures. However, these shadow creatures didn't disappear after they died, and their corpses remained. Corpses. How can this be? How can these shadow creatures have corpses? Yes, they were shadow creatures. Logically speaking, after they died, all traces of them would cease to exist. Under such circumstances, how could they still have corpses? However, the truth was right in front of Su Yan, and he had no choice but to believe it. Such power rose little by little, and then began to form a unique domain. When the energy condensed, Su Yan's gaze changed once again. This was because he realized that the corpses were no longer pure energy. Instead, they had undergone a transformation. Of course, they weren't real entities. If he had to describe them, they were something between a real entity and a shadow. In the past, Su Yan didn't believe that such a substance existed. However, at this moment, he was certain that such a substance existed. In fact, he had such a thing in his body, and that was his heart. His newly formed heart was an existence in between the two. This also gave him enough confidence in himself to feel that he could return to his original state and return to his original state. Of course, the pursuit of a physical form wasn't his main goal anymore. The most important thing was the pursuit of power. From a certain perspective, the shadow creature form was indeed extremely powerful. However, from another perspective, it also had a fatal flaw. If this weakness couldn't be overcome, then in Su Yan's understanding, it would be almost impossible for shadow creatures to become absolutely powerful or even reach the Nirvana realm. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan had to pursue the original state of his body. If the appearance of the special heart had only given Su Yan hope, then he was now truly certain that he could control everything. At this time, his strength began to rise. He didn't circulate his own power at all, but this power was slowly circulating on its own. Sure enough, my world is already closely connected with my body. In this way, as long as my realm and strength can continue to increase, my world will become even larger. But if my world improves, then my battle power will also continue to increase. Su Yan understood this point and finally understood why the evil spirit in the Gate of God was so obsessed with his own world. Even at the risk of death, he still wanted to obtain his own small world. Of course, at the same time, he became more vigilant. With the existence of the small world, his battle power could indeed be extremely tyrannical, but in fact, he would also become more dangerous. This was because even sacred sages would covet such a small world. If they knew about it, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be tempted and even attack him. Don't underestimate me just because I'm strong now. I can even match an Emperor Realm Master. However, if he encountered a sacred sages, he still wouldn't be able to fight back. This was because the gap between them was too big, to the point that it was unimaginable. That realm was something that he couldn't understand at the moment. It was also because of this that he couldn't possibly fight a sacred sages. At this time, Su Yan could only steadily occupy his own power in the future by becoming stronger. Otherwise, just like this time, he would be forced to enter this world. If he was strong enough, there would be no need for him to take such a risk. He could just directly suppress Duan Wulonghu. Therefore, in the end, the most fundamental thing in all things was still strength. If he had enough strength, then he would naturally have nothing to fear. He would be able to control everything in his own hands. At this time, he saw where the hope lay. If he could gather such power, then his strength would definitely increase. That berserk and terrifying power would reach the most terrifying level. Perhaps, this is my other trump card. Just as Su Yan was slowly devouring the city, in an extremely distant place. It was a terrifying place with a spatial whirlpool. There was extremely terrifying spatial turbulence here, and there was even a whirlpool. The endless power was simply unimaginable. The rich and terrifying aura was even more indescribable. After such power was gathered, it displayed a terrifying brilliance. No one knew how many terrifying dimensions it possessed. There were many shadow creatures here, and each of them was extremely powerful. Almost all of them were at the level of the Shadow King. The Shadow King could almost injure a Dao Master. Therefore, he could be regarded as a Dao Master. A Dao Master was already an extremely powerful existence. In a sect, he was the absolute upper-level power. He already had his own unique understanding of the way of heaven and earth. His battle strength was also extremely powerful. A sect with 5 Dao Masters was extremely powerful. Just like the Heaven Sage sect, which had 5 Dao Masters, had already become the #1 sect in the Eastern Land. Although it was only a temporary ranking at that time and they had not really fought, it was enough to show the strength of this force to some extent. At this moment, hundreds of shadow creatures at the level of Dao Master had gathered in this place. If these Dao Masters came out in full force, how terrifying would their strength be? Even a sovereign master or a holy master would feel great pressure in the face of such a terrifying force. If these shadow creatures directly appeared in the infinite world, it would definitely be a great disaster. No one knew how many creatures would die directly and be occupied by the shadow creatures. Fortunately, the gate between the two worlds was not opened at this time. So many the Shadow King gathered here, naturally, not to chat and bond, but to gather their strength to accomplish a great thing. They came here because of the Oracle. If there was any existence in the Shadow world that could make all these guys gather here, then it could only be the great Shadow God. Even the powerful the Shadow King could not understand the Oracle of the Shadow God. After all, the gap between the two was too big. However, they were powerful enough to be able to sense the aura of the Shadow God. For other shadow creatures, the Shadow God might just be a name. They did not know whether he existed or not. But for the Shadow King, they were very sure that the great Shadow God existed. They could feel his great and majestic aura. The Shadow City was built because of the Oracle. And this time, so many the Shadow King gathered here because of the Oracle. Among so many the Shadow King, a figure suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his eyes. That gaze seemed to be able to burn the heavens. Angry and shocked gazes appeared. "What's wrong, Merc?" At this time, the Shadow King next to him asked. Merc's expression was extremely ugly. Then, he said directly, "There seems to be a problem with my city. I have to go and see." Just a moment ago, he felt that the connection between him and the Sky Silver City had been shaken. He sent his will over, but even so, he couldn't stop the fall of his city. "I have to go back and take a look." His city was the source of his power. Now that it had fallen, he could not remain calm. He had to go back and take a look. Otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. Although doing so seemed to be against the Oracle, he had no choice but to return. If he lost his source of power, then it would be impossible for him to increase his strength again. At this time, he rolled his body and directly flew into the distance. Sky Silver City. He had to take back his city. "I want to see what kind of scoundrel is so bold to attack my Sky Silver City." His aura was rolling like thunder. His aura was incomparably terrifying. That was an endless murderous aura. It was also his strongest anger. A red light shot towards the Sky Silver City in the distance. At this time, the entire Sky Silver City had completely disappeared. At this point in time, apart from Valka and his previous opponent, everything else had disappeared. The entire city, including the powerful shadow creatures within it, had all disappeared. The reason why he came here was because his strength was average. He could not enjoy the treatment in the city. The shadow creatures in the city were all stronger than him. Originally, they were all happily enjoying the powerful strength. However, at this time, they had all disappeared. Chapter 1298. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Killing the Shadow King. What a terrifying power. In the face of such an aura, apart from fear, it didn't even know how to describe its feelings at this time. Fengyun Reading Network. Su Yan naturally wouldn't pay attention to such a character. Shadow City was finally directly dragged into his small world. Subsequently, changes began to take place between the small world and Shadow City. In Shadow City, the dead shadow creatures were directly decomposed and then turned into the most original power, which was scattered in Su Yan's small world and became its nourishment. When these energies finally dissipated completely, Su Yan could feel that he had become stronger. Su Yan muttered to himself, "It seems that my previous inference was correct. As long as I can improve the power of the small world, my own strength will also improve." For him, this was excellent news, because he knew the direction to go, so he could reach the other side more efficiently. Perhaps this path was extremely long, and one might not even see the end of it in one's life. But even if one died, one had to die on the path one was pursuing. Only in this way would one not let down one's life and those one's loved ones. In order to protect the person he loved from harm in the future, Su Yan would do anything without hesitation. At this time, he found a path that could allow him to quickly become stronger, which made him even more terrifying. It also let him see where the hope was. From the hesitation when he first entered the shadow world to the determination now, it didn't take too long. Su Yan knew what kind of path he was facing, and clearly knew what kind of price he had to pay in order to go further on this path. However, at this time, Su Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows, because at this time, he had already felt that a thought was rapidly approaching. This thought was extremely large, with awe-inspiring majesty. There was no doubt that this would be the most powerful enemy Su Yan had encountered in the shadow world. Su Yan originally thought that this guy wouldn't come so quickly, but now it seemed that he was still very concerned about the disappearance of his city. It actually came so quickly. Although it surprised me, it's still within reason. After all, this was where his foundation lay. It was a shortcut for him to quickly evolve and improve. If Su Yan had directly seized it, and he hadn't reacted at all, then this Shadow King would be too stupid. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid of his arrival at all. In fact, he was looking forward to his arrival. The other party's speed was faster than he had expected. In just an instant, a terrifying aura had already descended. To the other creatures of the shadow world, such power was simply like the blazing sun, boundless and majestic. But for Su Yan, it was nothing special. Su Yan smiled faintly. After which, he raised his hand and immediately threw out a punch. Such a terrifying fist directly turned into the most direct form of energy, charging towards the power that was descending upon this place. At this moment, the shadow creature had obviously discovered Su Yan's power. He didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to seize his city and wait here for his arrival. Go to hell. His thought erupted like a boundless storm. The two forces weren't fancy at all and directly clawed apart. At this time, such a violent power had already reached the peak of its strength. A shadow energy directly clawed apart. When Valka saw this sudden explosion of power, he was incomparably horrified because he knew that this was the arrival of the mysterious Shadow King. If he was facing the Shadow Marshal, Valka would still dare to show off. But in front of the Shadow King, he didn't have the courage at all. Because that was the natural oppression of a high and mighty king. It was the most terrifying suppression on anyone. What kind of terrifying aura was this? The aura after the power was completely unleashed was truly terrifying to the extreme. Endless power surged at this moment as if the most terrifying storm was born and was about to engulf them completely. At this moment, Su Yan and the Shadow King were the eternal and only protagonists of this world. They were the most powerful and terrifying existences. In the places where this pressure affected, all the shadow creatures were in a state of panic, afraid that they would be directly destroyed. Because in the shadow world, killing and devouring happened at any time and place, and it was really too common. The principle here was the bloody law of survival. If you weren't strong enough, you would become food for the growth of other shadow creatures. The first attack between the two finally dissipated. At this moment, Su Yan finally saw the shadow creature that finally appeared. It was a shadow creature in human form. This guy was shrouded in darkness, so Su Yan couldn't see his face clearly. It was a distortion of the power of the law of shadows. From this, it could be seen that in terms of understanding and analysis of the law of shadows, this person was ahead of Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care about all this. The true strength of one's combat strength was related to too many things, and it definitely couldn't be determined by this simple point. While Su Yan was sizing up the Shadow King was also looking at Su Yan. Interesting, bold. This was his evaluation of Su Yan. At this moment, he realized that Su Yan's shadow body was clearly still somewhat immature. But it was really interesting that he could actually erupt with such power at this moment. Where's my city? Where are you hiding? Of course, he was most concerned about his Shadow City. The Shadow City contained his soul imprint. Logically speaking, he should definitely be able to sense the location of the city. But now, he couldn't even detect the slightest bit of aura. There was no doubt that this was related to this guy in front of him, but he couldn't figure out how Su Yan did it. The power condensed by the Shadow City was definitely not small. If the energy of the Shadow City was released in an instant, it could almost kill the Shadow King in an instant, and even the more powerful Shadow Emperor would have a chance to severely injure him. Therefore, after the appearance of the Shadow City, the king who owned the Shadow City was the real king. Moreover, it was definitely not a simple matter to invade. The reason why he was so confident this time and felt that he could kill Su Yan directly was that he knew clearly that no matter who the enemy was, as long as he could use the power of the Shadow City, he would definitely be able to defeat or even kill the enemy. But now, he found that his Shadow City had disappeared directly. Su Yan chuckled and then said, "What, you only realized it now? Isn't your reaction a little slow?" As Su Yan spoke, he had already radiated his power. At this time, what he had to do was to kill the other party directly. The Shadow King was an absolutely precious resource for the current Su Yan. Defeating him and then swallowing him into his small world could enhance the energy of his small world. And the enhancement of the small world was also the enhancement of Su Yan's own strength. At this time, Su Yan's desire to improve his strength had reached a point where he was extremely persistent. Because he knew in his heart that if he wanted to become stronger and reach his ideal state, then he could only constantly improve his strength. The Shadow King Merc was even more furious. "You don't want to talk? Don't worry, I'll make you talk." 5 terrifying dark storms appeared around him at the same time. However, these dark storms were not simple. There was an extremely large amount of energy hidden in them, and it seemed that the energy had its own consciousness. What was even more terrifying was that these 5 energies were clearly existences on the level of the Shadow King. Although they could not be compared to Merc, they were still extremely terrifying. At this time, Merc said directly, "These 5 energies are all from the Shadow King that I killed. I refined them into death storms, and their combat power is even stronger than before they died. So, no matter who you are, now you have to face 6 the Shadow King. Do you think you still have a chance?" As he spoke, the shadow storm had already blown around Su Yan. Merc was indeed a powerful existence among the many the Shadow King. These 5 shadow storms were his trump cards. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly used this method. It could be seen that he attached great importance to Su Yan and wanted to kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. In the previous exchange, he had already estimated Su Yan's approximate strength and deeply understood that Su Yan was extremely powerful and terrifying. At least, Su Yan could fight with his own body. Of course, if that was all, he wouldn't have taken out his trump card directly. The most important thing was still his Shadow City. He was afraid that Su Yan would completely refine Shadow City and use it to deal with him. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. Even he did not dare to say that he could survive such a terrifying blow. Therefore, at this time, he had to take the initiative and kill Su Yan directly before Su Yan used the power of Shadow City. Then, he would directly take back his city. Although he could not perceive the existence of Shadow City at this time, Su Yan must know about it. At this time, 6 powerful forces directly surrounded Su Yan, leaving Su Yan with no way out. But at this time, Su Yan did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled gently. Then he said, "It seems that you are afraid that I will use the power of Shadow City." Chapter 1299. Battle of the King. Su Yan was extremely calm. He didn't panic in the face of such an encirclement. Instead, he spoke of the other party's concerns unhurriedly. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Merc frowned immediately. No pop-up window, using the power of Shadow City was a secret that only the Castellan knew. As for how to use it and how terrifying the power could be exerted, that was the secret of every Castellan. As long as one didn't become a Castellan, the Shadow King wouldn't know about this even if he agreed to it. But now, Su Yan actually said it out loud. There were two possibilities. The first was that Su Yan was the Castellan himself, so he naturally knew about this. The other thing was that Su Yan had deciphered the secrets of his city in such a short period of time and had grasped everything in his hands. No matter which one it wasn't good news for him. This increased the pressure on him greatly. But at this moment, Su Yan continued, "Don't worry, I won't use the power of the city to deal with you because it would be too wasteful." Su Yan's words were like a poisonous thorn that pierced Merc's heart directly. What? He was infuriated by Su Yan's arrogance. This guy is really too hateful to look down on me like that. However, at this moment, he became even more cautious in his heart. This was because he clearly knew that since Su Yan dared to say such words, he naturally had something to rely on. The other party was able to seize Shadow City quietly, so no matter what, he couldn't be an idiot. An enemy in such a position and mysterious position was really pressurizing for him, making him feel at a loss. At this moment, Su Yan directly unfolded his power. At this moment, Merc realized that his surroundings seemed to have been completely sealed off. The other party had the same idea as him, which was to not give the other party any chance and directly kill him here. You don't plan to use it. You can't use it, right? The power of Shadow City is the result of my painstaking efforts. Even if Shadow City has fallen into your hands, you are still too naive to think that you can directly use its power. Merc was still very confident about his Shadow City. At this moment, Su Yan gently raised his hand and a ball of energy appeared. This massive power was not large. At best, it was only the size of a fist. However, when this power was displayed, Merc was shocked. He could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within this ball of energy. It was a power that could give him a fatal blow. More importantly, the source of this power was his Shadow City. What? He never thought that the slap to his face would come so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still saying that it was impossible, but in the next moment, Su Yan had already displayed his strength, telling him that anything was possible. At that moment, Su Yan gently snapped his fingers. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared and directly rushed towards Merc. Almost at the moment Su Yan moved, the 5 storms condensed by the Shadow King also directly erupted at this time, turning into the most terrifying aura and power, and then swept towards Su Yan. These 5 forces had been cast by Merc from the beginning, and then locked on to Su Yan. Once Su Yan made any strange movements, this terrifying force could directly launch an attack. Then, it would directly devour Su Yan. Boom 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 boom. 5 terrifying sounds rang out, and such a strong force directly exploded at this time. The most terrifying aura changed at this time, and it was simply powerful to the extreme. It was the most powerful force in this world. Such an aura fell, and the endless sky appeared. Su Yan was directly devoured. This guy's speed is really terrifying, but it's a pity that I was already prepared. The death storm will completely devour you. At this time, he was definitely not in a good mood. After all, Su Yan's sudden attack just now was out of his control of the situation. Any matter like this was extremely nerve-wracking for him. However, it was fortunate that Lin Fan's methods were still formidable. He had defeated countless opponents using the Storm of Death, and had even killed 5 kings. Every time he killed an opponent, the power of the Death Storm would become stronger. And now, a brand new soul would be added to his Storm of Death. Moreover, the strength of this soul was absolutely unimaginable. At this time, the entire sky seemed to have begun to dim, and waves of power surged. It was simply unimaginable. All the power between heaven and earth was changing at this time. The terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. The power that condensed all the aura of the sky at this time was even more incredible. At this time, the power of darkness became more and more powerful, which was normal. Because at this time, the power was constantly devouring and sweeping, wanting to devour everything. When this power reached its peak, it would directly devour Su Yan and kill him. However, at this time, Su Yan's power condensed, and a dense halo directly condensed. At this time, the endless power of darkness suddenly began to calm down. But it did not. Instead, it became quiet, or it stopped. At this time, the endless power seemed to have been directly suppressed, which was simply unimaginable. For such a thing to happen, it was simply inconceivable. At this time, a ray of light in the sky directly rushed down, and finally turned into the most violent and unbelievable power. What? Merc kept retreating, because at this time, he felt fear. His powerful destructive power was clearly still there, but at this time, he still did not have any confidence, as if he would be defeated in the next moment. This intuition had not appeared for too long, but in the end, he was unwilling to give up, and did not understand why this would happen. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether or not this was just his imagination. At this time, what he did not want to see finally happened. At this time, a huge mass of energy directly grabbed at this time, and the most terrifying aura directly descended. At this time, his power disappeared bit by bit. That's right, it disappeared bit by bit. He stared fixedly at this change. It was clearly a powerful power, but why did it disappear at this time? At this time, Su Yan's figure reappeared. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that his attack was actually beginning to move towards Su Yan's body. How is this possible? That's the power of 5, the Shadow King. Even he himself could not directly devour this power. This was because even the Shadow King's body had a limit to how much it could contain, unless he continuously increased his realm. Otherwise, he would also reach his limit. This was clearly the case for him. Before condensing the 5 storms of death, he had already defeated and devoured many the Shadow King. Therefore, his own strength had become extremely powerful, but now, he could no longer devour the Shadow King. Therefore, he could only use this method to completely refine the Shadow King. However, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to do it to this extent. No matter how he did it, I can't let him continue like this. He immediately understood that if he continued to let Su Yan go, he would be helping the enemy, and Su Yan's strength would become even more terrifying, which was a completely stupid thing to do. Therefore, he directly made a move. A series of shadows appeared, and in the next moment, he directly appeared next to Su Yan. His eyes were like flames, staring straight at Su Yan. Die. He directly used his hand as a knife, and the most terrifying aura directly swept out. At this moment, such a power directly exploded, and the most terrifying aura was like a cloud of smoke, terrifying to an unimaginable extent. It was the most terrifying power, which completely destroyed everything. Such a power swept out, no less than a natural storm. Su Yan stood there, watching such a power directly sweep down. He also felt the power and horror of this power, but he was completely indifferent. Boom! This power fell next to him and was once again blocked. At this time, Merc was really shocked. 5 death storms, plus his own power, were blocked at the same time. This was simply unbelievable, and even horrifying. He simply could not understand how Su Yan did it. How is this possible? No, that's the power of Shadow City. At this time, he suddenly realized that Su Yan's body was emitting the power that he was most familiar with, which was the power of his Shadow City. Su Yan nodded, then said, "Yes, you're right. This is the power of Shadow City." At this time, Su Yan's power increased again. At this time, Merc seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and he could not break free from it at all. "Since I've obtained your Shadow City, I can naturally analyze your power from it and use it as a basis to deal with you, Su Yan said very calmly. He did say earlier that he would not use Shadow City, but in fact, he still did. Moreover, from the beginning, Su Yan had planned to do so. This was not a big deal. After all, they were enemies. For an enemy, since he could easily and happily deal with the opponent, why should he take the risk? What really surprised Merc was that even he had not thought of such a way to use power. What he could use was to instantly condense the power of Shadow City and then erupt with an absolutely powerful attack. However, it was impossible for him to precisely control the power like Su Yan and turn it into a vortex to slowly devour him. Chapter 1300. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. True fear for him, this was simply unacceptable. Shadow City, which he had worked so hard to create, could exert more power in the hands of his opponent. This was simply ironic, and he couldn't accept it. However, Su Yan didn't care at this time. He never cared about what his opponent thought. As time passed, his analysis of Shadow City became more thorough, and the power he could use became more powerful. Shadow Vortex, Su Yan said. He named this move Shadow Vortex. As long as the Shadow King and Merc's power approached, they would be directly swallowed. Merc snorted. Don't think you've won. Even at this time, he still refused to admit defeat because it wasn't time yet. So what if you get Shadow City? In fact, you never knew that for me, the most powerful thing is not Shadow City, but myself. At this moment, he directly pierced his arm into his abdomen. At this time, Su Yan directly frowned because at this moment, he had already felt an extremely terrifying aura begin to boil and burn directly. In an instant, an even more powerful aura appeared. I, Merc, am not an ignorant idiot who puts all my hope on Shadow City. At this moment, his body's appearance began to change. Su Yan was close to him, and he could clearly feel the change in power. His aura directly increased, which was a qualitative improvement. If he had to use a word to explain his state at this time, it would be evolution. Yes, evolution. At this moment, this strange thing actually began to evolve. This was simply unimaginable. His power began to surge, and the richest power rolled at this time. A brand new monster was directly formed at this time. You want to drag me into the quagmire, but have you ever thought about whether this quagmire of yours can accommodate me? At this moment, his aura almost broke through the limit, reaching the strength of the Shadow King that Su Yan fought before. Feeling such a terrifying impact, Su Yan was also inwardly shocked. He had never imagined that this power could actually reach such a level. So that's how it is. You actually hid your true form and then condensed a brand new self. Su Yan already understood that this guy had sealed his true self, and then existed as a false external existence. The connection between him and Shadow City was not his true self, but his false self as the foundation. You're quite ambitious. You want to walk two different paths. Merc laughed. You're pretty smart. You actually figured it out in an instant. Although Shadow City provided great convenience and was a gift from God, since it belonged to God, what if God wanted to take it away? From the day I obtained Shadow City, I already understood. When he had first obtained Shadow City, he had already had his concerns. It had to be said that Merc was an extremely smart shadow creature. In order to improve his strength faster without being restricted by God, he used such a method. Under the great temptation of Shadow City, ordinary shadow creatures would have been impatient to use Shadow City to cultivate. So, it's really like this. Su Yan frowned slightly. The small world was constantly refining Shadow City. In the beginning, it was extremely smooth, but at this point, it was extremely difficult. There seemed to be a rune at the center of the shadow world that was preventing him from refining it. This rune definitely did not belong to the Shadow King, Merc, because he was not so powerful. Su Yan knew that he absolutely could not stop him. In that case, this thing was the so-called God's talisman. Interesting. At this time, Su Yan did not panic in the face of the so-called God's talisman at all. Instead, he showed great interest in it. Because he clearly knew that if he could analyze the true meaning of this God's talisman, it would be of great benefit to the improvement of his strength. Of course, he also knew that as long as it was related to God, then nothing was simple. This small talisman most likely contained an enormous amount of power. And as Merc said, since the power of Shadow City was given by God, then God could also take it back. Su Yan never thought that God was benevolent. On the contrary, in his cognition, God was the most selfish existence in the world. Because in their eyes, everything had already lost the meaning of existence, and it was only food for their mind. Their power was so strong that their will could override everything. At this time, Su Yan's power surged. The God's talisman was something he could not solve now, so he could only put it aside for now. For him, the most troublesome thing at the moment was the power in front of him. Merc's power was equivalent to that of the Shadow Lord. What was the Shadow Lord? It was the definition between the peak of the Shadow King and the Shadow Emperor. Generally speaking, their strength was definitely not weak, and to a certain extent, they could directly surpass the Shadow Emperor. You can force me to use my true body, which is impressive. However, this is also the beginning of your misfortune. When I display this power, I don't intend to let you continue to live. At this time, his power surged, and the terrifying aura had reached the most terrifying level. His will was almost enough to suppress everything. Su Yan raised his head and looked at Merc, who was pressing towards him. Then, he directly raised his hand. Sword, come. This was his response to Merc's power. Sword, come. It was just two short words, but they contained boundless power. The terrifying aura changed at this time, and then countless shadow power was forcibly grasped by him. In just a moment, it had condensed into a long sword. This long sword was no different from the Taiji sword. Su Yan once tried to summon the Taiji sword in the shadow world, but unfortunately, he failed. He could feel that the Taiji sword still existed, but he could not summon it. However, this did not matter, because as long as the sword intent existed, everything was a sword. Since shadow power was a kind of power rule, it could also be used as a sword principle. The shadow sword condensed, and in an instant, Su Yan's aura became incomparably sharp. At this time, Su Yan's aura was threatening. Under such a blow, Merc's huge pressure dissipated a lot. And this was just the beginning. Su Yan's energy condensed once again. A surge of energy was rolling continuously at this moment. At this moment, such a terrifying aura had already reached the most terrifying stage. Between heaven and earth, everything directly erupted with the most violent aura and power. At this time, endless rules rolled down, and the rules were directly reversed. Just now, it was not your full strength. Amazing. At this moment, Merc was also surprised. The technique that Su Yan had just displayed was already extremely powerful. He had condensed the shadow vortex and dragged his fake body into it. It was as if he had swallowed everything. However, at this time, Su Yan actually came up with such a method. The aura of this sword was incomparably huge, and the powerful power that the terrifying sword light displayed at this time seemed to be able to unfold everything. Even after he revealed the power of his real body, he could not do anything to Su Yan. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? He frowned, and was deeply afraid of Su Yan's power. However, Su Yan did not care. At this time, his power spiraled again, turning into a terrifying vortex. The long sword was like the wind, cutting all things. This time, his strength had simply reached the pinnacle. The sword chi was so strong that it tore apart Merc's prestige layer by layer. Su Yan's eyes became deep, and it seemed that everything was faintly showing the truth. Originally, as Su Yan's original body was completely shattered, the Eye of Truth should have disappeared. However, at this time, the reappearance of the true power appeared again. In Su Yan's eyes, there seemed to be two dragon shadows that began to flicker. That was the blood dragon pupil. Kill. With a glare, divine light directly burst out. This divine light flew in the air, and in the end, it directly turned into a long dragon, whistling forward, wanting to destroy everything. Such a change was really out of Merc's expectations, and it also made him feel unprecedented pressure. Just a moment ago, he had the absolute initiative with the power he displayed, but now, he was broken through, and it seemed that all the suppression began to collapse. This made him feel a little out of control. At their level, they wanted to control everything in their own hands, and if this control suddenly disappeared, then even they would feel that it was very troublesome. They were panicking. When it came to the battle, Su Yan had become extremely silent. This was because he had condensed everything he had into the battle. At this time, he was really a true god of battle. When his will gradually began to sink, the sword chi also became increasingly heavy. At this time, the endless sword chi continued to fly, and the terrifying power at this time was like the clouds on the horizon. At this time, the terrifying and deep power was even more powerful and unparalleled. Get lost. Su Yan shouted again, and the sword chi skyrocketed again, completely overturning Merc's prestige without holding back. At this time, Merc no longer had any advantage. This damned guy. Of course, he was unwilling to accept this. His power shook, and directly charged and fought with Su Yan. Both of their auras were rolling, like dark clouds. Such a terrifying power was simply indescribable. Chapter 1301. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation God's Talisman. Boom. With a loud bang, Su Yan and Merc's attacks collided. Then, the most shocking aura exploded. Such power was truly terrifying. That boundless aura was about to annihilate everything at this moment. Between heaven and earth, all the wills had disappeared. The only thing that remained was Su Yan's complete brilliance. At this moment, his power was rolling. At this moment, the terrifying power had almost reached an unimaginable level. After the attack, Merc's body suddenly began to expand. You damned guy. Su Yan raised his head and looked at Merc in front of him. He knew that Merc's real trump card was about to be used. Extreme Transformation, Shadow Lord. At this time, his real body and fake body appeared at the same time. In the next moment, the two powers began to merge. When the real body and the fake body began to overlap and merge, the most terrifying power was immediately displayed. Such an aura was simply the most violent and terrifying. At this time, the power of darkness was like a flame, reaching an extreme level. The dark flame seemed to be forming a pattern at this time, and then extinguishing everything. Amazing. At this time, you want to merge the two bodies into one, and then directly break through to the next realm? Even Su Yan couldn't help but admire this guy at this time. At this time, he could think of such a method to let himself complete an evolution. This was really amazing. At this time, the 5 death storms that Su Yan had suppressed began to tremble. Humph, all my power, return to me. He immediately roared. Then, an invisible force appeared and began to summon the 5 death storms. The death storms were actually independent the Shadow King. At this time, they were summoned and immediately began to riot. They wanted to break free from the suppression and return to Merc's body. Su Yan's sword chi turned and immediately cut off this connection. Ha, you want to stop me and not let my power fuse? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Merc seemed to directly know Su Yan's intention. But he would never let Su Yan achieve it. With just a turn of his power, the power immediately turned into the most absolute whirlpool, and then cut off everything. This kind of aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. Under such a change, the whole world began to spiral to the extreme. Su Yan's sword chi had not even been raised, but it had already been affected. Shadow City, if you don't come out now, when will you? At this time, Shadow City, which was suppressed in the small world, began to shake. Well, you can do this. Su Yan was surprised. Shadow City had been suppressed in the small world by him. How did this guy do it? At this moment, Mok laughed and said, "You are indeed powerful, but you still made a mistake." At this time, he sneered and was very proud. Su Yan said, "Huh? Is that so? Tell me about it." At this time, Su Yan did not panic at all and asked directly. "You shouldn't have let me come into contact with the power of Shadow City. Even if you can operate the power of Shadow City, there is one thing you can't erase, and that is the divine talisman. The power of the great shadow god is not something an ant like you can touch. My most original power has been condensed in the divine talisman." While he was talking, the divine talisman began to bloom, as if it was going to break through everything. In an instant, the small world shook. Su Yan showed a look of surprise. "So that's how it is. I understand. Although I used the power of Shadow City to suppress you, you used this power to go against the current. It seems that you have opened some forbidden law of the god's talisman. Am I right?" Merc said, "Yes, but you can force me to this step. You are also powerful, but it's time for you to die." At this moment, the fusion of the two bodies had completely begun. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the most terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. Such power spiraled like the whisper of the wind, and like the changes of the sun and moon in the world. At this time, Su Yan had to solve the problem in the small world first. Let's see if you can stop Shadow City. Your greed will send you on your way. Even if you solve this problem, you will have to face me, who is even more powerful. Merc's plan this time was brilliant, and he knew that Su Yan had no choice but to suppress Shadow City at this time. In fact, Su Yan was the same at this time. He directly mobilized his power at this time. The powerful and terrifying power began to rotate like a whirlpool, and the power kept changing at this time. The power of the world, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, appear for me. At this time, his will returned to the small world, and at the same time, he directly summoned the souls of the two divine beasts. These two powers kept changing, and in an instant, they had covered the sky and the sun. It was unimaginable. "Suppress for me." As Su Yan shouted, that energy immediately became extremely terrifying. After that energy directly turned into the most terrifying and incomparably powerful chi vortex. And at this time, the most obvious divine pattern appeared. The divine talisman was a pattern, which could also be called a divine pattern. It had unimaginable power. At this time, this power seemed to directly break through the seal of the small world. But how could Su Yan let it succeed? At this time, you still want to resist. Since you're already here, then there's no need to leave. Stay for me. Su Yan shouted, and then the power directly appeared at this time. The most terrifying and violent power kept changing and condensing, and in the end, the two strange phenomena bared their fangs and brandished their claws, suppressing everything. When the two strange phenomena completely fell, the divine pattern trembled even more violently. Everything was about to be destroyed at the same time. A storm appeared. The battle between the two powers directly produced an extremely terrifying storm. This storm spread in all directions. It seemed to want to destroy everything. However, this was a small world. At this time, there was almost nothing in this small world. If there was something, it would be the mysterious chaos. This storm was indeed powerful, but it barely stirred up the chaos. Powerful, as expected of a divine inscription. However, since it has entered my dimension, it has to be suppressed. After all, this isn't true divine energy, it's just a divine inscription. If this was true divine energy, even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be extremely terrifying. But Su Yan knew that this was a mark left behind by a god, and it didn't have any divine power. Therefore, he had a chance to suppress it. And as long as he could suppress it, there would be endless hope for him. At this point, his strength had reached a point where it was limitless. The terrifying smoke cloud was even more so. The power rumbled like thunder, and the terrifying aura was as though it could split the heavens and earth. And at this time, Su Yan's real body suddenly disappeared. Waka had been watching the battle in the sky. When Su Yan suddenly disappeared, he was scared half to death. He was Su Yan, and at this time, Su Yan disappeared. To him, this was something more terrifying than death. After all, to the Shadow King, Merc, who was so strong that he was speechless, he was just like an ant. In the shadow world, there was no such thing as mercy. Suppress, seal of the zenith. Su Yan shouted, and a surge of power came down. A terrifying light burst out at this time. Such an aura was unimaginable. The thick aura rose to the highest point in the sky. The divine pattern's color became even more intense, but Su Yan's power was even stronger. Even though the divine power is strong, it's not true power. I'm the master of this world. With my world's power, how can I not suppress you? At this time, Su Yan was full of heroism. At the same time, the power of the zenith moved again. This time, the power of the zenith began to transform into purple lightning. The flashing lightning was terrifying to the extreme. The power was almost unimaginable. Such a change in power had reached the most extreme level. Under the bombardment of this power, the divine pattern's brilliance finally began to dim. The power of the zenith was really terrifying. Even such a powerful divine talisman could only choose to surrender at this time. Very good. It seems that the other forces and shadow creatures in the Shadow City are secondary. The most precious thing is the divine talisman. As long as I can analyze the divine talisman, then I may be able to deduce the divine law of the Shadow God. Thinking of this, even Su Yan's heart beat faster. To deduce the divine law was almost a heaven-defying act. Such an act was to offend the domain of the gods. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared to death by this point. But Su Yan was different. Not only was he not afraid, but he became even more fearless and wanted to move forward bravely. I've already fought with the dragon god. I don't believe that you, the shadow god, can do anything. At this time, Su Yan was simply audacious. He didn't put anything in his eyes. This was because he had vaguely understood a truth. From the moment he obtained the Zenith Sword Codex, he had already begun to transform into the Zenith. What was the Zenith? He didn't understand before, but now he had a slight understanding. Chapter 1302. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Sword Heart Illumination. The so-called Grand Supreme was the peak of all things, the most powerful and greatest existence above the gods. In fact, the Grand Supreme was the true heavenly path. The so-called heavenly path here was not the will of the world, but the true heavenly path of heaven and earth, the foundation of all things. No matter when, perception was everything. At this time, since Su Yan already had such a perception, he would become more fearless and determined. This was the benefit of increasing one's perception. If a person did not even have a perception, then the speed of his strength improvement would not be too fast, and he would even be deterred because of his heart. However, Su Yan did not care. At this time, his strength was directly displayed. Under the suppression of the small world, the aura finally calmed down. Such a change was like a storm sweeping through, extremely violent. But at this time, all of this began to condense. At this time, the brilliance between heaven and earth became quiet. It was the calm after a storm. Ultimately, the divine imprint was still suppressed. Naturally, he was also very clear that at this moment, it was impossible for him to completely refine the divine imprint. The current Su Yan's cultivation base was still insufficient, unless he could increase his strength to the next level. If his realm could improve further, it was possible for him to directly refine this divine rune, but at this time, he was probably still not enough. At this time, his aura was surging, and his strength had reached an extremely profound level. His gaze fell directly outside the small world. That guy, I think it's about time. Then, it's time to meet him. At this time, he had already seen that Merc's transformation had reached the final stage. Once the transformation was completed, Merc's strength would definitely increase. This was without a doubt. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. He had already fought with a real Shadow Lord. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, a powerful aura reappeared. Without a doubt, this was the completion of Merc's transformation. When his transformation was completed, everything had changed. His aura was so heavy, and his strength was so powerful that it was terrifying. There seemed to be an endless brilliance stopping. At this time, he had finally completed his transformation. His aura had completely changed, and he had become a brand new individual. At this moment, the aura released from his body was so thick and terrifying. Such power was simply heavy and boundless, heavier than the thousands of ancient mountains and rivers. He's gone. At this time, he frowned because Su Yan had entered the small world. Even someone as powerful as him could not believe that Su Yan could really hide from his eyes. Could it be that he escaped? No, you must still be here. My feeling tells me that you didn't leave, but why did you disappear? I can't feel your chi, why did you disappear? This was his biggest doubt. It was impossible for Su Yan. Logically speaking, it was him. How could he let Su Yan leave so easily? He was very clear that the will had not been touched, but Su Yan had disappeared at this time. But at this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded, "You don't have to look for me, I'm here." Power suddenly emerged and turned into a door. At this time, Su Yan stepped out of the door. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked straight at Merc in the sky. At this time, Merc was also extremely surprised because in just a short while, Su Yan seemed to be a little different from before. This really surprised Merc. He even felt that Su Yan was an out-and-out monster. Otherwise, how could Su Yan's strength increase so quickly? Where did you come from? In just a short while, you actually managed to increase your strength to such a level. You're definitely not an ordinary shadow creature. At this time, if Merc still felt that Su Yan was weak, then he would be a real idiot. Su Yan's terrifying strength had been displayed to the extreme just now. Su Yan looked at Merc, then said with a smile, "Why? Is it surprising that my strength increased? But, isn't this a normal thing?" Merc frowned, but on the other hand, he had to agree with Su Yan's words. This was indeed a normal thing. He was also a shadow creature. How big was this world? He was definitely not the only one who was favored by the heavens. Su Yan being able to increase his strength was naturally all too normal. At this time, Su Yan's aura surged like thunder. His aura directly suppressed Merc. Come on, let me see how terrifying a Shadow Monarch's true combat power is. In the infinite world, Su Yan had already fought with a Shadow Monarch, but he understood that it wasn't the strength that a real Shadow Monarch could display. At the very least, Su Yan directly triggered the infinite world's heaven's will, forcing him to transform and give up a part of his power. Even so, the battle at that time was already extremely troublesome. Of course, that was a terrifying powerhouse who could invade the infinite world. His strength was needless to say. Merc, the Shadow Monarch, had just completed his transformation. Although he had become a Shadow Monarch, there was definitely a big gap between him and the last one. However, Su Yan wouldn't let this matter slide. Because of contempt, he would take his own life. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon. Su Yan didn't want to die in such a place. Moreover, he had experienced countless battles and had long developed his mentality. He definitely wouldn't end up like this. At this moment, he directly displayed his power, and the power surged and roared. You actually dare to make the first move. How dare you? At this time, Merc had just raised his strength to the peak, but he didn't expect Su Yan to make the first move. However, after a cold snort, he already understood that Su Yan was an extremely troublesome enemy. And judging from the current situation, although he had successfully evolved and turned into a Shadow Monarch, which was a level higher than the Shadow King, Su Yan had stolen his Shadow City and suppressed the god runes in it. No matter how Su Yan did it, this ability alone was already extremely terrifying and could even be said to be lawless. Offending the majesty of God, you must die. As the two words left his mouth, the terrifying combat power directly manifested at this time. The endless aura was simply raised to the peak at this moment. At this time, the boundless power became incomparably powerful. The power that was like thunder was also suppressing Su Yan. It was another terrifying confrontation without any fancy moves. The power was so powerful that it was almost unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan was simply unimaginable. Such power was simply like a storm. The world was like frost, and everything was sinking. At this time, everything began to be annihilated in the confrontation of the two people's power. This aura was really terrifying. After this confrontation, Su Yan's eyes became more serious. The change in his opponent's strength was even more terrifying than before. At this time, his sword will directly emerged, and the terrifying sword will directly activated the boundless shadow power. At this time, the endless power directly condensed and then turned into a huge sword that reached the sky. The appearance of such a terrifying sword chi shocked Merc, who had turned into a yin-yang monarch. This kind of power seemed to be able to shake his soul. Damn it, how can this kid have such terrifying strength and aura? At this time, he simply couldn't believe his perception. The moment this power appeared, he clearly felt that the surrounding power was directly absorbed by Su Yan. Humph, but do you think you can defeat me like this? If you can directly absorb this power, then I can destroy it and kill it. He suddenly roared. In an instant, the most terrifying power directly reached the peak at this time. Boundless destructive power manifested at this moment. It had almost reached its most terrifying peak. The giant sword directly began to shake as if it was about to be torn apart. At this time, Su Yan still didn't care, because he had everything in his hands. As expected of a shadow monarch. Whether it is the perception of power or the change of the battle rhythm, it can be said to be exquisite. If Merc had a little more time, Su Yan could have extracted all the surrounding shadow energy and condensed it into his giant sword. At that time, all the power would have manifested at this time, and the power would be really powerful to an unimaginable extent. Su Yan was confident that the condensed giant sword could completely injure him. Unfortunately, Merc directly perceived the change at this time and directly shattered all of it. However, it didn't matter. Even if this power was shattered, it was enough for Su Yan. As long as the sword essence took shape, his battle strength would only become more and more powerful. His aura spread out one by one, turning into endless shadows. Such an aura was filled with the most powerful and terrifying things. At this time, the sky was the sword, the earth was the sword, and everything was the sword in Su Yan's hand. They were all Su Yan's weapons. At this time, Su Yan suddenly spat out 4 words, heart integrated into sword. Chapter 1303. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, endless fantasy translation crazy learning the moment these words were spoken, Su Yan's power did not change. However, the world around Merc changed strangely. The most terrifying aura moved directly at this time, and the ancient changes had reached the most terrifying level at this time. At this moment, Merc found that his energy had been forcefully reversed. In other words, his attack power had become Su Yan's power, and it was used against him. This made him extremely shocked and furious. He had never expected such an outcome. "Good move," he exclaimed. Then, his power began to change at this moment. His aura changed, and storms began to appear one after another. Storm of Death. This was the move he was most proficient in. Just now, every storm of death was the most terrifying the Shadow King. At this moment, it was even more incredible. Such power was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying aura was refracted. Every storm of death evolved, and in the end, it became a lord. "I'd like to see how you're going to reverse my power." At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. That berserk aura was boundless and endless. Storm after storm began to circulate at this moment. It was like a terrifying curtain between heaven and earth. That boundless power was even more unimaginable. Such power was almost unparalleled at this moment. The will of the entire world seemed to have condensed in his hands. "Since you want to fight, then come. You can reverse energy. I'd like to see if you can do the same to me." At this moment, his will was high, and his whole person was in high spirits. It was really unimaginable that such a brilliance would shine at this moment. Since the energy could be distorted by Su Yan, he might as well not use it. He directly returned all the energy to his body. At the same time, he directly attacked. He used himself as a weapon. He wanted to see how Su Yan could withstand his attack. He was so fast that he shattered the surrounding space and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. Facing such a sudden attack, Su Yan's gaze did not change. This was because he had long known that this guy would be extremely powerful, but it did not matter. Fighting with a powerhouse was the most beneficial to him. The Shadow King's speed was very fast. In almost an instant, he had broken through in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan also threw out a punch. Such a wild and violent punch whistled through the air, it was simply incomparable. At this moment, the terrifying pressure had reached its peak. The two of them started a real confrontation. Although Merc had just become a Shadow Lord, the power he could unleash was extremely powerful. Even Su Yan could not help but admire this guy. If it was in the past, Su Yan would Su Yan's art translation. But now, after arriving in the Shadow World, his original body's body. The Shadow's body was his shadow body. Although his strength was still not weak, compared to Merc, it was still too weak. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan's body was no longer an advantage. This forced Su Yan to change his fighting style. Many times in the past, when he fought with his enemies, he relied on the strength of his physical body to defeat them directly. But now, his strongest and most proficient physical body had already disappeared. In this way, it was a huge disadvantage for him. One had to know that habit was an extremely terrifying thing. Even at Su Yan's level, it was impossible to avoid it. However, at this time, he could no longer continue according to the previous conditions. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly pushed his strength and aura to the extreme. Merc wanted to fight with him with his physical body, but Su Yan wanted to use energy to attack. His mind flickered, and rays of brilliance constantly changed at this time, constantly condensing into shadow swords. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with Su Yan's sword chi. "Is your body sturdy? I want to see just how far you can go. Kill him for me." Su Yan shouted, and then all the sword chi fell directly. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The endless majesty was almost unimaginable at this time. That terrifying aura had reached its most berserk state at this moment. His strength was displayed at this time. The most terrifying power was really boundless at this moment. The deep majesty had directly changed the whole world, turning it into a deep sea of sword prison. Come on. Both of them had already brought out their most powerful abilities. In just a short while, they had already exchanged countless blows. In such a short time, thousands of Su Yan's sword chi had been directly shattered. The boundless power was even more powerful at this time. Everything changed at this time, which was really terrifying. All the pressure between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time, as if it had shrunk to the extreme. At this time, the most terrifying light flickered at this time. Merc's expression was very ugly. At this time, although he had been triumphantly advancing in the battle at this time, almost all of Su Yan's attack power had been shattered. However, he was very clear that this was only a superficial victory. His opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he had thought. After such a long time, his sword chi had not weakened at all. To some extent, it had even become stronger. The endless sword chi was really boundless. If this continued, the situation would be reversed in a while. Kill. He knew that at this time, he had to be more decisive. He definitely could not fight Su Yan head-on like this. Since Su Yan was good at energy, he could not let him continue like this. Instead, he faced him with the attack that he was best at. In the next moment, his brilliance flashed, and the most terrifying and extreme power at this time was simply to the extreme. Streaks of power kept flashing at this time, and the most terrifying brilliance had become the dimmest. Amazing. Your understanding of the form has reached a level that amazes me. In fact, to some extent, the change in the form of a shadow creature was a change in the soul. If Merc was a human, it meant that his soul had become extremely powerful at this time. Even Su Yan had not reached such a level in the past. Now, Su Yanhua agreed with a sentence, which was that the best teacher was actually one's opponent, because one could learn a lot of things from one's opponent that one might have never known before. Merc did not say anything. He shattered countless sword chi and finally arrived in front of Su Yan. Let's see how you escape. As he said that, he had already thrown a punch. It was simple and direct. Facing such a punch, how could Su Yan underestimate it? He knew very well that great things were simple. When a person could perform a punch to the most simple and extreme extent, the power of this punch would definitely not be weak, and it could even be terrifyingly powerful. At this time, this punch was like that. The surging power almost tore through everything. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword that he had condensed was completely shattered. Everything had completely disappeared. How terrifying was this? Facing this punch, Su Yan suddenly found that all the energy he had condensed was completely drained. In other words, at this time, Su Yan had to face it in his shadow form. Are you going to force me like this? Interesting. At this time, Su Yan's blood was rekindled. His opponent's punch was indeed powerful, but he was not afraid at all. In the past, he had relied on his physical body to continuously fight against his enemies. Since that was the case, he would not have any fear at this time. Su Yan also threw a punch, and the terrifying aura met again. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power directly rushed into Su Yan's body. This was simply the most powerful attack. The surging tide-like power was truly incomparably shocking. At this time, Su Yan's gaze changed. Although he was at a disadvantage in this punch, he took advantage of this opportunity to directly see what he wanted to see from this punch. Su Yan believed that everything had its own rules, and that everything that existed must be the truth. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all at this time. He raised his concentration to the extreme, and in this way, everything about his opponent's punch was under his control. However, this Merc's attack was extremely fast. Obviously, he did not want to give Su Yan a chance. Thus, after that punch, he immediately unleashed another punch. His attack speed had surpassed everything. All the power in the entire world was overshadowed by this punch. If one had to use a word to describe such a punch, it would be terrifying. This was a kind of terror that was powerful to the extreme. The boundless sky, the earth, the sea, and the mountains were all in this punch. The two of them kept fighting. Su Yan kept withstanding the crazy attacks, but he was also learning crazily. In the midst of the confrontation, he began to improve. This was not a gradual improvement, but an extremely obvious change. This was an out-and-out monster. Merc obviously also felt Su Yan's improvement, which made him even more fearful. Damn it, this guy is simply a monster. He had always been conceited and felt that he was far superior to other shadow creatures. Those guys, even if they were also shadow kings, were all ignorant and ordinary in his eyes. However, after meeting Su Yan today, he suddenly had such a feeling. Chapter 1304. Killing a duke? No, this brat, I can't let him live. At this time, he had made up his mind to kill Su Yan. Otherwise, Su Yan would be too much of a threat to him. Such a person had too much power. He was mysterious and unfathomable, and his improvement was extremely fast. This time, he could still fight with him like this, but next time, he might not even have the chance to fight. What could be more frightening than having such a terrifying enemy? The best way to deal with such an enemy was to kill him in the cradle. Your killing intent has become stronger. At this time, Su Yan suddenly said. His gaze became more and more strange. Merc felt as if he had no secrets in front of him. For him, this was not a good thing. He was a powerful Shadow Duke, so he definitely could not be in such a sorry state. Humph, don't be too proud of yourself. He fiercely exhaled, and then a power spread out. It was the most terrifying and powerful power again. The wind and clouds swept, and the world changed. At this time, everything was constantly rolling, showing the most powerful and terrifying power. At this time, the endless aura had reached its peak. Between heaven and earth, everything had begun to dissipate. At this time of the battle, all existences were nothingness. The only ones who were truly powerful were the two of them. Do you think that if I continue to grow, you will no longer be able to suppress me? Is that why you are so anxious at this time and want to kill me directly? Do you understand that when you don't dare to face a person, it means that you have already failed? Su Yan's words seemed casual, but every word hit the heart. He was attacking the other's mind. Once the other's mind lost its protection, it would be the best opportunity for him to turn the situation around and start attacking. Merc did not say anything, but obviously, Su Yan's words had indeed entered his heart. He did not want to let the other party grow because he did not have enough confidence to face himself when he grew up. This was the truth, and he couldn't deny it. So what? You are indeed a powerful fellow with great potential. However, as long as I can kill you, you will become my food, he said directly. For shadow creatures, what could be more delightful than devouring an outstanding and powerful person? At this point, his aura was constantly changing, and he had reached an unimaginable level. That was all the light. He had to win this battle. Su Yan declined to comment, but he had to admit that he agreed with the other party's point of view. If their positions were switched, he would have done the same. Heavenly Colossal Sword. Just then, Su Yan unleashed his power once more and condensed out his own sword chi. Idiot, this kind of move is useless against me. Just now, it has already proven this point. The sword through heaven that Su Yan had condensed was indeed extremely powerful, but at this time, Merc had already condensed everything he had. This caused him to become extremely terrifying. When all the power was raised to the extreme, the terrifying power was simply unimaginable. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. It was as if all of the light in the world had lost its color. He did not take the massive sword through heaven seriously at all. Facing this sword, he directly punched out, and the fish chi rose up as if a massive mountain range had descended. The terrifying power of this mountain range was unimaginable. Within the mountain range, there were not massive rocks but the manifestation of the laws of power. This kind of power was simply terrifying to the extreme. The sword through heaven was directly shattered, and he gave a sinister smile as if he did not take this seriously. This was because from how he saw it, this was something that could not be more normal. If he could not even destroy a single strand of sword chi, that would be a disgrace. However, he was still looking forward to how Su Yan would attack. After all, he did not believe that Su Yan only had this much power and that there were no other changes. By now, Su Yan did not disappoint him. He unleashed his power, which turned into a dazzling ray of light. At this moment, the shattered sword through heaven started to change. A ray of light shone out and turned into the most direct brilliance. After the sword through heaven was shattered, not only did it not disappear, but it also dispersed and turned into a more primitive chain of sword chi, which directly wrapped around Merc. "I've caught you," Su Yan said directly. At the same time, his power suddenly exploded, and a terrifying aura completely burst out at this time. You want to trap me with this?" Merc snorted coldly. "You actually want to fight in this way? It's simply ridiculous." He really did not take Su Yan's attack seriously. They were shadow creatures, powerful shadow creatures. Changing their forms was simply a piece of cake for them. Su Yan didn't answer. Because at this point, there was simply no point in saying such nonsense. Sometimes, words could affect the enemy's mind, but sometimes, they were meaningless. Only the final result could explain everything. At this moment, everything in the world began to change. The chains became tighter and tighter as if they were going to cut the powerful Shadow Lord directly. However, the Shadow Lord sneered, and his form directly changed as if he was going to break away from the chains. Kill. However, Su Yan did not seem to see his change. He directly gathered the most powerful force and attacked him. At this moment, the Shadow Lord's expression changed because he finally realized that it would not be so easy for him to break free from this power. Such a strike was simply too terrifying. It was capable of dissipating everything in its path. Su Yan's eyes began to sink at this moment. Endless power was almost equal to everything. "I can't break free." Merc finally realized that he had underestimated Su Yan's attack. Since Su Yan dared to use such an attack, how could he give him a chance to struggle? This attack was obviously going to kill him. However, even so, he did not care. Instead, he condensed and increased all his aura, causing his power to reach the peak. In the face of Su Yan's direct attack, he had to face it with the toughest attitude. His power began to riot, trying to break free from Su Yan's shackles. Since he could not take any shortcuts, he would use the most direct and violent power to crush everything. His domineering nature was fully revealed at this moment. However, at this moment, Su Yan laughed out loud. "That's exactly what I want you to do." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly changed. His body directly became extremely huge as if he had transformed into another form. A faintly discernible majesty began to appear. What? Obviously, he was extremely surprised by Su Yan's sudden change because from the beginning, Su Yan had been fighting with him with extremely powerful energy. However, at this time, Su Yan was using his own body. "You're imitating me." He immediately understood that in the previous battle, Su Yan had been observing the changes in his power. He wanted to find the pattern and then learn from it. This was an extremely terrifying thing. He could not believe that Yi Fuqian could do this. At this moment, Su Yan's power reversal had reached the most powerful level. His body changed, and a pair of wings grew on his back. These were dragon wings. The dragon wings trembled, stirring up a storm. Kill. Is this the tyrannical form you evolved into? It seems not bad, but it's impossible to defeat me with this. Merc shouted directly. His body was like a bottomless black hole that began to devour energy. Endless energy gathered towards his body. Every time it gathered, his strength increased by a bit. Since it had already come to this, he could no longer hold back. No, you're wrong. I don't want to defeat you. I want to kill you. Su Yan's body changed again. Dragon scales had grown on his arms. Such power was simply terrifying. The entire world fell silent at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan directly transformed into a dragon. Su Yan had the power of the great demonic dragon. Back then, in the infinite world, when he entered the dragon realm, his body was already comparable to an ordinary true dragon. However, it was not comparable to a true dragon. But at this moment, his power changed. At this moment, the restrictions on his body no longer existed. He directly transformed into a dragon. At this moment, his powerful body burst out with unparalleled terrifying power. The thick aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the boundless power directly condensed and turned into the most terrifying radiance. The strength of that power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, everything was constantly shrinking. It was as if the entire world had entered a dark era. With his own power, he directly covered the sky. Such a battle had reached another level, another realm. It was unimaginable. Divine power. The world was vast and lawless. At this moment, everything had begun to return to silence. It's time to die. The dragon's roar filled the world. Su Yan's strongest attack was all condensed on the dragon claw. The terrifying power had reached the pinnacle. At this moment, Merc was directly swallowed by the darkness. It had to be said that at this time, Merc was extremely powerful. However, at this time, Su Yan was even more powerful. The dragon fire was torrential. It had spread and swept across the entire world. So at this time, everything was completely destroyed. At this time, the most powerful power had been completely swallowed up. Are you curious where your shadow city went? While speaking, Su Yan directly opened the small world and then directly swallowed it into the small world. Chapter 1305. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and challenging the king. No, how is this possible? What kind of power is this? At this time, Merc was struggling in pain. He was extremely unwilling. Clearly, his strength was still there, and his combat strength was still there. In fact, it was even more vigorous and powerful. However, he was actually defeated by Su Yan in just one blow. Full text read. Delta 1 Xiaoshua. He already knew that Su Yan's growth was extremely fast. However, he never would have thought that this speed would reach such a terrifying level. The change in his power was simply beyond his expectations. Especially the final dragonization, which reached a new level. In an instant, it had broken through everything and directly turned into the most terrifying dragon, which then swallowed him whole. Actually, I have to thank you. Su Yan's voice sounded at this moment. Merc was shocked because just now, he found that he had lost all of his senses. He didn't even know where he was right now. At this moment, when Su Yan's voice sounded, he suddenly found that he was in a place completely different from the shadow world. What did you say? He did not understand what Su Yan meant. At this moment, Su Yan said, "What, you don't understand?" However, that's also the case. With your intelligence, you still can't understand. Then let me tell you. If it wasn't for the battle with you, I wouldn't have been able to understand and analyze the deeper laws of the shadow world so quickly. To this shadow world, Su Yan was just an invader and an outsider. Although he had turned into a shadow creature due to special reasons, what was fake and could not become real. If Su Yan wanted to understand the laws of this place, he would need to slowly comprehend them. For the people of this world, there were many things that they were born with. It was a kind of instinct. Compared to the creatures of this world, Su Yan lacked this kind of instinct the most. However, through the battle with Merc, Su Yan learned a lot. Although he did not have an instinct, he could still learn. Fortunately, the most powerful use of the power of the Exalted was in learning. The analytical ability of the most supreme power was simply heaven-defying. Even the rule power of the shadow world could be directly analyzed by Su Yan. And when Su Yan analyzed all of this, he could begin to learn and improve himself. At this moment, Su Yan's aura began to rise. At this point, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. He appeared in front of Merc. At this time, Merc was no longer a threat to him because this was Su Yan's small world. Moreover, at this moment, Su Yan's aura was still rising. Where is this? And who are you? At this point, Merc had discovered that something was wrong. For a shadow creature, many of Su Yan's actions were abnormal. It doesn't matter. None of this has any meaning. The power of the small world began to suppress, and the aura of the azure dragon and black tortoise were revealed. For Merc, this was the most terrifying and heavy pressure. This was because in this place, Su Yan's black tortoise and azure dragon were practically the will of the world. Even if it was an unformed small world, its power was extremely heavy and unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan's aura was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, his body began to change. The body of a true dragon was gradually recovering. What's going on? Why is your body like this? Merc was shocked to discover that the surface of Su Yan's body was beginning to change. Clearly, Su Yan was beginning to transform. You're actually beginning to evolve. For a shadow creature like him, increasing was naturally evolving. He wanted his old self to die and a new self to be born. Su Yan looked at him and said, "You're right, this is evolution." Su Yan had already accepted this term because he felt that it was very appropriate. At this moment, his power spread out. The surging power was filled with an extremely powerful aura. The most terrifying thing was that this aura contained an indescribable and thought-provoking power. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body had begun to transform. His entire body, as well as everything else, began to disintegrate. This was the death of the old power. And when the old power died, a new power would constantly gather at the same time. With so much power gathered, Su Yan's entire body had reached an extreme level. His aura became deeper and deeper, as if he could see through the entire world. In his eyes, there was the most intoxicating radiance, which seemed to be the radiance of the stars. You will become a part of my small world. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise suppressed him and began to tear Merc's body apart. At this moment, Merc's eyes bulged, filled with incomparable disbelief. What did you say? Small world. At this moment, he was truly shocked to the extreme because he never thought that the enemy in front of him could control a small world. The powerhouses of the shadow world naturally already knew the secret of small worlds. However, to the shadow world, small worlds were extremely precious. Even the most powerful powerhouses couldn't create their own small worlds. After all, shadow creatures were just a kind of monotonous soul. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't make yin and yang perfect. This was also why they had to enter the infinite world to invade and plunder. Only by entering the limitless world and seizing one's own physical body would everything be qualified to be redefined. But even for a shadow duke, it was not easy to enter a small world. It might even be impossible. However, at this moment, Su Yan had a small world. Could it be that you're not a creature of our world at all? Although this was extremely inconceivable, it was the most accurate reason he could think of. If not, how could he have such terrifying strength? Huh, you're not stupid. Indeed, I'm not a creature of the shadow world. Regarding this point, Su Yan did not have any intention of hiding it at all. He directly and openly admitted it. Because of an accident, I entered this world and my body disintegrated. Fortunately, I didn't die. Su Yan directly said with emotion. That's impossible. You're from the infinite world. How could you survive in the shadow world? This was something beyond his understanding, so at this time, he couldn't imagine it at all. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. That already involved the change of the origin of the two worlds. If Su Yan hadn't experienced it personally, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to understand it at all like him. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly changing at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached its strongest point at this time. Come on, my evolution. Su Yan looked at the sky. At this time, he was waiting for the arrival of his own evolution. His aura had become the most terrifying at this time, and the powerful force had directly triggered the small world at this time. Now he was completely connected with the small world. The stronger the small world became, the stronger Su Yan's strength became. Just now, the small world directly suppressed the god's talisman. Although it hadn't reached the point where it could analyze the talisman of the small world and obtain the power in it, it was still a huge improvement for the small world. This was even more so for Su Yan. At this moment, his aura was surging. That terrifying aura seemed to have penetrated the entire long century. Return to the origin, plunder the origin. Su Yan directly shouted. His body rotated, and a powerful force was displayed at this time. At this time, he directly began to plunder the origin of the shadow world. The most terrifying thing was to use the small world as the foundation to plunder the origin of the shadow world. At this time, the whole world seemed to feel this plunder. The sky of the shadow world began to change directly, as if a divine punishment would fall at any time. However, since Su Yan dared to do this, he naturally had his own confidence. The power of the divine punishment couldn't affect him at all. His aura was unleashed at this moment, and it was simply boundless. At this time, this power really showed the most boundless power. His body began to condense again. Although there wasn't any difference from before in appearance, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there was an additional trace of indescribable spirituality in Su Yan's body. What a terrifying aura! His power directly whistled at this time, like a gust of wind, incessantly ringing in the ear. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth had reached the extreme at this time. It was one of the divine punishments, the power of destruction was boundless. However, this power was directly dragged into the small world by Su Yan. Su Yan's current small world was practically a field of chaos. When the divine punishment fell, a gust of wind was born and lightning condensed. At this time, Merc was completely torn apart. All of the rule-bending power condensed in his body had been thoroughly analyzed, which could allow Su Yan to directly improve, and then allow him to further improve. Amazing, this power is really incredible. This time, Su Yan's advancement was actually secondary. The real amazing thing was the transformation of the small world. After this experience, the essence of the small world was much stronger than before. In this way, Su Yan's battle strength would also become more terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Su Yan's evolution finally stopped. At this time, an aura was reflected in his eyes. Many the Shadow King gathered, an oracle issued by the god of the shadow world. This seems to be an extremely grand sacrifice. Amazing. Chapter 1306. Stealing a city. This was what Su Yan saw in Merc's memories. Hundreds of the Shadow King gathered together and began to pray and offer sacrifices. No one knew what they were going to do. Even Merc had no idea about this. From this, it could be seen that this was definitely something extraordinary. At this time, Su Yan's curiosity was actually very strong. But at this time, Merc's memories directly collapsed. It was not that Su Yan's power was not enough to maintain this memory, but that the power of destruction burst out from the memory. Amazing, that seems to be some kind of taboo that can't be read by others. So, even if I only peeked from the memory, I was immediately discovered and directly devoured. Su Yan knew that the power of that source of power was definitely beyond his imagination. At this time, it was simply impossible for him to come into contact with that existence. If such an existence were to discover that he was an anomaly, it would be difficult for him to survive. So, at this time, Su Yan chose to be obedient. It's fine. Although I can't peek into this memory, at least I know something. Su Yan revealed a light smile. At this time, the Shadow King was mostly concentrated in that mysterious place. In that case, the shadow cities were all empty. He had already devoured a shadow city and tasted the sweetness. He deeply understood the benefits of devouring a shadow city. As such, he naturally did not want to give up. If he could continue and devour more shadow cities, his strength would increase even more. For him, this was extremely important and crucial. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very well, this is simply a gift from the heavens. Of course, the heavens will of the shadow world is probably extremely angry with me. Su Yan laughed and then directly left the small world. He wrapped Valka up and asked, "Where's the next shadow city?" Su Yan spoke very calmly, but Valka's eyebrows jumped. Today was simply too shocking for him. Su Yan's strength and dominance were simply unimaginable. He really destroyed a shadow city. Originally, in Valka's opinion, it was already good enough that Su Yan could enter Shadow City and have a place of his own. But now, he felt like he was dreaming. Even the powerful the Shadow King was killed by his current master. Great Master, you are a god high above. Valka is willing to fight for your will. At this point, he no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Whatever Su Yan said, it was naturally what it was. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart. However, at this moment, everything was nothing. Su Yan's will was everything. The legendary shadow god was still too far away from him, but there was one standing in front of him. There is another city in that place. However, as far as I know, that city is controlled by the Shadow King. Many shadow cities were not controlled by the Shadow King. The city in front of him was like that. 2 kings were managing and cultivating together. In some places, there were even 7 kings in charge of a city at the same time. 2 kings, huh? Don't worry, just go ahead. At this time, Su Yan's strength had greatly improved. He was now a Shadow King. At this time, his strength was simply unimaginable. The King of Shadows could still make Su Yan apprehensive in the past, but it was no longer possible now. No matter how strong the King of Shadows was, as long as Su Yan wanted to kill it, he would be able to kill it. Even if there were 2 the Shadow King. Moreover, the Shadow King were now gathered in a mysterious place and seemed to be carrying out some grand ceremony. At least in the beginning, they would not have the energy to pay attention to him. Since that was the case, Su Yan naturally acted unscrupulously and did not have the slightest scruple. This was where his dominance lay. At this time, Su Yan was much stronger than before. When Valka told Su Yan the approximate location, Su Yan directly sensed the direction and knew the existence of that place. It no longer mattered what kind of powerful existence there was in this city and what its name was. After Su Yan appeared, he stood directly in the void. His eyes were cold as he stared straight at this city. At this time, the shadow marshals in Shadow City had already discovered Su Yan. They were not stupid. When they saw Su Yan like this, they already knew that a powerful enemy had arrived. After all, this time, Su Yan did not hide his aura like last time. Instead, he openly looked down, as if an emperor was looking at a group of sinners. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in Twin Demon City? With a stern shout, the defensive formation of the entire city was directly activated. After the defensive formation was activated, a terrifying light directly appeared. Such a light was absolutely terrifying. Those shadow creatures who had not yet entered the city in time were directly killed, leaving not even a trace behind. At this time, the most terrifying aura had already begun to circulate. Such a dense power was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything had already lost its color, as if this was the only thing that would last forever. From this, it could be seen how powerful this power was. In the Great Formation, a total of 25 shadow marshals directly rose into the sky. At this time, they were already tightly connected to the powerful formation. They seemed to be a part of the Great Formation and could mobilize a powerful force. Intruder, I don't care where you came from. Leave Twin Demon City, or we will make you regret it. The Shadow Marshal's strength was extremely powerful. In fact, he was almost on the same level as the Shadow King. He just lacked an opportunity. If it was an ordinary intruder, he would not waste so much time talking. He would probably directly attack and kill. However, Su Yan gave him an extremely heavy feeling, which made him feel incomparably fearful. He felt that he was facing their two kings. In fact, he was even more powerful than them. Therefore, when he rose into the sky, he had already sent a message, telling his two kings to quickly return. The reason why he said this was that he hoped to stall for time. Long-winded. Now, Su Yan had a certain understanding of Shadow City, so at this time, he did not even bother to feign civility. At this time, he directly released his power at this time. The terrifying and powerful power was so dense. At this time, the most powerful power was displayed like the brilliance of the scorching sun. Come in. Su Yan waved his hand, and the powerful power directly emerged. The terrifying power turned into a long dragon and directly devoured them. These powerful shadow marshals would become the power of Su Yan's small world, and then increase Su Yan's strength. At this time, the terrifying power rolled at this time. When the shadow marshals saw Su Yan make a move, he knew that the situation was not good. Use the power of the Great Formation. At this time, he directly extracted the power of the Great Formation. Terrifying and terrifying power directly rose into the sky and swept towards Su Yan's power. The two forces directly met, and in an instant, the dragon and the snake fought. At this time, the most powerful aura had been displayed to the extreme. The power of the city was indeed powerful. It was worthy of being the power condensed by the Shadow King. At this time, it was even more powerful to the extreme. However, at this time, Su Yan's power was absolutely suppressed. Now, his realm had reached the Shadow Lord realm. The power rolled like a long river. Shadow City only blocked the first wave of Su Yan's power, but it was unable to do anything about the following power. Su Yan's terrifying power turned into a whirlwind, crushing fiercely. What a terrifying majesty this was! Such an aura, such a power, it was really unimaginable. Not good. The Shadow Marshal's eyes flashed with horror. He never thought that his power would be so fragile in front of Su Yan. In just an instant, his power had been directly shattered. What kind of monster is this? He was shocked. Even their king couldn't have such powerful power. Even if he could win, it wouldn't be so easy. However, at this time, Su Yan almost directly crushed the entire formation. You still want to resist at this time? Su Yan was high and mighty. He was a veritable king. As such, he had actually reached the pinnacle, and his entire person was displaying a powerful might. Who are you? You need to know that our king is coming back. By doing this, you are going against the Shadow King. The Shadow King were absolutely powerful. No one could ignore such powerful existences. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. His eyes were already a bit cold, and then he said, I'm waiting for them to come. Su Yan's power rolled again, directly turning into a huge palm. The palm fell, directly sweeping towards Shadow City. What? You want to destroy Shadow City? Every Shadow City had the mark of a god. Where did this guy get the guts to do so? Sure enough, just as Su Yan's palm pressed down, a light suddenly erupted, directly blocking Su Yan's power. Such a blow seemed to have destroyed all of Su Yan's power. When this light appeared, the Shadow Marshals were overjoyed, because they knew that this was the eruption of a god's power. The power of the gods was so vast and mighty that even their king was in awe of such power. Chapter 1307. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Deliberately holding back. However, in the face of such power, Su Yan remained calm. If it had been before, he might have panicked, but it was impossible now. After all, he already had experience in dealing with the god's talisman of Shadow City. When this attack erupted, Su Yan's zenith power also surged out. Zenith is boundless. Transform into a true dragon and suppress the zenith dragon. At this moment, his power surged out, and the terrifying aura was simply unbelievably powerful. The most powerful power was displayed at this moment, like a storm. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes burst out with an unprecedented divine light, as if he could see through everything in this world. No matter what kind of power it was, it would be difficult to continue existing under this attack. At this moment, Su Yan's power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the endless brilliance in the sky began to fade and even sink. The power of the god's talisman began to tremble, as if it wanted to break free, but Su Yan would not give it such a chance. Since you've already left Shadow City, why return? Come here. At this moment, Su Yan was really domineering, and the powerful impact was like a long snake. If the god's talisman wanted to display its greatest power, it would naturally be combined with Shadow City. To a certain extent, this Shadow City was a complete person. Shadow City was the physical body, and the god's talisman was the soul. The powerful god of the Shadow World obviously had his own purpose, and he was working hard to create something. Unfortunately, in order to suppress Su Yan's power, the power of the god's talisman spread out, and directly dissolved Su Yan's power. However, at this moment, it also gave Su Yan the best opportunity to use his zenith power. The mighty power of the utmost supreme gushed out and dispelled the power right there and then. Not only did it dissolve, Su Yan's power even began to counterattack, and directly devoured and refined this power. In the eyes of these Shadow Marshals, the world had changed at this moment. Therefore, the power seemed to have come alive and become an independent entity, no longer under their control. Even the power in their bodies was about to leave their bodies and converge towards Su Yan. Devour! Su Yan shouted again, and a terrifying aura directly condensed at this time. Such a powerful power was displayed at this time, and it was simply unimaginable. The endless power at this time was really terrifying to the extreme. Such power at this time, Zhou Yu's translation, the god's book art, and translation at the same time, the gate of the small world began to open. The miniature world appeared directly above the dual devil city. It was hard to imagine how such a powerful force could sweep through the city. Such a terrifying power, at this time, the power, was that. At this time, the power of the power was the power was his translation now, was translation was translation. The most terrifying power continued to emerge at this time, turning into an absolute storm. Not good, Shadow City is being shaken. At this time, they desperately found that Shadow City, which they regarded as their last fortress, was being directly shaken. Such power was simply inconceivable. That terrifying aura was manifested to the extreme at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything had become eternal. It was a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Su Yan's power was so powerful that it had defeated the power of the gods. At this time, Shadow City bloomed with endless light, and the divine talisman almost directly woke up at this time. The power it erupted was even more terrifying than before. No, we won't lose, because the gods are invincible. Some shadow marshals acted at the same time, and directly converged their power towards Shadow City. You lowly guys, you enjoy the protection of Shadow City, and you are supported by the energy of Shadow City. Now is the time for you to contribute to Shadow City. At this time, the shadow creatures in Shadow City were directly burned. At this time, the lives of these shadow creatures were nothing at all. They would never put other shadow creatures in their eyes. This was the cruelty of this world. The creatures that entered Shadow City, including themselves, had their fates cursed the moment they entered the city. It was at this moment that two powerful thoughts were transmitted to him. Who is so bold? It was the Shadow King's thought. Their real bodies couldn't come back, but their thoughts had arrived. The moment their thoughts appeared, the Shadow City seemed to become heavier and heavier. Sure enough, when the Shadow King and his city work together, they can erupt with even more power. Speaking of which, Merc was wronged. If he had come back earlier, and then worked together with the Shadow City, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been killed so easily by me. When Su Yan fought with Merc, the Shadow King, last time, he had already discovered that Merc's strength didn't seem to be able to reach the peak. Of course, he also knew that it wasn't that Merc didn't want to, but that he couldn't. At this time, the thoughts of the two Shadow Kings directly descended, and Shadow City immediately became restless. The divine talisman shone brightly, showing boundless majesty. That's fine. Let me see exactly how far you can go. At this moment, Su Yan was filled with great confidence. Now, he could use his powerful means to directly cut off the two thoughts. In this way, he might be able to drag Shadow City into his small world before the Shadow King arrived. However, Su Yan stopped. He didn't do that, but waited for the two Shadow Kings to arrive. I hope you won't let me down. I'd like to see how terrifying the combat power of the combination of the City Lord and the city is. Su Yan did this to prepare for a rainy day, because he knew in his heart that tricks were ultimately just luck. He couldn't take over a city without a City Lord every time. If Merc was killed by him, and the dual demon city was also destroyed, then no matter how stupid they were, they should know that he was attacking Shadow City. In the next moment, he would become the target of public criticism. Those guys would definitely try to find him and kill him. At that time, he would have to face the Shadow King in his strongest state. Therefore, it was necessary to be able to sense the Shadow King's aura in advance at this time. At this time, Su Yan's power condensed at this time, quietly waiting for the two thoughts to arrive. As for the shadow creatures that were constantly dying in Shadow City, Su Yan didn't care about them at all. Not long after, the two terrifying the Shadow King appeared directly. The moment they appeared, a huge roar broke out in Shadow City, and a terrifying power swept out and spread. When the Shadow Commanders saw the Shadow King appear, they directly entered the city and began to sacrifice their power. Not long ago, Merc seemed to have died. You killed him, right? One of the Shadow King walked out and questioned Su Yan. Su Yan smiled and nodded, then said, Yes, I killed him, and the next ones to die are you. Su Yan raised his hand, and the shadow sword appeared in an instant. Then, it directly rushed toward the two. This sword was so fast that even the powerful the Shadow King felt a great threat. The two of them gathered their power at the same time and bombarded a punch, which barely resolved Su Yan's sword. In the last battle, Merc was able to block and even shatter Su Yan's shadow sword. But now, Su Yan's power had increased a lot compared to before. After all, he had now reached the level of a Shadow Lord. Moreover, if it was a one-on-one battle, neither of the two the Shadow King was a match for Merc. After all, Merc was a guy who hid his strength well. What terrifying power! No wonder he could kill Merc. The two kings' expressions were extremely ugly. I don't care where you come from, but you have to understand that Shadow City belongs to God. What you're doing is going against God's will. No matter which world it was, God was an extremely heavy word. He had supreme power. If anyone lost their respect for the gods, they would be killed by the gods. God. You should worry about yourselves. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is not the first time I've dealt with God. At this time, Su Yan's power quietly expanded, and he had directly sealed the most important space. You too, use your most powerful state. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. His aura directly oppressed, and it was incomparably majestic, as if a group of mountains had fallen. You've already sealed the surrounding space. It seems that we can only fight with our backs against the wall. But it's good to let you know the majesty of God. The two communicated with their minds and immediately made a decision. Mighty God, bless me. Majesty, descend. God's armor, condense. At this time, the two of them recited the incantation at the same time. Then, the god's talisman in Shadow City suddenly began to float, and the power of the entire city was instilled into it in an instant. At the same time, the talisman directly divided into two halves and rushed into the bodies of the Shadow King at the same time. Chapter 1308. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Comprehending the eight extremities, Su Yan looked at the two of them. At this moment, he had already discovered that two extremely powerful auras were continuously entrenching themselves towards them. Such a dense and powerful aura caused Su Yan to be surprised. Although he had already expected that the Shadow King would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force after combining with the god's talisman. But when he really saw this scene, Su Yan was still a little surprised. As expected, every person who can be called a god is not an ordinary person. Just a god's talisman like this already has such terrifying power. If this power is completely unleashed, how terrifying would it be? At this time, Su Yan's entire aura began to burn. His strength at this time had simply reached the most terrifying level. The radiance of power had reached an unimaginable level. The dense aura was even more unimaginable. The god of shadows' divine armor condensed in an instant. The dense power had reached an unimaginable level. The whole world seemed to have started to change at this moment. After a while, the god of shadows' armor finally condensed completely. The auras of the two of them had increased by almost 5 times. The Shadow King was already extremely powerful. At this moment, their auras had increased by 5 times. How terrifying would their strength be? If it was an ordinary battle between the Shadow King, he would probably be killed without any luck. This was the power of the god of shadows' armor. Moreover, Su Yan also discovered that the god of shadows' armor seemed to have an extremely unique connection between the two of them. When the two of them worked together, they could unleash the power of the god of shadows' armor to the extreme. This was the most terrifying level. Truly amazing. Such a powerful force, even I am shocked. At this moment, Su Yan's strength surged. Facing such a powerful force, his strong desire to fight was once again ignited. At this moment, Su Yan had forgotten everything. Everything had been tossed aside by him. His strength also began to increase. With such combat strength, it's enough to fight me. Su Yan waved his hand. In an instant, thousands of shadow swords condensed. So many shadow swords directly erupted with endless majesty at this moment. The terror of this power was really unimaginable. The power that erupted from the terrifying aura at this moment was even more powerful. 3 forces directly shot into the sky. Of course, this place had been sealed by Su Yan, so the phenomenon here could not be displayed. Otherwise, he would immediately unleash his most terrifying aura. Suddenly, a cloud appeared in the sky. That cloud was the power of Su Yan's world studio. It was connected to the world. Let me see how powerful your strength is. Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's force. Su Yan's studio. Yen. Facing the too powerful the Shadow King with shadow godly armor, Su Yan still chose to take the initiative to attack. How dare you! The Shadow King were furious at the same time. They saw contempt in Su Yan's eyes. For an expert, this was an extremely uncomfortable thing. It was also a great humiliation. Only the death of the enemy could wash away this humiliation. At this moment, his strength erupted at the same time. The most violent power appeared at this moment. At this moment, the aura was so powerful that it was boundless. The most terrifying power surged like a tide. Everything between heaven and earth began to be annihilated at this moment. This level of power was simply too terrifying. Su Yan directly stepped out. The powerful majesty suddenly rushed out and swept away their strength. The Shadow King's expressions changed. Su Yan's strength was indeed powerful. Kill. They immediately knew that at this time, they must not let Su Yan continue to be so unscrupulous. Otherwise, when Su Yan's strength was established, only death would await them. To be able to become the Shadow King, they were definitely not stupid. In the shadow world, everything was fought for by oneself. If you were not strong enough, you could only become food for others. Therefore, they would not be wrong in their judgment of the situation. At this moment, the 2 people's strength operated at the same time. A gust of wind rose and turned into an extremely sharp blade. It directly attacked Su Yan's strength fluctuation. The 2 strength fluctuations met. Immediately, lightning began to flicker. It was simply unimaginable that such a strength fluctuation would continue to erupt at this time. The terrifying strength fluctuation seemed to want to directly break Su Yan's space seal. No matter what, if Su Yan's space seal was broken, it would be a huge advantage for them. In fact, they also understood that the reason Su Yan's space seal was to prevent them from escaping. The second reason was that he was afraid that the Shadow King would come to support him. Although this seemed unlikely, it was better to be safe than sorry. Kill. The 2 people's second attack fell. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. At this time, Su Yan's eyes had become cold. His aura began to change. It was as if a giant dragon had directly awakened at this time. I want to see how strong your strength can be. At this time, his aura began to flicker. The most violent and terrifying aura appeared at this time. Boundless strength directly suppressed at this time. Baji Fist. At this time, Su Yan directly blasted out a punch. This punch was actually a fist technique that he had learned in his previous life, Baji Fist. Baji Fist was an extremely domineering fist technique. He performed the attack to the extreme. When Su Yan had just been promoted to Shadow Lord, he had a new understanding of strength. At that time, he suddenly realized that the combat techniques that were spread on Earth were actually extremely powerful. However, it was impossible for spirit chi to appear on Earth. Therefore, those ancient martial arts fist techniques seemed to be sloppy and ordinary. They could not display their true power. But at this moment, when he combined all of this with his own comprehension, he immediately realized that these fist techniques were powerful and mysterious. Often, if the same punch was propelled by the same amount of energy, then the power it could unleash would be unimaginably terrifying. Such a terrifying punch, at this moment, was moving in a panic, and the most terrifying aura was manifested at this moment. That power was really unimaginable. This was the first time he had used Baji Fist. This was an extremely cruel final battle. However, the more it was so, the braver Su Yan became. This was because he firmly believed that only in such a situation could he display the most powerful power of this fist technique. At this time, he blasted out a punch. Such power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura surged at this time. 8 auroras appeared directly. They seemed to form the most terrifying vortex. Such power swept through the wind and the clouds. The most terrifying power was incomparably heavy at this time. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent at this time. This was because this power at this time was really too terrifying. The 2 attacks launched by the Shadow King were directly broken by this punch. How is this possible? Previously, it was clear that they were evenly matched. However, this time around, Su Yan's strength had completely suppressed them. How unbelievable was this? Such strength was simply unimaginable. At this time, they also realized that Su Yan's aura had completely changed. At this time, he was simply the most terrifying supergiant. Humph, ignorant. At this time, Su Yan's blood was completely boiling. The power of this power was even more unimaginable. That terrifying aura had reached the extreme. Again. This punch gave him a kind of enlightenment. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, the most basic rules are the same. As long as one's essence, chi, and spirit can reach the peak, then no matter what existence it is, it can be swept away in one fell swoop. At this time, Su Yan understood in his heart. In this way, nothing was in his eyes. His power had reached the most terrifying peak at this moment. He directly blasted out several streams of fist force, each of which was extremely domineering and terrifying. At this time, the most powerful power between heaven and earth also directly turned into the wind and clouds at this time. The most violent power directly manifested at this time. The power of the wind and clouds was really unimaginable at this time. At this time, everything in the sky seemed to have begun to settle down. The power of the 2 kings had been completely destroyed. If there was a word to describe it, it would be that it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, Su Yan thought that he would definitely be able to obtain victory after this attack. Poisonous Bug, at this time, realized that he was wrong. Because just as his punches were about to destroy the 2 kings, a black wind suddenly emerged from the shadow godly armor formed by the god's talisman, and actually blocked his power. Then, the Shadow Kings suddenly roared in pain. What's going on? Su Yan's gaze moved, and the vision that was close to the eye of truth directly manifested at this time. At this time, he realized that a thought suddenly emerged from the shadow godly armor, and it actually started to devour the Shadow King. The shadow godly armor was clearly just a weapon that gave the Shadow King great power. However, at this time, it started to turn the tables and wanted to devour the Shadow King. The 2 kings also realized this situation. They desperately tried to resist, but unfortunately, their power seemed to be far inferior compared to the shadow godly armor, and they couldn't resist at all. Chapter 1309. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Shadow Godly Armor. Sure enough, the shadow god is really up to no good. In that case, all of this is part of his plan. Su Yan had already guessed from the very beginning that the so-called Shadow City project was a huge scheme. Gods were all selfish. This was what the great demon dragon had said to him when they were talking. How could those high and mighty gods give up their power for the sake of insignificant ants? Everything was a lie. He bestowed the Shadow City, which could indeed increase the strength of the Shadow King and other shadow creatures. But on the other hand, no bestowment came without a price. When the Shadow King received the bestowment, he was actually burying a seed in his body. Just like now, this dangerous seed finally began to germinate. No, great God, please don't abandon us. At this time, they cried out in pain. Even the powerful the Shadow King was so weak at this time. They could only pray that the gods would let them go. There were many hunters in this world, and it was because of this that they were so resolute in choosing to resist. Of course, not joining the Shadow City was also a matter of a strong person's heart. The powerful Shadow God ignored the pleas of the Shadow King. In his eyes, the cries of the weak were not worthy of sympathy. At this time, his power surged, and the dark aura reached its peak. The bodies of the two kings were forcibly melted and then integrated into the Shadow Godly armor. At this time, the Shadow Godly armor became more profound, and it seemed to condense an extremely powerful and terrifying power. Then, the two armors began to fuse with each other. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this time. Still not going to make a move. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the Shadow Godly armor. The voice was unbelievably calm. Even the mechanical voice of his previous life sounded 10,000 times better than this voice. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the voice of the Shadow God. I really didn't expect your consciousness to descend personally, Su Yan said directly. Su Yan was no longer in awe of the gods. If one had never come into contact with the gods and never felt the power of the gods, then this kind of awe would never disappear. However, Su Yan had already fought with the gods. Even though he was still insignificant in front of their power, this kind of reverence had already disappeared. The so-called gods were just slightly more powerful cultivators. Perhaps he was still too weak for them, but he was getting stronger. Su Yan firmly believed that as long as he continued to fight, his strength would become even stronger. Hee, you reptile. I really didn't expect that. You can't fool me. At this time, the fusion of the armor was complete, and finally turned into a pitch-black figure. It didn't have a face, nor did it have any color. It was just a shadow. I didn't intend to deceive you in the first place. The one before me is probably just a clone of Lian's will, an independent existence. As long as I kill you, your original body won't be able to know of my existence, Su Yan said calmly. To him, killing the clone of a god was actually such a simple and ordinary thing. You're quite brave, but do you really think you can defeat me? However, I admire you. Join me, and I'll make you the most powerful god's disciple. I'll let you have power that others can't reach. He looked at Su Yan with a smile. This was a very strange feeling. Although he couldn't see him, he knew that he was smiling. This was a powerful projection of power. However, at this time, Su Yan said, you don't have to use such a method because it's useless to me. Su Yan raised his head. His voice was incomparably calm. At this time, his power swayed gently like a whirlwind. This time, his power had reached an extreme level. He was not afraid of the invasion of divine thoughts at all. Let me see if there's anything special about the power of the Shadow God. In the next second, Su Yan disappeared and slashed down. His attack was so powerful that he didn't hold back at all. Even if the opponent was a god, as long as he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be afraid. This was Su Yan's strength and dominance. At this moment, he interpreted this dominance to the most thorough extent. Countless shadow swords directly condensed, and the terrifying power at this time exploded to the extreme. At this time, the Shadow God said directly, the infinite world. The Shadow King might not be aware of Su Yan's means, but at this time, he was facing the powerful Shadow God. Even if it was just a thought, what he knew was unimaginable. As expected, you can recognize me. Su Yan wasn't surprised that the shadow god could see through his origin. At this time, his sword chi became even stronger. Thousands of sword chi condensed into a point, and the most terrifying power directly turned into a whirlwind at this time. The terrifying aura evolved at this time and reached the extreme level. Such an aura kept changing at this time, and it was really boundless. The most terrifying power kept condensing and rotating at this time, and the boundless aura had reached the extreme level at this time. At this time, the whole sky had been condensed into this power. Everything seemed to have lost its color at this time. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura was many times stronger than before. As expected, your strength is stronger than I thought. If I relied on those two pieces of trash, they wouldn't be able to do anything to you at all. The shadow godly armor directly said to itself. Then, a light suddenly condensed in the armor and turned into the most extreme brilliance. The impact of such power had destroyed everything in an instant. Su Yan's sword was so weak in front of him. However, Su Yan had already expected that his power would be defeated. If a shadow god couldn't even do this, it would be a joke. His aura surged again, and the boundless power directly turned into brilliance at this time. In the next moment, the eight extremities fist blasted out. Facing such a powerful enemy, Su Yan didn't dare to hold back at all. The power of the small world also merged into the eight extremities fist. The terrifying attack directly locked onto the shadow godly armor, and he couldn't escape at all. Break for me. This punch directly landed on the shadow godly armor's body. Such a violent attack naturally erupted with an extremely powerful power. However, after taking such a blow, the shadow godly armor only trembled a few times, but it didn't suffer any damage. Very strong power, but it's still impossible to break me. He was extremely proud, as if teasing Su Yan gave him a great sense of achievement. However, at this time, Su Yan's expression was already calm. Is that so? Su Yan's power changed, and the most terrifying power appeared again. Such an attack turned into a long river that abruptly descended and ruthlessly smashed into his body. The eight extremities fist was very similar to the great devil Heaven Lord's heaven-defying 10 kills. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. Compared to the heaven-defying 10 kills, the eight extremities fist was more extreme. The extremities of heaven and earth, the extremities of sun and moon, the extremities of mountains and rivers, the extremities of universe, the extremities of chaos, the extremities of mountains and seas, the extremities of time, and the extremities of eternal life. This was the profound meaning of the eight extremities. At Su Yan's level, he could almost interpret it. The only thing he lacked was the accumulation of power. Therefore, when this attack was blasted out, the eight trajectories drifted and flashed with the most terrifying aura. Such power was simply unimaginable. Heaven and earth, the extremities of time, the extremities of universe, the extremities of mountains and seas, the extremities. Everything condensed and the eight extremities became one. When this punch landed, countless halos appeared on the shadow godly armor, and it vibrated continuously. Then, an extremely small crack appeared on the powerful shadow godly armor. Although the crack was extremely small, it meant that his power wasn't invincible, and Su Yan had enough power to destroy it. What do you think? Su Yan asked provocatively, which made the shadow godly armor furious. It was actually provoked by such a junior. To it, this was simply intolerable. You deserve to die. At this moment, his power turned into a storm and started to sweep up. The terrifying power at this moment was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura completely erupted at this moment. It was the majesty of a god. Offending a god. Death. Divine punishment. Su Yan's body was suddenly covered with lightning. This place had clearly been sealed by Su Yan's power. However, the lightning appeared directly, as if ignoring the power of space. Such a method was really powerful. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Divine punishment my ass." Su Yan didn't cower in the face of the lightning that appeared. At this moment, he was already prepared to take on such an attack head-on. The most extreme power descended directly and attacked continuously. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was heaven-defying as he faced the attack head-on. What bullsh** t divine punishment? Everything is false. I have respect and fear in my heart. You are a god, but when I have no respect for anything in my heart, you are just a slightly stronger cultivator. Compared to you, what I lack is only time. Break for me. Su Yan's punch was so decisive. The most terrifying attack erupted with extremely violent power at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power was simply inexhaustible. Chapter 1310. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Slaughter Godly Armor Dragon Chi soared into the sky, erupting with endless power. This attack immediately made the shadow godly armor change color. No, why do you have that guy's aura on you? He couldn't accept that Su Yan's body had the aura of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan's eyes moved, and then he said, "So it's true. The great demonic dragon did fight with a god. That's even better. If he could fight with you back then I can too." At this time, Su Yan's power burned again. He had the support of the small world, so he wasn't afraid of consuming too much of his power. At this moment, endless power gathered. At this time, it was almost unimaginable. The terrifying aura appeared at this time. This is the Dragon Fist. Come, let me see how terrifying your bullsh** god's punishment is. At this moment, Su Yan was determined to the extreme. His power was surging at this time. Under such power, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. The aura changed at this time. The most extreme power rushed directly at this time, beginning to condense into the most violent attack. At this time, the most violent power condensed in the sky. The two powers collided, and the entire space began to tremble. You are indeed powerful. But since I want you to die here, then you will die without a doubt. At this moment, he was also extremely domineering. After all, the shadow godly armor was a god's consciousness. It was unimaginably domineering. At this time, he directly displayed his strongest power, wanting to completely suppress Su Yan. But at this moment, Su Yan wouldn't give up so easily. At this time, his power was surging. The most terrifying power burst out, and he struggled to resist. The power of the small world was endless. After a while of stalemate, the shadow godly armor finally realized that something was wrong. Impossible. How can your power last so long? Even if it was a shadow duke, after such a long battle, it was impossible for him to maintain his power for so long. No, I found that your body still has my consciousness. No, that's not my body. What is it? As expected of the shadow god's will, it was incomparably powerful. In an instant, it had already discovered Su Yan's situation. Of course, he couldn't discover the existence of this small world right now unless his true spirit descended and could use the boundless power of a god. Otherwise, it would be impossible. But at this time, Su Yan suddenly said, "Do you want to know?" "Alright, there's no need to guess. I'll take you in." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved, and he actually charged toward the shadow divine armor while enduring the terrifying power. In the next moment, the entrance to the small world opened again. This is a small world. Even for gods, a small world was a treasure, because it meant that they could devour the small world and use it to nourish themselves. However, he would never have thought that someone of Su Yan's level would actually possess such a precious item. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. You brat, you shouldn't have shown me the small world. At this moment, even his voice was trembling slightly. Are you tempted? If you have the ability, then come and take it. At this moment, Su Yan was simply too daring. He didn't care that his small world had been discovered at all. It seems that you want to kill me here. However, you underestimate the power of a god. At this moment, the shadow divine armor changed again, and his aura became even more vigorous. Such power was simply violent to the extreme. Such a dense aura transformed into the most terrifying thing at this moment. With a single step, the world changed. The entire small world was actually affected by him. The biggest mistake you've made is to let me come here. My will, return. He shouted loudly. At this moment, the other god's talisman that Su Yan had suppressed started to vibrate violently. He actually wanted to break free from Su Yan's suppression. Good move. Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with a ray of divine light. Of course, he understood what was going on. The god's talisman that he had suppressed was originally one of the shadow god's wills. At this moment, it encountered an even more powerful will and was directly summoned. Naturally, it was difficult to suppress. However, since Su Yan dared to bring him here, he naturally wouldn't do anything. At this moment, his power directly manifested. That terrifying aura was simply boundless at this moment. The heaviest power directly manifested at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power changed. The most terrifying aura turned into an extreme thunderbolt at this moment. Dark Thunderbolt, attack. At this moment, Su Yan directly controlled the Dark Ink Lotus. The Dark Ink Lotus existed in Su Yan's small world, and it was suppressed by the power of Su Yan's divine temple. At this moment, Su Yan directly activated his own power, causing the Dark Ink Lotus to erupt with a terrifying aura. The Dark Thunderbolt attacked Su Yan. However, this was Su Yan's small world after all. He directly used the power of stellar transposition and immediately guided the attack towards the shadow godly armor. At this moment, the shadow godly armor was receiving the return of another will. However, at this moment, the Dark Thunderbolt actually came first. He immediately became furious and directly attacked with his power. Not only did he destroy the Dark Thunderbolt, but he also returned it to its origin and directly attacked the Dark Ink Lotus. Boom! With a loud sound, his power directly bombarded the Dark Ink Lotus. However, at this moment, he was somewhat regretful. ***, that's the Dark Battle God's Dark Ink Lotus. At this moment, he felt terrible. This was because he had never imagined that the Dark Battle God's Dark Ink Lotus would exist in Su Yan's small world. The fact that the Dark Battle God could make him so wary showed that he was an extremely powerful existence back then. Even someone as powerful as him wouldn't easily provoke him. What exactly is this guy's background? However, his shock clearly wasn't over yet. Because at this moment, another ray of golden light descended. That was the power of the Buddha temple. Back then, when the shadow world invaded, the shadow god was extremely ferocious and was resisted by the sacred venerables of the boundless world. The sacred venerables of the Buddha temple were one of them. At this moment, the sacred venerables of the Buddha temple sensed his aura and directly drew his power down. At this moment, although the shadow god had merged his two wills and become even more powerful, this place was still fatal to him because he had to face the Dark Ink Lotus and the Buddha temple. Even this guy exists here. A shadow roared and exploded. Boundless dark netherworld fire spread to the surroundings. Such power was simply indescribably terrifying. The brilliance of this power was simply too terrifying. It was also at this moment that Su Yan's power descended again. I'd like to see how you're going to seize my small world. At this moment, Su Yan was aggressive and didn't intend to give this guy any chance. At this moment, his power had already reached the most terrifying peak. Such a terrifying aura was like doomsday even for the shadow godly armor. ***. At this moment, the shadow godly armor couldn't attack anymore. The only thing he could do was defend. Raging Inferno. At this moment, Su Yan let out a furious roar. Flames suddenly appeared in the void. The terrifying and dense flames burned fiercely. It was simply unimaginably powerful. Such a terrifying flame power was filled with boundless destructive power. Such a strike was truly incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The power of annihilation was even more intense at this moment. This was Su Yan fighting with the power of the entire small world. The shadow godly armor let out an extremely painful roar. At this moment, even the divine will was just an ordinary person. The so-called divine will is simply bullsh**. Su Yan roared again. Sword of Laws. The continuous battle also awakened many of Su Yan's abilities. The Sword of Laws appeared. He had the Raging Inferno Law, the Decaying Law, the Ice Law, the Storm Law, and the Thunder Law. The many laws merged into one and directly turned into a giant sword. With the supreme power as the foundation, it slashed down fiercely. Roar! The shadow godly armor directly let out an extremely painful and shrill cry. Such a strike was really terrifying to the extreme. The power of such a strike was simply boundless. Under such power, the will that he had just merged was about to be torn apart. Impossible, I won't lose. No matter how strong your power is, it's impossible for you to kill me. Those guys are indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, they are only remnants of their will. They can hurt me, but they can't destroy me. And with your power, it's even more impossible for you to do so. The essence of his power was too strong. It was almost the strongest thing in this world. Therefore, even if Su Yan displayed such a powerful attack that could hurt him, it couldn't destroy him. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, not necessarily. Supreme, wither. As his words fell, the figure formed by the shadow godly armor suddenly panicked. This was because at this moment, he suddenly realized that the inside of his body was actually starting to decay. There was a power he couldn't understand that was disintegrating his body. What kind of power is this? He looked at Su Yan in shock. Chapter 1311. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Take another city. The shadow talisman was suppressed by him, but it was not just left there. The power of the very supreme had actually intertwined with the god talisman and started to analyze its rules and power. No matter how much Su Yan looked down on the gods, he would not underestimate their strength. Anyone who was stronger than him was worth learning from. He deeply understood this principle. So at this time, he naturally could not let such a powerful force be neglected. After the shadow godly armor entered the small world, it discovered his will and immediately wanted to fuse with it. The divinity in the god talisman suppressed by Su Yan had been refined by Su Yan, so it had lost its consciousness. Naturally, it could not tell him about the power of the very supreme. So when the shadow godly armor fused with it, it directly fused the power of the very supreme into its body. If it had not fused with it this time, it would not have been easy for Su Yan to analyze this power. This was because the god talisman had an extremely strong and sturdy rule power outside. Even if it was the power of the very supreme, analyzing it would not be something that could be done in a day. But this time, the power of the very supreme had directly entered the interior. Then, when the attack outside had reached its peak, it suddenly activated. To the shadow godly armor, this was a destructive blow. Under the internal and external attacks, it could barely move. At this time, it could no longer use its powerful strength. The power of the very supreme was like a giant dragon, destroying its interior. Humph, even a god has a weakness. No matter how strong your structure is, it will be refined at this time. Su Yan used the power of the small world to suppress the shadow godly armor. At the same time, the power of the very supreme turned into flames and began to refine the will of the gods. D****. The shadow godly armor's will was directly burned by the very supreme fire. The very supreme fire was absolutely domineering. Even the will of the gods was constantly shaking at this time. Good, you are indeed powerful. At this time, the will calmed down. He looked at Su Yan and said calmly, I haven't encountered such a failure in a long time. Although it is only a little will, a failure is a failure. Don't worry, my real body will definitely find you. I am looking forward to meeting you. Gods were gods, after all. When they failed, they didn't roar hysterically. Instead, they had an extremely calm conversation. Su Yan coldly snorted. You talk too much nonsense. Shatter. As he spoke, he still punched out. That powerful force erupted directly. The terrifying force displayed an extremely terrifying aura at this time, and then this force was completely shattered. He won. Su Yan finally shattered the shadow armor. At this time, the power of the shattered armor directly dissipated outside the small world. This was the power of the shadow god. Even after it was shattered, it would not be easy for Su Yan to devour it. But at this point, how could Su Yan let this precious energy leave? Supreme Infinite, heaven and earth, suppress for me. His power swelled, and at this time, it directly turned into a huge palm, directly grabbing down. In this way, all this huge energy was collected by him. Good, after devouring this energy, I can go further, but at this time, I can't go to the next city. This time, I directly fought with the will of the shadow god. Although it was a daunting but not dangerous situation, I'm afraid he has already sensed it. He will definitely not let me go on like this. Su Yan thought very thoroughly. He deeply knew that if he continued to collect the next city, he would be courting death. The other party was not an idiot. His will was directly destroyed. Even if he couldn't know the whole situation, he could still infer some clues. If he acted according to the original plan at this time, he would be walking into a trap. I have now attracted the attention of this world's will, so I absolutely can't continue to stay here. I have to leave the shadow world as soon as possible. Su Yan had made up his mind to leave the shadow world as soon as possible. As for how to leave, that was a problem. With so many the Shadow King gathered there must be something big. And for the Shadow God, I'm afraid the biggest thing is to launch an invasion of the infinite world. Su Yan also wanted to know the information of the Shadow God's will when he refined that will. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the will itself was completely destroyed, and Su Yan could no longer get any information from it. But it didn't matter. Su Yan was confident that his inference was very likely to be correct. That shadow god is probably going to capture me, so I'll do the opposite. I'll go to their place of worship and take the opportunity to return to the infinite world. At this moment, Su Yan had made up his mind, and immediately began to sense the mysterious location. And it was at this time that the passage to the shadow world was directly penetrated. But this time, they didn't come from the shadow world, but from a different direction. At this time, a figure directly rushed out of the passage. It was a person, not a shadow creature. Unlike Su Yan, after Su Yan entered the shadow world, his physical body had been destroyed, but this person didn't. Instead, the power of the shadow world directly gathered and entered his body. This was an extremely unimaginable thing. One had to know that the physical body and the shadow were two extremes. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for a human's physical body to directly devour the power of the shadow. However, this person did it without any hindrance. It was not because of anything else, but because this person had the origin of the shadow world. He was the shadow child, and this person was none other than Feng Yueshan. Is this the shadow world? After arriving in this world, Feng Yueshan suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. He felt that he was born to live in this place, and that this world existed for him. All the power gathered directly towards him. I wonder if Su Yan is still alive. But this guy won't die so easily, right? Otherwise, what's the point of me coming here? At this moment, he lifted his head and looked at the boundless sky. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him from the end of the sky. In fact, the moment he entered the shadow world, there was a huge energy frenzy in the shadow world. The terrifying energy surged like a tidal wave. Such a terrifying power was simply shocking. Countless shadow creatures died in this shadow frenzy, and they didn't even know what happened. At this moment, in the core of the place where hundreds of the Shadow King gathered, an extremely mysterious and powerful existence opened his eyes. His realm was terrifyingly powerful, and it was impossible to estimate the extent of his strength. He wasn't the Shadow God, but he was the apostle appointed by the Shadow God. He was also known as the Apostle of God. He's here. He's finally here. The traitor who threatens the great God. Flames burst out from his eyes. In his opinion, anyone who could pose a threat to the gods was a traitor. The Shadow God was the most powerful and the greatest existence in this world. No matter who it was, they should be in awe of the gods. However, the origin of the shadow world began to change, and a new shadow child was born. The shadow child was expected to become the new shadow god because the current shadow child came from this. However, how could the shadow god be willing to hand over his authority? He still wanted to strive for immortality and become a true eternal existence. Therefore, as soon as he sensed the changes in the origin of the world, he had already issued an oracle to find the child of the world and kill him. But unfortunately, even with his powerful divine power, he couldn't find the shadow child. At that time, he guessed that it was very likely that the shadow child no longer existed in this world. Although this was absurd, the great shadow god was very sure of this. Therefore, it was time for the shadow world to invade the infinite world. But this time, the power of the shadow world suddenly began to shake, which meant that the child of the world had returned. Since you've returned here, then I'll bury you completely. The shadow world can only be mine. This was the voice of the god. At this time, the entire shadow world was in chaos. Feng Yueshan felt the changes in his aura. As the child of the world, he could of course get the help of heaven and earth. Powerful forces continued to converge on his body. In a short period of time, his cultivation had broken through all the way. At this time, he had actually reached the level of a Shadow Lord. Su Yan's cultivation was extremely fast. With the help of the supreme power, his cultivation could be said to be heaven-defying. But compared to Feng Yueshan at this time, he was still far behind. Feng Yueshan was clearly still in his physical body, but his understanding of the shadow law had reached an unimaginable level. Not only the law, but more. There were many things that he didn't know before, but the moment he stepped into the shadow world, there were many more things in his mind. This included information about the divine position. I'm back. Even if I don't want to, since I've returned, I won't let you be so carefree. At this time, Feng Yueshan directly went into the depths of the shadow world. This time, he came here to find and guide Su Yan. Chapter 13:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A new war. Feng Yueshan was not the only one who had started a new war. The war in the boundless world had finally begun. In the vast starry sky, an extremely terrifying explosion suddenly occurred, and the most terrifying force directly appeared at this moment. The powerful force directly spread in the starry sky, and after that, terrifying majesty appeared one after another. On that day, in the boundless world, whether it was the 5 counties or the 9 states, everyone saw that the sky changed color. The bright sky suddenly turned bright red. It was like the color of blood. The oppressive aura made everyone breathless. This was the sign of doomsday. Su Yan had been in the shadow world for a long time. In the shadow world, Su Yan did not know the passage of time, but in reality, 100 years had passed. 100 years could change a lot. At this time, the situation in the 5 counties changed again. The 4 pillars Dao masters that Elder Tianji predicted, except for Su Yan, the other 3 had displayed extremely powerful strength and talent. The most outstanding one was Yi Kongxing, whose strength had reached the level of a venerable emperor. On the day he became a venerable sovereign, he had directly charged into the southern sea and cut the creatures of 9 hells into pieces. If it wasn't for the terrifying will of the 9 hells realm crossing over to him at the last moment, it was likely that all the creatures of 9 hells would have been killed by him. After that, Ling Likong of the Heavenly Sage sect and the one from the Celestial sect also displayed their extremely terrifying strength and became venerable emperors one after another. The appearance of the 3 venerable emperors directly swept through the other territories, and the eastern lands became prosperous. However, Su Yan never appeared. However, even if Su Yan disappeared, no one would underestimate Su Yan. Back then, Su Yan's appearance was too powerful and majestic. 10 years ago, in the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai-yi finally broke free from the seal. He directly appeared in the Stupa sect and fought with Yi Kongxing. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. And this was only the beginning. In so many years, the changes in the 5 counties were simply astonishing. Just as Su Yan expected, the Shadow World already had an extremely tight defense. The Shadow King even personally patrolled, and his powerful shadow consciousness constantly swept, trying to find Su Yan. However, Su Yan had hidden himself with the power of the Taishang. Even the Shadow God would find it difficult to discover him. Unless he used his true body, it would be impossible to discover Su Yan. So, it was all in vain. However, Valka managed to find out something. Master, when I entered the city earlier, I heard a piece of news. Valka was already filled with admiration for Su Yan. Su Yan's means. Especially in the past, Su in the world. That was simply a means that defied the heavens. In these years, Valka followed Su Yan and constantly devoured. With Su Yan's guidance, his strength improved rapidly, and he was almost about to challenge the Shadow King. Master, there are rumors in the city that the God's traitor has appeared. So, as long as people find his trace, they must immediately report to the God. The great Shadow King will personally take action and eliminate him. After hearing this news, Su Yan frowned slightly and said, God's traitor. At first, Su Yan thought that this was referring to him, but he quickly denied it. It was not a matter of a day or 2 that he caused chaos in the Shadow World. Although the Shadow King hated him, it was obvious that he had not reached that level. And to be able to make the Shadow King go to war, it was obviously someone who could threaten his position. That's interesting. Su Yan began to calculate. At this time, Valka naturally shut his mouth. He knew that he absolutely could not disturb his great master at this time. Feng Yueshan, could it be that Feng Yueshan has entered the Shadow World? He did not have the ability to be treated so seriously by the Shadow King. And to be able to threaten a god, apart from another god, it was someone who had the hope of becoming a new god. If another god had appeared, then things would not have been so simple. The Shadow World would have been desolate by now. What a terrible thing it would be to have 2 gods fighting each other. Although Su Yan had never experienced it, he could imagine it just by thinking about it. In that case, it could only be the latter. And to be able to become a new god, it was most likely the child of the world recognized by the world. The child of the Shadow World. He naturally thought of Feng Yueshan. Originally, the child of the shadow in this world could not be a single person. But as long as it was in the Shadow World, it was impossible for these existences to survive, because the Shadow King would never allow it. This was like an emperor who would never allow anyone who could threaten his throne to survive. Moreover, the position of a god was not something a mere emperor could compare to. It seems that the shadow world has abandoned that god, but that god will not give up so easily, so this situation happened. A while ago, there was a huge energy frenzy in the shadow world. I think it was Feng Yueshan who entered the shadow world. But this is bad. Su Yan had indirectly come into contact with the shadow god. Although he had won that battle, the shadow god was still alive. Su Yan also saw the power of the Shadow King. Gods were incomparably powerful and terrifying existences. He could not estimate who was stronger, that god or the dragon god, but he knew that it was definitely not something Feng Yueshan could contend with at this time. Feng Yueshan is the child of the world. After entering the shadow world, his strength will naturally be greatly improved, but in any case, it is impossible for him to be a match for the Shadow King. Now that I think about it, I have to meet him quickly and take him back to the infinite world. Only by entering the infinite world could the Shadow King not kill Feng Yueshan immediately. But now the problem was, how could he meet Feng Yueshan? I should still go to the Shadow Sacred Land. Su Yan thought about it again and finally decided to continue on his journey. That place must be very special to the shadow world. Since Feng Yueshan had entered this world, he must be able to sense it. He also wanted to go to Feng Yueshan and meet up with his friend at this time, but it was impossible. Most of the time, everyone's fate belonged to themselves, and others could not help them continue on the rest of the path. The only thing Su Yan could do now was to believe that Feng Yueshan could do it. The Infinite World. Sect Master, another demon has appeared in the northeast direction. There are already senior brothers rushing over. At this time, Wang Baichuan came in front of Zhang Zhe. Since that day when the blood sun appeared in the sky, the frequency of demons appearing has greatly increased. Whether for humans or the demon race, these demons that suddenly appear are extremely fatal. In fact, many knowledgeable people in the infinite world already knew that the invasion of demons was coming, but the chaos on the continent was not over. Between the major forces, for their own interests, fighting each other, it was impossible to calm down so easily. But at this moment, the devils suddenly descended. Baichuan, you go too. Only in the flames of war can you grow better. But you must remember, no matter what, you must survive. Zhang Zhe's voice was calm, but Wang Baichuan could see that his sect master was extremely nervous. This was a situation that had never happened before. In the hearts of the Taihang Sword faction disciples, their sect master was a godlike existence. In the past, the Taihang Sword faction was dominated by the three major families, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. However, after Zhang Zhe ascended to the position of sect master, he actually managed to subdue the three major families. No matter who it was, they all admired Zhang Zhe and treated him as their idol. But today, Wang Baichuan saw such an expression on his face. Sect master, are you all right? Wang Baichuan asked carefully. Zhang Zhe shook his head, then said, I'm fine, you go, I know what to do. Hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Wang Baichuan could only nod and leave. This great calamity was too terrifying, like a huge wave sweeping across the continent. At this moment, the various sects still hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, and this was the worst thing. This was the case in the 5 counties and the 9 states. After so many years of war, the strength of many of the former top 10 sects had actually fallen behind. Zhang Zhe walked out and headed towards Sword Forging Peak. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was already waiting there. Sect Master. Xue Xingchuan greeted Zhang Zhe. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was like an unsheathed sword. His aura was extremely vigorous, even terrifying. Fortunately, you succeeded. Zhang Zhe was very gratified. Because Xue Xingchuan succeeded. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was in the Emperor realm. It's all thanks to this senior's guidance. Zhang Zhe looked toward Sword Forging Peak. Below it, there was a terrifying ball of flame. Back then, there was a flame demon emperor in Wuya's body here. Later, after the battle with Su Yan, the flame demon emperor woke up and sank himself here to recover his strength. Of course, this was all thanks to Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan guiding the power for him, he probably wouldn't have had such an easy time. This flame demon emperor was once an extremely powerful existence in the flame demon world, but the flame demon world was drowned by torrents of demons, and then the world was destroyed. Zhang Zhe greets Senior. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly sent his consciousness into it. Chapter 13:13. Great improvement in strength. If he succeeded, he would become a saint venerable. If he failed, he would die. This was Zhang Zhe's choice. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, "Sect Master, let me do it." Xue Xingchuan clearly knew the danger this time. Even Zhang Zhe's chances of success were not high. Zhang Zhe said, "No, from today onwards, you are the sect master of the Taihang sword faction." Saying so, he took out the Taihang divine sword and handed it to Xue Xingchuan. "Take it." These were merely the calmest 2 words, but they were filled with a heavy feeling. Zhang Zhe was entrusting him. Although you have also become a venerable emperor, your accumulation is still too shallow, so you are not suitable. Let me do it. Since Zhang Zhe had made a decision, he would not change it. Xue Xingchuan clearly knew this. He took the Taihang divine sword. At this time, the divine sword was trembling. The divine sword had a spirit, and even had its own consciousness, so at this time, it clearly felt the current situation. The Taihang divine sword had followed Zhang Zhe for so long, and it had long become one with the sword. At this time, it had to follow a new master. Zhang Zhe did not say anything, and directly entered Sword Forging Peak. Sword Forging Peak was the place where the Supreme Elder had forged the sword. The earth core flame here was extremely terrifying, and with this as the foundation, the strongest sword could be forged. But now, that Supreme Elder had long been expelled. The flames on Sword Forging Peak had not been extinguished. Su Yan had led the Flame Demon Emperor here, so that this Peak Great Emperor could gradually awaken and recover his strength. At that time, Su Yan did not tell this to Zhang Zhe. After all, people who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Moreover, the Flame Demon Emperor had indeed fought with Su Yan before, and could be considered an enemy. He was afraid that Zhang Zhe would directly kill the Flame Demon Emperor. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was no match for Zhang Zhe at that time. But at this time, after such a long period of cultivation, the Flame Demon Emperor's strength had obviously risen to a certain level, a level that even Zhang Zhe, as an Emperor Master, could not reach. The Flame Demon Emperor was grateful to the Taihang sword faction, so he directly communicated with Zhang Zhe. No matter what, Su Yan had accepted him as a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore, this was also a favor left behind by Su Yan. The blood sun filled the sky. Chaos was about to arrive. Now, evil demons had begun to appear and wreak havoc everywhere. Although those demons could be easily killed for the time being, the truly powerful demons would sooner or later break through the defense of the laws of heaven and earth and enter this world. When the demon god descended, if there was no saint, then what would the infinite world use to defeat those terrifying demons? Therefore, Zhang Zhe had chosen an extremely dangerous path, which was to defy the heavens and become a saint. The holy birth was indeed a lofty term. If he could become a holy venerate, he would practically rule the world. However, if he could not become a holy venerate, then Zhang Zhe could only die. This was because at this time, he did not cultivate step by step. Instead, he directly accepted the inheritance of the Flame Demon Emperor. The Flame Demon Emperor was an existence who had cultivated the law of flames to the extreme. The power of his inheritance was naturally domineering. Such a domineering law would naturally be powerful. However, at the same time, if he could not accept it, then there was no doubt that the backlash would be strong. Even someone as strong as Zhang Zhe would die without a doubt. Moreover, the discipline to succeed was actually extremely low. However, Zhang Zhe still chose to take the risk. In the next moment, he had already stepped into the darkness. Then, he was immediately enveloped by a flame. The raging flames directly devoured him. At this time, Shuexingchuan held the Taihang divine sword in his hand and directly rushed into the sky. Taihang sword faction, listen up. From today onwards, I, Shuexingchuan, am the Taihang sect leader. The great calamity is coming. We Taihang disciples will never back down. His words directly spread across the entire Taihang mountain. At the same time, on the Passionless Island. Ever since Chu Linger chose that path, her appearance began to change. Gradually, a layer of stone appeared around her body. The layers of stone accumulated, causing her aura to become extremely weak. In the end, her aura had almost completely disappeared. After a few more years, she almost directly became a stone statue. Standing on the Passionless Island. Lin Qianqian looked at her and sighed in her heart, why bother? As the eldest disciple of the Passionless Island, this step should have been taken by her. However, in the end, she did not take this path. Instead, she chose to walk her own path. There was no right or wrong in this. It was just a matter of personal choice. At this moment, between heaven and earth, all the power condensed at this time. The endless aura became the most terrifying existence at this time. Ray after ray of light filled the entire world. The dense power was extremely powerful. The genius disciples of the Wind sect and the Blazing Fire sect began to transform one by one. The great calamity was coming, and the fate of heaven and earth was directly descending. The battle began. In a place in the Zhezhou continent, Yan Shao finally opened his eyes. At this time, Yan Shao had reached the Emperor realm. Yan Shao was the last of the 7 vice sect leaders. However, at this time, he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Other than the mysterious sect leader Yu Ruo and the first vice sect leader, he was the first person to reach the Emperor realm. His aura was much stronger than before. His whole person's aura was incomparably ethereal. At this time, his eyes looked directly at the deep sky. The great calamity is finally coming. At this time, he directly issued his order, which was to summon all the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. At this point, he knew that he had to face it. The sect leader was missing, and so was the first vice sect leader. Yan Shao had a deep fear of these two people, but at the same time, he also understood that these two people would not appear again for the sake of the Limitless Demon sect. These two guys had their own ambitions, and they wanted to achieve their goals. And now, if he wanted the Limitless Demon sect to survive this great calamity, then he had to step forward bravely. At this time, if those guys still dared to pester him endlessly, he could only kill them without mercy. In the distant Extreme Royal sect, Mu Tianxing was leaning against the window. At this time, she was no longer the same as before. She had become even more aged. However, her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. She was actually also an Emperor Realm Master. The seal in her body had been completely released. Her aura was like a tide, constantly surging. Now, she was the sect leader of the Extreme Royal sect. Her gaze fell on the forbidden area of the Extreme Royal sect. Father, are you going to succeed soon? These years had not been easy for her. Facing the pressure of the vice sect leader, she struggled to move forward. However, under such circumstances, she relied on her own efforts to reverse the situation step by step. On the day she became an Emperor Realm Master, she directly killed the vice sect leader and regained control of the Extreme Royal sect. However, when she became the sect leader of the Extreme Royal sect, she found that her father was still in seclusion. At this time, she finally understood that her father's strength had long surpassed a certain level. Therefore, even if the vice sect leader was so powerful, he could not harm her father. He could only plot in vain to threaten her father. The reason why her father was like this was to deal with the upcoming great calamity. Therefore, he was trying to break through to the Saint Realm. In the boundless Shura realm. The Shura realm had entered its most brutal period. The scorching sun in the sky had been scorching for a full 10 years. Such a phenomenon was unbearable even for the powerful Shura. It was unknown how many Shura had died under such a scorching sun. However, there were also Shura who defied the heavens and reached an extremely terrifying level in such a cruel environment. In the depths of the Shura realm, there was a woman. She was extremely beautiful. Under her red clothes, she had the most attractive appearance. She walked on this piece of land, and no one knew what she was thinking about. It was at this moment that a few figures appeared. Which, come back with us. Our great Emperor Shura wants to see you. These figures were all powerful Shura. Moreover, they were all Shura emperors. Each Shura emperor was stronger than the emperor of Tianxing. The 7 Azura sovereigns had actually come for a single woman. Scram, I don't like killing. The woman's voice was cold. Her words were like a glacier, chilling everyone. Such arrogant words enraged the Shura emperors. However, they did not dare to act rashly at this time. However, it was obviously impossible for them to leave just like that. How troublesome. She raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the most dangerous aura. When her gaze met the Shura emperors, the 7 Shura emperors stopped moving at the same time. An extremely terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Since none of you are willing to cower, then prepare to die. Death gaze. That gaze was like plunder, wanting to directly obliterate their lives. All the light in the sky had dimmed at this time. Even the scorching sun could not bring them any warmth because the dead Shura emperors could no longer feel any warmth. Pft, pft, pft. The 7 Shura emperors died at the same time. She looked at a distant place. It was a palace. In her line of sight, an extremely powerful man was also looking at her. Chapter 13-14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The God of Shura. Her gaze was so deep that it seemed as if she could see through everything. That was an eye technique that was even more powerful than Su Yan's eye of truth. Everything, including distance and even time, was meaningless to her. Since you want to see me, then come. His voice was calm, but this calmness was filled with incomparable lust. His powerful aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. The most violent energy between heaven and earth gathered at this moment. Such dense energy was even more unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent. The entire world of Shura seemed to have fallen silent because of these two people. At this moment, she moved. Inadvertently, she took a light step forward. In the next moment, she appeared at the farthest place possible. Her gaze was so gentle, but there was also incomparable determination in this gentleness. It was a kind of extreme contradiction. Therefore, all the power at this moment had reached the most terrifying level. The palace was so luxurious because it was the palace of Great Emperor Shura. The Great Emperor Shura was high and mighty, and his strength was frighteningly powerful. Back then, the Emperor of Tianxing had been able to put Su Yan and King of Destruction in a tight spot. In the end, they had only been able to escape under extremely dangerous circumstances. However, he was an existence that surpassed the Shura Emperor. He commanded dozens or even hundreds of Shura Emperors. All because he was Great Emperor Shura. You are an anomaly. You shouldn't have appeared in this world. At this moment, the woman arrived in front of him. At this moment, he spoke directly as if he was talking to a good friend. However, the woman's expression was calm. She said indifferently, "Existence has meaning." Someone had said this to him a long time ago. At this moment, the most powerful and terrifying aura between heaven and earth began to soar. The entire world seemed to be filled with his dense energy. It was as if he was the entire world between the two. The woman in red's gaze was calm. However, if anyone ignored her gaze, they would be courting death. Don't forget that her death gaze just now killed 7 Shura emperors. What kind of terrifying power was that? With just a glance, it had killed so many rulers. "You are very powerful," the woman in red said calmly. The other party nodded and said, "But you still came. That means you have the confidence to defeat me." He was the powerful god of Shura, so he should be extremely unwilling to accept such words, but he accepted it so calmly. "Fallen god, you shouldn't have come back to life. Because of this, you will drag the entire world into the abyss of darkness." In fact, at this moment, the battle between the two had already begun. While these simple words were exchanged, the confrontation between the two of them had already reached an extremely cute level. This was an invisible confrontation of laws. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the changes in power at this time. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth began to condense. His aura had reached a terrifying level. The woman in red's body emitted an extremely terrifying power. Such an aura had already suppressed Great Emperor Shura in an instant. "You talk too much nonsense." Such calm words seemed to be a kind of judgment. At this moment, Great Emperor Shura's face began to age. His white hair continued to appear and began to wither. Such a change was simply incomparably shocking. One had to know that Great Emperor Shura was almost on par with the Saint Venerables in the infinite world. There was naturally no need to say much about his strength. Moreover, if there were no accidents, Great Emperor Shura's lifespan was almost endless. However, at this moment, he began to age directly. As expected of a great god. The use of law power is simply beyond my imagination. Even I can't resist such power. Time is really the most powerful existence in this world. Great Emperor Shura understood that at this moment, he was facing the power of time. Time was the most terrifying and the most powerful force in this world. The terror of this power had almost reached an indescribable limit. Even Great Emperor Shura himself would not be able to resist this power of law. The woman in red did not say anything. Her indifference was simply frightening. Therefore, in her eyes, everything, even a sovereign, was not worth her attention. At this moment, she circulated her power again and imprisoned Great Emperor Shura in an instant. "Those who defy my will, die." These few words were enough to show her domineering power. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared beside Great Emperor Shura. A projection had already descended. "That which has passed will eventually decay." This voice was also extremely indifferent and was filled with a sense of superiority. What was even more frightening was that his power had directly blocked the woman in red's power. Great Emperor Shura had already begun to age, but at this moment, he began to return to normal. Such a change was simply inconceivable. At this moment, the world of Shura changed. This world had not welcomed darkness for far too long. And now, darkness had descended. "Finally, you've appeared." A shadow gradually appeared and then condensed beside Great Emperor Shura. Even someone as powerful as Great Emperor Shura chose to respectfully bow when he saw this shadow. This was an inconceivable thing, but at this moment, it had happened. From this, it could be seen how noble the identity of this existence that had suddenly appeared here was. "You are a part of me and will become my nourishment. As long as I devour you, my realm will reach perfection." This existence was filled with unimaginable greed towards the woman in red. Of course, this was not the greed and lust between a man and a woman. Rather, it was an even more terrifying gaze. Has the will of Shura finally appeared? The woman in red directly exposed the identity of this existence in front of her. Shura had always been. He was actually the will of the world of Shura. This was simply unbelievable. Yes, it seems that you do indeed possess divinity. Your power has begun to awaken. But this is good. If you had not awakened, then even if I devoured you, it would not have been enough for me. And now, since you've completely awakened, you can fill in the gaps in my laws. At this moment, his power directly suppressed, turning into a whirlwind that tried to devour the woman in red. In the darkness, a red moon hung high in the sky. The woman in red stood in the distance, and her power began to rise. Even if it was the power of the powerful will of Shura, she did not fear it at all. At this moment, his eyes revealed an extremely strong sense of self-confidence. It was as if as long as he existed, nothing would be a problem. The woman in red's aura was completely natural. When the will of Shura appeared, it was extremely aggressive and terrifying. But she remained calm and unmoved, as if she did not put anything in her eyes. No one knew what exactly she was thinking. Even if her world still existed, no one could understand. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have lost its meaning. At this moment, between heaven and earth, a ray of light began to die down. It seemed to be the last ray of light between heaven and earth. It's time to send you to your death. In this world, only one God is enough. And this God can only be me. Even the will of Shura could not suppress his excitement at this moment. Because at this moment, he could finally achieve his goal of devouring the other party. The will of Shura's world had once fallen, but he was the new will of Shura. A new will, but not complete. Moreover, in these years, his situation had not been good. Because an extremely terrifying existence had appeared in this world, he had become a huge threat to him. But at this moment, as long as he could devour the woman in front of him, his power would naturally increase, and his laws would be complete. Then, he would be a true god. The dawn of victory was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? The woman in red was indeed very strong. Even the great emperor of Shura could not resist her. But so what? She could not be his opponent because he was an existence that controlled the will of Shura. He had the support of the entire world. In fact, the world of Shura was a small world. It was just that compared to Su Yan's small world, this world was too mature. It could operate independently and had boundless power. He and the woman in red both had the authority of a world. As long as he could devour the two of them, his power would naturally increase. Moreover, the woman in red was not his opponent. This was what made her the happiest. At this moment, the entire world began to boil, as if to welcome the completion of the laws. In the end, everything is mine. My world. His voice had become the main melody of the entire world of Shura. Compared to him, the woman in red was simply too weak. However, just as his power was about to reach its peak, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a ray of sword light. The sword light was cold and not obvious. However, the moment the sword light appeared, the terrifying energy tide actually retreated at this moment. Chapter 13:15. Shura Shinsei. When such power appeared, it was as if the entire world had begun to boil. The power of Shura's will should have been the most powerful force in the world of Shura. However, at this moment, his incomparably powerful energy was directly suppressed. Damn it! The power of Shura's will became even more condensed, trying to break free from this power. As for Great Emperor Shura, his expression had become extremely ugly. Shura had cultivated to the level of Great Emperor. He was almost invincible in Shura. He could already comprehend the will of the heavens and communicate with the god of Shura. He understood the will of the heavens and could communicate with it. It was precisely because of this that he could clearly sense the state of the Shura's will at this moment. At this moment, the will of the Shura's world was actually afraid. What kind of terrifying power was this? It could actually make even the will of the heavens feel fear. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, he suddenly shouted and directly erupted his power. As expected of the veteran great Emperor Shura. Even in such a battle, his power was still so strong. He was able to display his strength in such a battle. But in fact, this was just a flash in the pan. For him, he had already used all his strength. But for the power that had just manifested, it could only affect and hinder it. It was still too far from being able to truly defeat this power. At this time, that power turned into a long sword, and then directly manifested. A little great Emperor Shura actually dares to be presumptuous in front of me. How interesting. A great Emperor Shura was actually so unbearable in his words. He described him as a little waiter. No one knew what great Emperor Shura's mood was at this moment. At this moment, his words fell, the most terrifying aura had already appeared, and then the violent power was suppressed. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. The terrifying aura turned into the most terrifying storm. Great Emperor Shura's power was immediately suppressed. At the same time, this power was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, directly attacking Great Emperor Shura's body. Emperor Shura called upon the power of his core essence in an attempt to defend himself against the attack. However, this was no longer something that he could do. That power seemed to have no resistance at all as it directly impacted his body. A puny little Shura dares to oppose me. I'll kill you. As soon as those two words fell, a terrifying sword will directly rose up. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying sword will in this world. The power of a single sword could be so strong. Under this sword will, everything was destroyed. It was as if everything in this world was so insignificant before this power. The terrifying power had already begun to destroy Great Emperor Shura's body and source. Godslayer sword, don't go too far. At this time, Shura directly displayed his power. Great Emperor Shura was extremely important to him. There were thousands of Shura in this world, but how many of them could cultivate to the level of Great Emperor Shura? Moreover, this Great Emperor Shura followed his lead. After all, every Shura was arrogant and unruly. When many powerful Shura reached the level of Great Emperor Shura, they would give birth to their own ambitions. Then, they would strive to become the god of Shura and even try to surpass the will of the heavens. Therefore, at this time, he wouldn't just watch the Godslayer sword kill Great Emperor Shura. At this time, the deity-slaying sword revealed its body again. His eyes were full of coldness. Compared to when he left Su Yen, his aura was much stronger. At this time, his power slowly moved. Then, he grinned and said, "I'm going too far. What can you do to me?" At this time, the woman in red had already made her move. She directly displayed her power. At this time, a light directly descended. Originally, she was also a god of Shura. Even if she was no longer the same as before, her origin had been awakened. Therefore, even if she couldn't be a match for the Shura world's will, she could still interfere with the power of the world's will. When her power appeared, it immediately entangled the power of the world's will. At the moment when the two powers collided, the whole world had undergone a huge change. Such a violent power was constantly roaring. It was like a giant dragon roaring at this time. The whole world was filled with an extremely terrifying aura change. At this time, the light of the sun and moon in the whole world had disappeared. When this power was blocked, there was no other power that could stop the power of the Godslayer sword. The power of the Godslayer sword was known for its domineering power. Back then, when it suddenly left Su Yen, it discovered its original body. At this time, it had not reached an absolute level. However, it was once the number one killing weapon. Its power was simply unimaginable. At this time, its power was fully displayed. The terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. With this sword, it was as if the whole world was going to be destroyed at this time. Such power was simply unimaginable. At this time, all the wills in this world began to be suppressed and sank. Great Emperor Shura directly let out an extremely painful scream. He could feel that his body was being torn apart. His power was obviously very strong, but at this time, he could not use it. A mere Great Emperor Shura wants to interfere in the War of the Gods. The Godslayer's sword was extremely disdainful. In fact, Great Emperor Shura was already very strong. However, the one in front of them was obviously not strong enough to fight against the gods. The heavenly sovereigns of the infinite world, such as the great devil Sky Lord and the Buddha sovereign, were all stronger than this guy. Although these guys were still called heavenly sovereigns, they had already begun to step into the divine Tao and were able to fight against the gods. This was the terror of the infinite world at its peak. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the infinite world to block the attack of the demon world. At this time, the power of the world began to change. At this time, an aura was constantly changing. It was a brilliance that looked like a meteor. After this brilliance appeared, Great Emperor Shura's body was completely broken into pieces. The deity vanquishing sword opened up its gigantic hand and grabbed out, grabbing the source in its hand. What, the great will of the Shura world, do you want to continue fighting with the two of us? His voice was so indifferent. Although his words were pleasant to the ears, the threat in them was extremely obvious. In this place, even the will of the world would not be their opponent to fight against the two of them. At this time, the will of the Shura world was obviously furious. However, he sneered instead. You two want to kill me and then establish a new will of the Shura world. Then, I will wait for you to come to the Shura sky. The Shura sky was the place where the heavens will was located. It was the core of the entire Shura world. In that place, the Shura world could exert the most powerful and terrifying power. If they fought in this place, the will of the Shura world would indeed not be the opponent of these two guys. Do as you wish. Now that she has obtained this source, her divine Tao should be able to be truly replenished. The Azura god is about to be born. For you, that should be a huge wound. In fact, this was inevitable. The birth of every god was actually stealing the source of the world. And some powerful gods were not even satisfied with this. They wanted to steal the entire world and become the new ruler of heaven's will. Powerful saint masters would nurture a new world. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, they were the lords of the world. When their world was powerful to the extreme, they would be the will of the world. However, what if they directly refined the entire world? At that time, what level would their strength reach? At this time, the will of the Shura world had disappeared. Obviously, he did not want to say anything more to the people in front of him. His anger would only be vented with the lives of these two guys in front of him. Since it was clear that these two guys would definitely come to his Shura sky, then there was no need to be anxious. When the will of the Shura world completely left, the Godslayer's sword turned around and looked at the woman in red. Then, he said, "Are you really ready? You have to understand that once you take this step, there is no turning back." The woman in red looked at the Godslayer's sword and nodded. Then, she said, "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, the deity-slaying sword tossed the willpower directly towards her. This power spread directly towards her. Then, it immediately exploded with an extremely powerful force. That was the source of the Shura Great Emperor. If other Azuras were to get their hands on it, not to mention absorbing and refining it, they would be killed just by being in the vicinity of this origin energy. But at this moment, this power was so docile. It was directly caught by the woman in red. There was not even the slightest ripple. The god of Shura, Alright, from now on, I am the god of Shura. I will become the will of the Shura world. In just a thought, she had cut off everything. But there was a voice in her heart. Su Yen, goodbye. Once she obtained the divine heart, she did not know what she would become. Chapter 13:16. Sacred land of shadows, defying the heavens to become a god, the heavens must punish her. However, such lightning was no longer a problem for her. Her power had begun to thoroughly boil. At this moment, her power had reached an extremely terrifying level. In the shadow world, Su Yen had become somewhat manic today. It seemed that something related to him was happening again. He already had a mysterious premonition about fate. However, it was impossible for him to know what was going to happen. After all, he was still not strong enough at this time. Perhaps when he became a saint sovereign, he would be able to grasp the traces of fate. At this time, he was only a shadow king. He was only one step away from becoming a shadow emperor, a true sovereign. The shadow aura ahead has reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps, the so-called sacred land of shadows is not far away. Only the legendary sacred land of shadows could have such powerful shadow energy. In the place ahead, Su Yen even felt that it was an ocean of shadows. With so much energy, even he was shocked by it. Moreover, Su Yen felt an extremely terrifying aura in that place. It was as if countless dragons were entrenched there. The power was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yen was thinking about how he should enter that place. Su Yen wanted to see what kind of things existed there. Because only then could he have a better plan for the future. However, he was not in a hurry to enter. Such a sacred place must have an extremely terrifying powerhouse overseeing it. The current Su Yen was already very powerful and could crush many powerhouses. The Shadow King was nothing to him. However, in reality, he knew that if he encountered the even more terrifying Shadow Emperor, he would have to go through a bitter battle, and the outcome would be unknown. Therefore, he chose to wander around at this time. With the help of the Supreme Power, Su Yen was almost not worried about being discovered. After all, the Supreme Power was so miraculous that it could simulate and assimilate the aura around it. In terms of battle, he might not be a match for a Shadow Emperor, but if he wanted to hide, even a Shadow Emperor would have a hard time finding him. At this time, he could cultivate and wait for Feng Yueshan's arrival. Su Yen believed that Feng Yueshan would definitely come here. Perhaps this place would be Feng Yueshan's final resting place, and also his destiny. While Su Yen was cultivating, Feng Yueshan was standing in front of a huge city. This shadow city was extremely magnificent. It was much larger than all the cities Su Yen had been in before. The power contained within could be said to be terrifying. In this place, even an ordinary shadow marshal was much stronger than in other places. Here, the high and mighty the Shadow King was actually just a deputy city lord. This was because the city lord here was a powerful shadow lord. It was a powerful existence comparable to the shadow lord that had entered the endless world and fought with Su Yen. What a powerful guy. It's really surprising that I could encounter such a terrifying and powerful shadow creature in such a place. Feng Yueshan's aura was much stronger than when he had just entered the shadow world. His entire body was like a deep flame. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. His entire body was exuding an unimaginable and indescribable power. He walked forward step by step, his eyes releasing a terrifying and powerful radiance. Who dares to break into the Heavenly Emperor city? At this time, a powerful existence had already discovered him. It was a shadow marshal. His aura was extremely deep, and his whole person seemed to be a moving energy fortress. His battle strength was extremely tyrannical. He was almost the strongest among the shadow marshals. Even if he was facing an ordinary the Shadow King, he would not have any fear. When Feng Yueshan came here, he did not hide his aura at all. His power was so naked. His terrifying aura was so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, this powerful shadow marshal was able to see him at the first moment. However, when he rushed down and stood in front of Feng Yueshan, he actually felt fear in his heart. At this time, he was afraid. Yes, at this time, he was alarmed. He only felt that standing in front of this man was an extremely stupid choice. From this man, he felt the most terrifying aura. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. He really did not understand why there was such a terrifying aura in this world, such a powerful power. You are a rebel. At this time, he suddenly remembered the oracle. In the oracle, a rebel had appeared to fight against the great gods. At that time, when he received this news, he thought it was ridiculous. How could there be anyone in this world who could defy the gods? This was simply a joke. Gods were the most powerful and terrifying existences in this world. Their power was boundless, and at the same time, they had the most profound wisdom. Any rebel would be so vulnerable in front of the gods. At the same time, in fact, he did not put the rebels in his eyes. However, at this moment, all those thoughts in his heart were completely overturned. Although in his perception, the guy in front of him did not seem to be very powerful, he saw the whole world in this rebel. It was an indescribable feeling. Feng Yueshan did not speak. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. In an instant, an unimaginable energy directly gathered. At this time, the terrifying energy directly soared into the sky. The most violent aura at this time had reached an unimaginable level. That terrifying power kept hovering at this time. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The rich power kept changing at this time. The most terrifying aura at this time had surpassed everything. The boundless power changed at this moment. That beam of light directly fell at this moment. That most terrifying power had reached the pinnacle at this moment. The Shadow Marshal's action was both unexpected and reasonable. At this time, he chose to kneel down. His haughty head immediately lowered. "Great child of the world, please forgive me. Your servant, Kato, will fight for you in the future." Even he himself did not think that he would make such a choice. However, this was what he did at this time. This was because the moment he saw him, he had already determined that he would become the Lord of the world. Even the powerful shadow god had been thrown to the back of his mind at this time. At this time, he looked at the man in front of him and waited for his reply. "Well, from today onwards, you will follow me," Feng Yueshan said directly at this time. His answer was so calm that it was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Hearing Feng Yueshan's answer, the powerful Shadow Marshal felt extremely happy. This was a chance to fight for his belief. And the man in front of him was his belief. At this time, an extremely powerful energy directly fell into his body. In an instant, this Shadow Marshal named Kato's body directly changed. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura condensed in his body, causing his power to begin to rise. Not long after, his strength had already reached an extremely powerful and terrifying level. At this time, his power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, he actually began to evolve directly. Originally, he was only a hair's breadth away from the Shadow King. Although it was only a hair's breadth away, it was extremely difficult to break through. Who knew how much he would have to pay to do so? But at this time, the moment this power fell, his realm began to rise directly. In just a few breaths, his transformation was completed. He had become the powerful Shadow King. "Kato, what are you doing?" At this time, the other Shadow Marshals in Shadow City appeared one after another. They saw Kato's behavior and immediately felt furious. Such behavior was already a betrayal to Shadow City. They would not allow such a traitor to live. At this time, Kato smiled faintly. "I am swearing allegiance to the great child of the world. What about you? Submit or die." At this time, Kato was Feng Yueshan's most devout believer. Anyone who wanted to believe in Feng Yueshan was his friend or even brother. However, anyone who wanted to believe in Feng Yueshan was his enemy. He would kill them at all costs. Are you crazy? How dare you betray us? You should know that only death awaits traitors. At this moment, the Shadow Marshals directly attacked. They couldn't tolerate betrayals from their own group, so they would kill anyone who betrayed them. At this time, Kato's aura had reached such a powerful level that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, the most terrifying aura directly descended, wanting to kill Kato. However, at this time, Kato did not care about such a power at all. Stupid and ignorant. You're digging your own grave. This was Kato's evaluation of them. At this time, his power directly broke out. The terrifying power was above everything. Those shadow creatures were directly killed in an instant. Chapter 13-17. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The child of the world, how is this possible? The Shadow Marshals let out the most painful and wretched howls. Kato was indeed powerful, but as Shadow Marshals, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. Moreover, at this time, because Kato had already betrayed them, they were attacking together. Under such circumstances, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. But at this time, Kato was able to defeat them with a single blow. Even some of the Shadow Marshals in the front were killed by this power. Feng Yueshan just watched without saying anything. However, after the Shadow Marshals died, their shadow energy didn't return to the city. Instead, it gathered around Luo Yunyang's body. One of the reasons why the Shadow City was so powerful and terrifying was that all the shadow creatures in the city would return to the Shadow City after their death. Then, as long as the master of the Shadow City was willing, they could be resurrected. This was the power of the god's talisman. However, after the Shadow Marshals died, their energy didn't return to the city. Instead, it was directly devoured by Feng Yueshan. Feng Yueshan didn't deliberately devour the energy, but it was still diffusing towards Feng Yueshan. This was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the terrifying power kept flickering. The endless aura had reached an unbelievable level. The entire world revolved around Feng Yueshan. Blasphemer. The blasphemer has appeared. The surviving shadow creatures were all shocked when they saw this scene. The blasphemer was also the god's rebel. They originally thought that this was an extremely distant term, but today, this existence had appeared in front of them. Ignorant idiots, the great child of the world should be the true god. Kato's power moved again, and a terrifying shadow blade appeared. Such a dense aura began to surge. At this moment, the most extreme power had already reached its pinnacle. Between the heavens and the earth, everything began to rumble. That most extreme power had already turned into a terrifying blade. All the aura of the world had completely manifested at this moment. If this continued, the Shadow Marshals would be directly killed. There was no suspense. However, at this moment, another terrifying power suddenly appeared in the Shadow City. The Shadow King had made his move. There was no doubt that it was the Shadow King who had made his move. At this moment, the most terrifying power directly pervaded the air. The violent power had reached its peak at this moment, and it directly bombarded Kato's shadow blade. Boom! The terrifying energy directly boiled at this moment, and the most terrifying aura simply reached its peak. Such a power was fully manifested at this moment. Everything between heaven and earth world seemed to fall silent. How dare you, Kato! The Shadow King finally appeared. How dare you! The City Lord Shadow Emperor. The Shadow Emperor, had the city, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor to him, the Emperor was time Emperor, the Emperor had Emperor, the Emperor of the Emperor him. The studio, the Emperor, Emperor Time Studio, Emperor Time, Emperor Time. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Just a moment ago, he had sent a message to his emperor, asking him to come back. After all, the blasphemer was an extremely terrifying existence. Even though he had great confidence in himself, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. At this moment, he only hoped that he could delay the blasphemer. Kato looked at the King of Shadows and said, "Respected Vice City Lord Hilda, follow my God. God will grant you great power. Otherwise, you will die." It was just a simple sentence, but it was enough to display his overbearing aura. In the past, he could only face the powerful Shadow King with an extremely respectful and even humble attitude. Although he was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a Shadow King, this hair's breadth was completely different. However, at this moment, even if he was facing the powerful Shadow King, he had no fear. His power directly emerged at this moment. Obviously, he was going to declare war on the Shadow King. "You actually have the courage to resist me. Did the blasphemer give you the courage?" The Shadow King was furious. After all, how could he not be angry when he was treated with such contempt by a small character? However, before Kato could say anything, Feng Yueshan had already walked towards him. Step by step, the sound of each footstep was so clear. It was as if even if the whole world had become extremely noisy, his footsteps were still the clearest sound in the world. At this moment, his power began to spread out and enveloped his opponent. The Shadow King, submit or die. Feng Yueshan wanted to attack directly. This made Kato feel very useless. His god had granted him power, but he could not defeat his opponent. "How dare you!" At this moment, the Shadow King directly gathered his power. He did not hold back at all in this attack, nor did he dare to hold back. Not only did he use his own power, but he also condensed all of his aura. When such a power appeared at this moment, it was simply terrifying beyond compare. When such an aura appeared directly at this moment, the power of this power was simply indescribable. This was because at this moment, he had already used the power of the Shadow City. Under his guidance, the god's talisman erupted with the most powerful and terrifying power. Then, it turned into a long arrow and directly rushed towards Feng Yueshan. Go to hell. This power was so terrifying that even his heart palpitated. Therefore, in his opinion, Feng Yueshan would definitely die. This terrifying long arrow of energy directly pierced Feng Yueshan's body. Humph, as expected, a bullshit blasphemer. Under the power of God, everything will be overshadowed. At this moment, he seemed to be a little excited. No matter what, he had killed a blasphemer. However, in the next moment, his expression immediately changed. That was because such a terrifying energy arrow actually didn't cause any damage to the other party after it entered his body. Everything directly melted into the other party's body, and there was no change at all. No, this is impossible. He seemed to have seen the most incredible thing. The power of God was so powerful, but at this moment, it did not play any role at all. This was really unimaginable. At this moment, it seemed that everything had turned into a dead silence, and a gray color suddenly shrouded him. This power was so despairing. In an instant, his terrifying power began to decline, and then his aura began to disappear. In the blink of an eye, this powerful Shadow King had already walked towards death. What was even more terrifying was that all the shadow creatures did not even see how he fought or how he died. The man who brought him death stood there quietly at this moment. His expression was incomparably cold. Well, I don't want to waste time. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's power directly manifested, and his terrifying aura directly rushed towards the Shadow City. A powerful force was released from Shadow City, which was obviously trying to resist his power attack. But it was useless. Under Feng Yueshan's power, the resisting force was directly devoured and absorbed by him. It seemed that all the attacks were illusory to him. All shadows belong to me. Feng Yueshan only said a simple sentence, and the power of the entire Shadow City gathered towards him. In the end, only a god's talisman was still resisting his power devouring. Still want to resist? After Feng Yueshan finished speaking, he directly pointed his finger, and a ray of light shot towards the god's talisman. At this moment, a will appeared in the god's talisman, and that was the god's will. You're here. These 3 simple words were like a conversation between 2 friends. But in fact, the 2 sides were born to be mortal enemies. There could only be one will in a world. Feng Yueshan was the person of origin chosen by the Shadow World, and the Shadow God was the one who held the throne at this moment. These 2 people were bound to fight. Looking at him, Feng Yueshan indifferently replied, "Yes, I'm here, so you can die." This was his overbearingness. At this moment, his aura began to spread, and the Shadow God's talisman directly disappeared into nothingness at this moment. This was simply terrifying. It should be known that it was extremely difficult for even Su Yan to refine the Shadow God's talisman. He needed to suppress it with the Dark Ink Lotus and Buddha Temple, and then refine it from the inside with the power of the Grand Supreme. Only in this way could he barely achieve this. But at this moment, Feng Yueshan only lightly pointed, and this power immediately dispersed and floated towards his body. This was because he was the child of the world of the Shadow World, and was recognized by the origin. Just as he said, all shadows belong to him. In the Shadow Holy Land, a terrifying aura directly rose into the sky. It was the Shadow Emperor. He still felt the demise of his city, and at this time, he was extremely angry. The city was his foundation, but now it had disappeared. The rebels have appeared. At this time, however, he did not act alone. Instead, he sent a thought to the god's apprentice. Even someone as powerful as him was filled with great fear of the rebels. Therefore, at this time, he did not act on his own initiative, but instead asked the god's apprentice. Chapter 13:18. Huge formation. This sentence was directed at all the Shadow King and Shadow Emperors present. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that there were hundreds of kings of shadows here, and there were almost 10 emperors of shadows. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. But at this moment, they had to act together for one person. Go, this is an oracle. The word oracle was as heavy as the mountains and seas. No one dared to defy it. Not long after, these powerful and terrifying existences charged towards the Heavenly Emperor city. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to stop such a large amount of power. What kind of terrifying power was this? Using the word mobilizing a large number of people to describe it was too insignificant. But this was an oracle. Even the powerful Shadow Emperor couldn't go against an oracle. At this moment, the energy of the entire Shadow Sacred Land was simply terrifying. This kind of energy naturally came from Jingdong Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan opened Yan Mao's eyes. His gaze turned to the outside. What's going on? Why is there such a huge commotion? Even he was a little shocked at this moment. No matter how powerful he was now, if he was hit by such terrifying energy, he would probably die immediately. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth was condensed here. The terrifying aura was simply too powerful at this moment. Su Yan circulated the power of the exalted to the extreme, allowing himself to completely merge with everything around him. He knew very well that if he carelessly leaked his aura at this moment, he would most likely die. The vast and mighty power went straight into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, this terrifying power finally calmed down. When such power was completely gone, Su Yan relaxed a little. What a huge formation! He was shocked, but he immediately thought of a possibility. He actually used such a formation. Could it be that he hasn't discovered Feng Yueshan at this time? Su Yan knew that in the entire shadow world, only the shadow god could mobilize so much power at the same time. Only Feng Yueshan was worthy enough for the shadow god to mobilize such a large force. Although he had killed his avatar of will, he was still nothing in his eyes. He was just a small intruder that could not shake his foundation. Only Feng Yueshan, the child of the world, could threaten him. What should I do? Should I follow them to meet up with Feng Yueshan? This was Su Yan's first thought. Meet up with Feng Yueshan and then leave this place. But soon, he gave up on this idea. No, I can't go and meet up with Feng Yueshan at this time. Otherwise, I'll be digging my own grave. He immediately knew that he couldn't do that now. His strength was not bad, and there was no problem in dealing with the Shadow King. He could even fight against the Shadow Emperor. But the key problem was that there were too many of them. When the number reached a certain point, it would be extremely terrifying. So the power gathered here was terrifying and had reached another level. He was definitely not a match for them. So, he definitely couldn't go at this time. To put it bluntly, at this time, it didn't make much of a difference whether he went or not. Maybe he would even bring trouble to Feng Yueshan. Just as he thought before, this was the path that Feng Yueshan chose, so he could only face it alone. Thinking of this, Su Yan calmed himself down. At this time, his eyes fell on the Holy Land. After a while, when the Shadow King and the Shadow Emperor are far enough away, I'll enter the Holy Land. Su Yan immediately made up his mind. This was the only way he could think of to break out of this situation. At this time, the power of the whole world was quietly flowing at this time. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Endless aura was constantly rolling at this time, and the terrifying power had reached its peak at this time. There seemed to be no power in the world that could compete with this terrifying aura. Su Yan was waiting. Emperor City. The huge shadow city had been directly devoured by Feng Yueshan. This speed was simply unimaginable. Even Su Yan couldn't compare with it. After Feng Yueshan did all this, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there quietly, not paying any attention to whether the other shadow creatures stayed or left. At this time, Kato walked behind him and knelt down. Great God, you don't choose to leave. Of course, he knew that after Feng Yueshan devoured this shadow city, he would probably face an extremely terrifying disaster. The Shadow Emperor wouldn't let his city be directly devoured, so he would definitely come. At this time, Feng Yueshan's identity as a blasphemer had probably been leaked. After all, just now Feng Yueshan directly talked to the will in the divine talisman. The current god of Shura wouldn't allow Feng Yueshan to exist, so he wouldn't let Feng Yueshan go. No matter how you look at it, it was better to leave at this time. But Feng Yueshan didn't choose to do so. He just waited quietly, so calm that it made him feel scared. Feng Yueshan said, I don't have much time. Instead of running away, it's better to face it. Anyway, I have to face it sooner or later. Kato immediately obeyed respectfully. That was Feng Yueshan's decision. Even if such a decision was absurd in his logic, he would still respectfully carry it out. Even if the price was to break his bones, he wouldn't have any complaints. From the moment he decided to believe in Feng Yueshan, he had already decided that his will would not go against Feng Yueshan. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth was condensed, and the horror of that power was simply unimaginable. In the sky, there was a brilliance shining at this time. That was the most brilliant starry sky. The power between heaven and earth was directly displayed at this time, and the mighty pressure directly oppressed this place. This aura was so terrifying. At this time, Kato's expression suddenly changed, and he directly blocked in front of Feng Yueshan with his body. Even if he knew from the beginning that this disaster would be no small matter, he never thought that it would be such a terrible catastrophe. Such power was simply abnormal, and the majesty of this aura was unimaginably powerful. At this time, the most terrifying power directly descended, and the violent aura rose to the extreme at this time. The power between heaven and earth was already concentrated to the extreme at this time. Feng Yueshan raised his head to look at the descending power. He already saw clearly that there were 100 the Shadow King and close to 10 Shadow Emperors. Blasphemers must be destroyed. A heavy voice sounded, and it was as if the heavens were descending at this time. The horror of this power was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, all the auras had reached the extreme at this time. In front of the Shadow Sacred Land, Su Yan opened his eyes. Valka, you stay outside. Now, he had already decided to enter the gloomy Sacred Land. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan didn't have any confidence this time. To him, Valka was actually insignificant, so it was better to just let him go. Valka didn't answer. To him, this was an extremely heavy choice. Should he continue to follow Su Yan, or should he leave? In fact, to him, leaving at this time was a very good choice. During this period of following Su Yan, his strength had increased a lot, and now he was already the Shadow King. Moreover, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Although the Shadow King wasn't enough for him to move unhindered in the world, if he wanted to protect himself and live a carefree life, there wouldn't be any problems. He pondered for a while, then suddenly chuckled and said, "Great Master, this lowly Valka also wants to see what the Sacred Land is like." This sentence indicated that he had already made his choice. Su Yan nodded, and didn't say anything more. He respected Valka's decision, and then said, "All right, this is your choice." After saying that, he directly headed towards the Sacred Land. Just as Su Yan arrived in front of the Sacred Land, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted. It was a powerful repulsive force. Not only was it repulsive, but it was even exterminating. As expected, if I want to enter this place, I have to get the approval of some bullshit god. Su Yan felt an aura similar to the Shadow God's divine talisman from this force. He immediately understood that the Shadow God had set up a restriction here. If he wanted to enter, he had to get the approval of the Shadow God. However, this wasn't a problem for Su Yan. In his small world, the Shadow God's divine talisman was activated at this time, and a force immediately appeared. The aura of that force constantly changed, and gradually, the repulsive force on Su Yan's body began to disappear. Then, Su Yan continued forward. At this time, Valka chuckled and said, "Great Master, you really are omnipotent." He was indeed shocked. Although he had seen Su Yan's strength again and again, he was still shocked every time. This was also the reason why he chose to follow behind Su Yan this time. He felt that Su Yan was strong enough, so strong that he could even walk through the Sacred Land like it was flat ground. Su Yan and Valka finally stepped into the Sacred Land. At this time, the supreme power in Su Yan's body began to spread out, and a powerful and terrifying force filled the air. Chapter 13-19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Entering the Sacred Land, Su Yan took a step forward, and everything in the Holy Land fell into his eyes. At this time, so many of the Shadow Kings had already left. Apart from the rich energy, there seemed to be nothing left. But very soon, Su Yan discovered that something was wrong. That was because he had already seen an extremely frightening power in the distance. It seemed to be the source of all the energy. Seems like that's the core of the Sacred Land. Su Yan walked straight in and didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. After walking for about 2 hours, a pair of eyes suddenly fell on him. "Guest from the other world, you've finally arrived." A voice rang out, landing directly in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan's expression was calm, but Valka, who was behind him, suddenly felt pain. Just a voice alone seemed to be enough to make him dissipate completely. At this moment, Su Yan released a wave of energy that enveloped Valka. It enveloped Valka's surroundings. Only then did Valka's expression calm down. But at this moment, he was extremely horrified because he finally felt the terror of death. What kind of terrifying power was this? Just such calm words were enough to kill him directly. He had previously thought that he had already become the Shadow King, and that he could already find a place for himself in the entire shadow world. But now, he realized how laughable his thoughts were. The reason why he thought so was because he hadn't seen a true powerhouse and was just a pitiful frog in a well. But now, such a powerful existence was standing in front of him, and it immediately made him realize his foolishness and the gap between him and the true powerhouses. At this moment, he was even more in awe of Su Yan. Who are you to be able to see through my identity? I'm sure you're not an ordinary shadow creature. Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, he was still completely a shadow creature, and unless one could see the most powerful existence's soul, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I am the most steadfast apostle of the great God. You can call me a God's apostle. When he said these two words, he was extremely proud. To be able to become a God's apostle was an extremely glorious thing. Because of this, he obtained extremely powerful and terrifying strength. Su Yan nodded. You're guarding this place to gather faith for the Shadow God, right? Does this mean that a new war is about to begin? At this moment, Su Yan had already guessed it. The Shadow God was most likely going to start a new war against the world. And to start a war, he had to open a spatial gate. This wasn't just a simple spatial gate, it was just a crack. What he wanted to open was a stable spatial channel that could bridge the two worlds and allow all the tyrannical existences of the shadow world to rush through. Therefore, even the powerful Shadow God could not do it alone. At this moment, he naturally needed the power from the worship of the shadow world. I have a whole new level of respect for you. You actually know this. You're really amazing. This was the God's plan. With so many, the Shadow King and even the Shadow Emperor, there weren't many who knew about this, but Su Yan directly said it. You're from the world of infinity, right? The God's apostle said. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. However, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. So, what do you want? Su Yan asked. At this moment, he actually understood one thing. The reason why he could enter this place was probably related to the being in front of him. In other words, he let him enter this place on purpose. The God's apostle looked at Su Yan and said, You're smart. The God has already told me that you destroyed his will clone. This is an unforgivable thing. He seemed to have no emotions at all. No matter what he said, it was terrifyingly calm. It was as if nothing in this world could cause waves in his heart. However, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Su Yan didn't say anything and waited for him to continue. However, if you can become a believer of the God and open the way for us to successfully enter the world of infinity, then the God will give you endless glory and endless power. His voice fell, and his words were full of endless temptation. At this moment, a light shadow appeared. It was a picture. Su Yan's power had reached an extremely terrifying realm, which was not comparable to this at all. The terrifying aura was constantly oppressing the surroundings, and above Su Yan was the mysterious heavenly way. Of course, this heavenly way was the God of Shadows. At this time, Su Yan was the most powerful existence in addition to the heavenly way. This was a beautiful future, and it was also what the God's apostle was giving Su Yan at this time. Do you see? If you can agree to become a God's apostle, then in the future, you will be the most powerful person under the heavenly way. Even I can't be compared to you. You will be the most honorable person in this world. Such a temptation was still extremely heavy for him. However, at this time, Su Yan chuckled, ridiculous. His power spread, and a powerful pressure directly oppressed the surroundings. Such an aura had become unimaginable at this time, and the most terrifying power swept through, almost unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were filled with a strong aura, and his power had reached an extreme level. Such ridiculous words, you can deceive children. As for me, haha, I don't have so much time to dream with you. He directly released his power, which was more terrifying than the sharpest sword. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Everything will be decided with strength in the end. His fighting spirit rose. Su Yan knew that the god's apostle in front of him was extremely terrifying and powerful, even more terrifying than the Shadow Emperor. Because he was God's apostle, the power he could use was probably limitless. A will clone was already so powerful, needless to say, a God's apostle. Alright, since that's the case, I'll grant you death. Those who go against God's will be completely destroyed in the end. At this time, his will rotated, and all the power directly spread out at this time. That terrifying brilliance was really unimaginable. A slash of power rushed out, turning into a terrifying sword aura. The sword aura was like a rainbow, moving in panic. Between heaven and earth, all the wills had been condensed, and endless power directly exploded. That terrifying brilliance was really rich and powerful to such an extent. The brilliance moved, and directly arrived in front of the god's apostle. The god's apostle opened his eyes, and an endless shadow appeared from within. Such power, at this time, surged like a long dragon. The aura of heaven and earth seemed to be at his disposal at this time. It's useless. Under the power of God, all your efforts are in vain. As his words fell, Su Yan's power directly disintegrated at this time. The power of the brilliance rose at this time, turning into a scorching sun. At this moment, the terrifying halo had already become so powerful. Between heaven and earth, the most direct power appeared at this time. Therefore, everything seemed to be sinking under his power. Su Yan's sword aura was directly destroyed. This was both expected and unexpected. Su Yan knew that with this guy's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy his sword aura. However, he didn't expect that the other party could do it so easily. At this time, the power that he had condensed so much did not have any contribution at all. Supreme extermination. At this time, Su Yan certainly wouldn't give up so easily. At this time, his sword aura surged again, and the powerful sword aura directly flew at this time. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen silent at this time. At this time, the endless power began to sink. At this time, the most powerful power began to directly be annihilated. Sword. In an instant, in this holy land, everything began to be swept up and annihilated by Su Yan's sword aura. This level of strength had truly reached the pinnacle of strength. Such power continued to soar into the sky. It was the most terrifying aura. In front of this power, everything had already begun to be destroyed. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes contained endless divine light. At this time, the most terrifying power was constantly attacking at this time. This aura was really terrifying and unparalleled. In this world, only these two people were left, and they began the most direct and terrifying confrontation. The power of the god's disciple was indeed unfathomable. Even at this time, Su Yan continuously attacked, but he still didn't gain any advantage. However, Su Yan's power was also beyond the god's disciple's expectation. As expected of an existence who can destroy the will clone of a god. Your power is really beyond my expectations. At this time, his sword aura danced continuously, wanting to directly suppress Su Yan. However, Su Yan's sword aura was incomparably tenacious. Unknowingly, the god's disciple had already discovered that a part of the surrounding energy had begun to be out of his control. What? He can actually plunder the surrounding energy. One had to know that the surrounding energy was condensed by a god. The power within it was simply unparalleled. Chapter 1320. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nioi Bo Studio. An arduous battle for Su Yan. This was the most arduous battle. At this point, the pressure on him had become extremely huge. This was because the aura of the god's disciple had become extremely terrifying. Su Yan had fought with countless experts, but even so, he had to admit that this guy was terrifying. His aura was deep and could only be described with the word great. That terrifying aura was extremely deep and boundless. The terrifying aura rose at this moment, and the power was almost unimaginable. The most terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment, and the terrifying power had almost suppressed everything. Su Yan's sword aura had actually reached its peak, but it was still suppressed by him. It was as if no matter how hard Su Yan tried, it was impossible for him to break through his power. "You're very powerful, but you're no match for me." His voice was so indifferent, and his eyes were looking directly at Su Yan. His aura was so deep. Su Yan continued to remain silent. He knew that at this moment, the opponent wanted to give him more pressure so that he could defeat him and make him submit. Even if it was the Shadow God, it would be extremely difficult for him to open up the passage between the two worlds and launch an attack. However, if he chose to help him, it would be very different for him. For him, it would save him a lot of effort. This was an extremely rare thing for him. Therefore, Su Yan knew that as long as there was still a possibility, the Shadow God would not give up on him. Therefore, at this moment, the Shadow God wanted to use an absolutely terrifying power to suppress him, to let him understand how terrifying his strength was and how far the distance between them was. However, he did not understand Su Yan at all. At Su Yan's level, the determination in his heart was unimaginable. Even if the Shadow God was really terrifying to the extreme, he would not choose to retreat. Even if he died, he would not do so. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan would not choose to give up so easily. At this moment, Su Yan's willpower could be said to be extremely strong. His strength erupted at this moment, and his powerful aura had reached its peak. At this time, his power surged, reaching an unimaginable level. The power of radiance surged at this moment, boundless and indestructible. The change in aura was even more unimaginable. "My sword intent hasn't reached the peak yet," Su Yan said to himself. His sword intent could become even stronger. Since that was the case, how could he choose to surrender now? Absolutely impossible. At this moment, his will began to burn, and even his entire being began to boil. At this point, everything was simply unbelievably powerful. Boundless power continued to rise at this moment. The most terrifying power continued to emerge at this moment. Su Yan's power flickered continuously at this moment. Endless power of light floated at this moment. At this moment, everything was gathered in his hands. His strength had reached a critical point at this point. It does seem to have become stronger. Unfortunately, it's useless. In front of my absolute strength, you can't defeat me at all. This was his confidence in himself. At this moment, his power spiraled downwards like a boundless storm. Although Su Yan could already plunder a part of the energy here, it was only a small part. Most of the power was still under his control. The god's disciple's mind flowed, and the power immediately became stronger and more terrifying. At this moment, the boundless aura spiraled up, and the most terrifying power had risen to the extreme. A ray of light fell directly, and the whole world fell into a dull silence at this moment. At a time like this, all of the forces began to fall into the enemy's hands. This kind of brilliance had really overshadowed the whole world. At this moment, Su Yan's power emerged directly to fight against this terrifying aura. His sword aura had reached its peak. At this point, the shadow power that he could control had completely coalesced into one. At this moment, the whole world was materializing at this moment. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the world. Su Yan's will was under the most terrifying pressure. At this moment, he felt that the whole shadow sacred land was beginning to collapse and then fiercely oppressed him. But even so, Su Yan still persevered, because he knew that at this moment, he had to persevere. He still had no reason to retreat, and no qualification to do so. He was a man who walked on the edge of the abyss at all times. If he retreated, he would die. He couldn't die, so he could only try his best. Even if he died, he had to work hard to persevere on the road. At this moment, his aura gradually weakened under such pressure. Your power is indeed very strong, but most of the time, you are so helpless. In front of God, any power is futile. I know that you have a small world, which is indeed amazing, but you have to know that the whole shadow world is God's world. So, how can you compare to God? He was so calm, but he said everything as if it was a matter of course. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were still shining with the most determined light. Is that so? This world belongs to the shadow god. Not necessarily. If so, then what is the son of the world? Su Yan said sarcastically. Feng Yueshan had already obtained the power of the origin of this world, and he had become the son of the world. More importantly, he had already come to the shadow world. So, this world chose Feng Yueshan, and it was because of this that the shadow god was so eager to kill Feng Yueshan. The eyes of the disciple of God suddenly burst with anger. Because of anger, his killing intent was rampant. This is just a disorder of heaven's will. God is omnipotent, so these mistakes can naturally be corrected. I'll give you another chance to become a disciple of God, have boundless power, and serve my Lord. Because of anger, his power became even more powerful. Such a terrifying aura directly suppressed Su Yan, almost completely crushing him. However, at this moment, Su Yan laughed, and then said, "What a pity. Even so, you can't defeat me, because this world doesn't belong to you, nor does it belong to the shadow god. Even if the sky is infinitely dark now, with a ray of sunlight, the world will be restored to clarity, and at this moment, the sunlight has already come." Su Yan was like a tenacious bamboo, standing tall in the midst of the boundless gale. At this moment, the violent power was constantly blowing at him, as if it could break him at any time, but he still didn't fall down. I don't know what you're talking about, but at this time, you're still holding on to hope that your power can overcome everything. Then I'll let you know how big the gap between you and God is. At this point, a power surged up again. This power was even more powerful than before. If it was just a huge lake before, then it was a deep sea now. When the ocean directly sank, how terrifying would that be? At this moment, Su Yan's power was directly displayed, and his aura had reached the peak at this moment. At this moment, all of his power had been completely revealed. That most berserk and terrifying aura had already reached the pinnacle. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly exploded. Under such a huge pressure, Su Yan suddenly said, "It's about time." The disciple of God heard these words, and then directly shouted, "You guy, what are you talking about?" However, he understood Su Yan's meaning. Su Yan's sword intent was clearly suppressed to the extreme, as if it was going to break directly, but at this moment, a brand new power directly appeared. Tai Chi Yin and Yang, reverse heaven and earth. As soon as these words appeared, the whole world fell into turmoil, and that terrifying pressure was forcibly supported at this time. I've already said that your power doesn't belong to you after all. Su Yan's power was tougher and sharper than before. Under such an aura, everything was completely shattered, and even such a terrifying pressure dissipated bit by bit at this time. This kind of aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, Su Yan had been completely reborn. No, how is this possible? Under the suppression of my power, you can still break through. He was extremely shocked. He had clearly firmly suppressed Su Yan, but at this time, Su Yan actually began an extremely crucial transformation, as if a flame had been ignited in the darkness. However, his shock didn't stop there. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that the power he controlled was actually starting to break away from him. What's going on? Su Yan's rise in the extreme had already made him extremely shocked, and at this time, he was even more surprised because at this time, he could no longer control the terrifying power here. For him, this was simply fatal. Chapter 1321. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio start fighting back just as Su Yan had said, the world wasn't yours. Even someone as powerful as the God of Shadows couldn't truly control this world because the will of heaven still existed. The person chosen by the will of heaven in the shadow world was actually Feng Yueshan. Therefore, the real world already belonged to Feng Yueshan. In fact, the relationship between the gods and the will of heaven was extremely mysterious. If heaven's will was the will of the Creator, then the gods were the usurpers. Powerful gods could communicate with heaven's will and obtain extremely powerful and terrifying power. However, when a person's power reached the extreme, they would no longer be satisfied with just communicating with the will of the heavens. They would want to completely grasp the will of the heavens and turn this world into their own minor world. This was the difference between being under one person and being a true ruler. At this moment, the God of Shadows was playing this role. He wanted to completely control heaven's will in his own hands. However, heaven's will had yet to truly die, so he had to seek a counterattack. However, heaven's will could no longer resist directly at this time. At this time, the best way was to choose a new son of origin, bestow them with great power, and then let them defeat the gods. This was also the reason why Feng Yueshan was born. At this moment, Feng Yueshan had already arrived in this world. The moment he entered this world, the God of Shadows had already sensed his existence. Therefore, endless energy flowed towards Feng Yueshan. Heavens wanted to help Feng Yueshan grow quickly. And this was only one of the reasons. If Feng Yueshan was the only one who could grow, then even if it was as powerful as heaven's will, it would be impossible for him to reach the height of the God of Shadows in an instant. Therefore, on the other hand, heaven's will wanted to help others suppress the God of Shadows. Suppressing the God of Shadows was originally an extremely impossible thing. Even the Shadow Emperor couldn't do anything to the God of Shadows. In fact, they would even listen to the God of Shadows' summons and serve him. The Shadow God had been in control of this world for too long. His influence was enormous. In the minds of almost all shadow creatures, he was the will of the heavens, and the will of the heavens was him. The two of them were inseparable. Originally, Tian-Yi did not have such an opportunity. But now, Su Yan had come. Su Yan, the intruder, had now become the helper of Shadow Heaven's will. The Holy Land had such a strong shadow power. Even for the Shadow God, this place was extremely important. Shadow God had been planning this for a long time. At this time, his original body still had to suppress heaven's will and prevent heaven's will from backfiring, so he let his god disciple take charge of the situation here. Since the god's disciple had his authority, he could naturally control the power of this place. However, this place was actually extremely close to the will of the heavens. Su Yan had just been bitterly suppressed by the god's disciple. While he was constantly resisting, he was actually using his own will to search for and communicate with the will of heaven. If this was any other place, perhaps Su Yan wouldn't have been able to do so. But here, he found the heaven's will and reached an agreement with it. At this extremely critical moment, the powerful power controlled by the god's disciple was directly weakened. At this time, Su Yan's sword essence directly broke through a new limit. The powerful sword chi directly rose against the heavens. Such a terrifying power could be said to be extremely powerful. The boundless power was completely unleashed at this time, and the endless brilliance was simply unimaginable. Such a terrifying power had almost reached an indescribable level. That light shadow was so terrifying that it caused one's heart to palpitate. Light, at this time, moved bit by bit. The most terrifying power was simply unparalleled at this time. At this time, Su Yan's sword essence had become eternal. Su Yan's sword chi was already extremely powerful and terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan had also received the help of the power of this world at this time. Unknowingly, his power had reached the peak at this time. Endless brilliance constantly sank at this time. It was the most terrifying brilliance of power. In this way, it seemed as if the entire world had begun to sink at this time. At this time, Su Yan's eyes flickered with light. Even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. Such a dense aura was really terrifying. At this moment, the god's disciple immediately felt a huge pressure. How is this possible? My great lord, why is it like this? The god's disciple was extremely shocked. His power was extremely powerful, even terrifying. Even the Shadow Emperor could not be his opponent. Therefore, Su Yan could only struggle bitterly just now, but it was impossible for him to break through the suppression of his power. However, in reality, there was a prerequisite. That was, his god could give him such a powerful power. All of his power originated from his god. When his god was strong enough, his power was also boundless. Now, in the battle between God and Heaven's will, it was obviously suppressed for the time being. Therefore, at this time, his power could not be fully unleashed. Tai Chi, Sword of Extermination. At this time, how could Su Yan give up such an opportunity? His sword essence broke through. At this time, his Tai Chi sword actually directly materialized at this time. When his body shattered, the Tai Chi sword also seemed to have disappeared. However, Su Yan always understood that his sword did not disappear. It had just reached an extremely mysterious level. Even he himself could not find this sword. He could only vaguely sense it. But at this time, when his sword will broke through again and reached a whole new level, he finally understood. He directly comprehended the Taiji divine sword. The powerful sword will almost directly reverse yin and yang. That terrifying aura directly burst out at this time. Such a power completely broke the rules of the world, and then made this sword appear. At this time, Su Yan's aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. The brilliance in his eyes was even more unimaginable. Such an aura was really terrifying. The boundless darkness was shattered by his gaze. This was Su Yan's power at this time. It was unbelievably powerful. The terrifying light was constantly circulating at this time. The endless aura was even more boundless at this time. Between heaven and earth, all the power was constantly circulating. The sword of extermination went directly towards the god's disciple. In an instant, 108,000 swords gathered at the same time. Every sword was terrifyingly powerful. Endless aura and brilliance were like red fire. Between heaven and earth, the most terrifying aura was constantly circulating and condensing at this time. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared in the god's disciple's eyes. That shadow was illusory and terrifying. However, the power in it was simply unimaginable. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be unfathomable. At this moment, all the power and aura had reached the most violent and terrifying level. Su Yan's sword of extermination was actually blocked directly. Divine sword. At this time, the shadow directly made a sound. Su Yan immediately understood that at this time, he was no longer facing the god's disciple but the shadow of the god of shadows. Reversing life and death, from illusion to reality. At this time, Su Yan understood that for him, he had reached the most critical time. There was no doubt that the shadow in front of him was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than the god's disciple. At this time, he could feel his pressure. The moment he appeared, the energy around Su Yan had become extremely heavy. Even the aura in his body became difficult to circulate. At this time, Su Yan directly chose to attack. That was to transform his body. Shadow was a body of nothingness. No matter how powerful shadow creatures were, they still had flaws. Moreover, the one in front of him was the god of shadows. In this way, his strength was naturally terrifying. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. In the shadow state, no matter how powerful his strength was, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of his opponent. He could not even escape because this guy's strength was extremely terrifying. He controlled all the laws of the shadow world. Although the will of heaven had begun to change at this time, Feng Yuxian had not succeeded yet. Su Yan clearly understood that it was impossible for him to fight with him in the shadow state. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan directly began to do something that seemed extremely crazy. That was to reverse reality and illusion. At this time, he wanted to abandon his shadow state and directly transform into a physical body. He wanted to let his body return. If it was an ordinary shadow creature, it would be impossible for them to do this. They would not even think about it. However, Su Yan could. It should be said that he had a certain chance of success. Because he was a person from the infinite world, his soul origin was still there. More importantly, when he was transformed into a shadow creature, his energy didn't dissipate after his physical body was destroyed. Instead, it returned to his body, almost like the Taiji sword, and hid away. At this time, Su Yan's strength directly broke through a certain shackle, and then his strength was completely awakened. Since the Taiji divine sword had appeared, so did his physical body. At this time, his body began to change directly, and his body began to be rebuilt. Interesting. You actually want to rebuild your body in front of me. How stupid. He sneered. Su Yan's idea was indeed good, but in his opinion, it was extremely stupid. Because how could he let him do that? Chapter 13:22. Reforging the physical body. At this moment, the power of heavens will appeared around Su Yan, wrapping around Su Yan. Heaven's will was protecting Su Yan. This was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was emitting a divine radiance. You're actually protecting someone from the boundless world. Ha ha ha, what a pity. Attacking the boundless world and achieving the will of heaven and earth, wasn't that your ambition? Now, you're actually joining forces with someone from the boundless world to fight me. The shadow god was clearly enraged at this point. At this time, his power spread out and directly attacked the heaven's will. However, even if you want to protect him, so what? You won't be a match for me. Since I can suppress you for so many years, I can also defeat you now. With so many shadow emperors and the shadow king, how terrifying was this pressure? Everything in the world began to tremble. This was simply too powerful. With such a terrifying aura surging out, it was even more unimaginable. At this moment, dark clouds began to descend from the sky. That ray of light began to burn at this moment. The power of the light began to spiral and then turned into a light barrier. Blasphemer, end your own life. At the front was a shadow emperor. His aura was extremely terrifying. Even among the dozen shadow emperors, his aura was the strongest. At this moment, he directly uttered such words. He looked down at Feng Yuxian from high above. However, as he spoke, his brows were slightly furrowed. Because at this moment, Feng Yuxian's aura became extremely strange. Sometimes, it was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning. It was like a small bug that flew out of nowhere. However, in the next moment, his aura would suddenly surge, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Even he was apprehensive. To be able to reach his level, he had lived for countless years. He had witnessed too many historical changes. The traces of time had stayed in this place for too long. However, no matter what, he didn't expect such a change to happen. His power was simply too terrifying. That boundless aura was simply too powerful and terrifying. The terrifying radiance moved at this moment. Such an aura was like the dark clouds of heaven and earth. At this moment, he spoke like this. Naturally, he didn't expect Feng Yueshan to do this. Since he could become a blasphemer, he naturally couldn't be a weak paper man. Behind him, all the powerful shadow creatures focused their gazes on Feng Yueshan. It was an invisible pressure. At this moment, Kato shouted, "Audacious." The fact that he was still able to stand in front of Feng Yueshan was already an act of supreme courage. Even though he had already become the king of shadows, how could he compare to so many terrifying existences in the sky? His power was so terrifying, and his aura was so strong that it was outrageous. At this moment, between heaven and earth, endless radiance moved at this moment. The terrifying power was even more unimaginable. At this moment, another Shadow Emperor snorted coldly. A power directly turned into a black lightning bolt and struck towards Kato. The Shadow King dared to speak to him like this. He was simply courting death. The power of this lightning bolt was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Kato in almost an instant. At this moment, Kato immediately felt the threat of death. This power was too terrifying. He couldn't block it. Despair grew in his heart. Of course, this despair wasn't because he was going to die. It was because he couldn't protect Feng Yueshan anymore. The moment he chose to believe in Feng Yueshan, his life, even his soul, everything already belonged to Feng Yueshan. This was the most devout belief. However, the moment the black lightning bolt was about to hit him, the radiance of the lightning suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Such a change was simply bizarre. It's really strange. The expression of the Shadow Emperor in the lead became extremely solemn. How did the power disappear just now? He actually didn't see it at all. This was truly out of the ordinary. Why hesitate? Just attack directly. I don't believe that he can block all of our attacks. At this moment, a Shadow Emperor suddenly spoke. This Shadow Emperor wasn't a very patient person. However, what he said was actually very reasonable. With so many people attacking at the same time, perhaps even the Shadow God would have some misgivings. Even though the blasphemer was powerful, he wasn't a god yet. They didn't believe that he could block such a powerful attack. At this moment, a terrifying power directly condensed. That terrifying aura turned into the most endless thunderclouds, and that terrifying power directly descended. Endless power was manifesting continuously at this moment. Such a terrifying aura was changing at this moment. The Shadow King had already made his move. Several hundred the Shadow King. What kind of terrifying power was this? When this power condensed into a single point, that kind of destructive power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying aura completely erupted at this moment. The most terrifying radiance directly descended at this moment. It was as if a terrifying thundercloud started flickering. Boundless power constantly flickered at this moment. The power of light constantly changed at this moment. That terrifying aura reached an extreme level. At this point in time, all the auras between heaven and earth had become endless. That most terrifying power had turned into a strike of despair at this moment. Kato really started to tremble at this moment. He couldn't resist the Shadow Emperor's attack just now, but that power descended in an instant. He didn't have time to react and was already prepared to face death. However, it was different this time. This time, he could only watch as that power descended and tried to devour him. This was a process of waiting for death. People were most terrifying when they were waiting for death. However, at this moment, Feng Yueshan said indifferently, "Kato, get behind me." At this moment, Kato didn't speak any nonsense. He was indeed very scared, but he was more willing to believe in the god he believed in. In an instant, such a terrifying power had completely devoured Feng Yuashan and Kater. Kater only felt a terrifying storm descending. Such a rich aura was constantly rotating. The most terrifying power was constantly skyrocketing at this moment. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. Darkness and destruction seemed to have become an eternal part of the world at this moment. At this moment, all the power was constantly reincarnating at this moment. Am I dead? Am I going to die? At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was constantly rotating at this moment. Kater felt that he was really weak, like a flying insect in a gale, as if he would die at any moment. In fact, this couldn't be helped. His power wasn't weak, but compared to these most terrifying existences, he was still too weak. Moreover, he was facing hundreds of the Shadow King. Such a blow, not to mention the current him, even if he reached the Shadow Emperor realm, so what? He still couldn't block it. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth directly rose at this moment. The most terrifying power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. All the power at this moment was even more unimaginable. The aura between heaven and earth had manifested to the extreme at this moment. That beam of light directly descended. The most extreme power was constantly rioting at this moment. At this moment, the most terrifying power had already manifested to the extreme. There was no light between heaven and earth. Everything had been completely devoured and annihilated. Sound disappeared. The world also disappeared at this moment. Everything had completely dissipated. The power of heaven's will was getting weaker and weaker. That guy was right. No matter how powerful heaven's will was, it couldn't be his opponent. For such a long time, he had been suppressing heaven's will and then dominating the shadow world. This in itself was enough to explain the problem. At this moment, although heaven's will had begun to protect him, at this moment, such a power was surging. The power of the shadow god was gradually penetrating and suppressing his aura. When his power completely gained the upper hand, it would be time for him to take control of everything. At that time, Su Yan would undoubtedly die. The shadow god wouldn't give Su Yan another chance. I want to see how you're going to reforge your body and reverse reality. There was a hint of viciousness in his words. For Su Yan, the situation had become more and more dangerous. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already closed his eyes. His entire person was like an old monk, towering and unmoving. At this moment, he had forgotten everything. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to reforge his body. He was very clear that at this time, he could only do his own thing. As for other things, he couldn't control them. Since he couldn't control them, he might as well ignore them. As the saying goes, each person has their own job. At this moment, he could only do his own thing. As for other things, Su Yan was powerless now. The power of the shadow god became more and more fierce. At this moment, his aura directly rose and expanded. At this moment, there was even more intense greed in his eyes. Chapter 1323. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, where the heart desires. As long as he could obtain the divine sword, he might be able to make a breakthrough even if he was as powerful as he was. The power of the divine sword was too ferocious. When he was fighting in the infinite world, those super terrifying existences with divine swords had directly killed the will of the heavens. If he could obtain the divine sword, its power would definitely be raised to the extreme. He could even comprehend from it. At this time, he actually wanted to have his own physical body and reach the level of reality. However, it was a pity that he had still walked too far on his own path. At this time, he could no longer give up on his own path, so the only thing he could do now was to constantly invade. Only by entering the infinite world and invading the will of the heavens would he be able to occupy the throne. Then he would be able to reach the ultimate realm. However, this was an extremely difficult thing to do. But at this time, there was a great tribulation. The great tribulation of the infinite world was their greatest opportunity. As long as they could seize this opportunity, then everything would be under their control. At this time, as a powerful god in the shadow world who had usurped the will of the heavens, he still vaguely grasped the key, and that was Su Yan. If he could subdue Su Yan, it would definitely be of great help to his plan. At that time, he could really reverse everything and achieve his goal. However, he did not expect that at this time, the will of the heavens of the Shura world would actually start to help him directly. This was really damn it. However, he could not eliminate the obstruction of the will of the heavens and then subdue Su Yan. This was something that would happen sooner or later. No matter how powerful this Su Yan was, he could not resist him. The defense of the will of the heavens was broken down layer by layer. If this continued, he could directly defeat his opponent. However, at this time, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I want to enter the infinite world, I can only invade. But if I can control this person and then hang a strand of my will on him and then infiltrate, wouldn't I be able to take more initiative? Thinking of this, he was already tempted. At this time, the power of his attack actually began to slow down. At this time, he seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to come. At this time, that extremely terrifying power continued to emerge. At this time, the powerful power was even more unimaginable. At this moment, the rich power directly transformed into the most dazzling light. Such power was simply unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, all the power in the world began to wither away. In Su Yan's eyes, there was already a dazzling radiance that had begun to rise. You've actually reduced your strength. Is it because it's starting to get tired and unable to continue attacking, or does it have other intentions? At this moment, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. At this moment, he immediately understood that under such circumstances, the shadow god clearly had the absolute upper hand, so it was impossible that he did not have the strength to follow up with a follow-up attack. But at this time, he had stopped his power. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had other intentions. No matter what, I just want to become the strongest version of myself. As for what other schemes you have in your heart, we'll talk about it later. Since Su Yan had already made up his mind, he would definitely not hesitate anymore. No matter what kind of schemes the shadow god had, he would let himself reach the Nirvana realm first. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely increased. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. At this time, the most painful time for Su Yan had just begun. At this time, his power began to change, and the most terrifying aura continued to attack at this time. At this moment, his power had changed to an unimaginable level. The power of light was even more unimaginable at this time. At this time, the rich light fell straight down, as if the entire world had begun to lose all color. Rebuilding the body and reversing reality and illusion was definitely not a simple matter. At this time, he could feel the pain that came from the depths of his soul that could shatter everything. Even someone as powerful as him could not bear it at this time. At this moment, he was constantly gasping for breath. He deeply understood that he had to bear such pain, otherwise, everything would be empty talk. What a person with strong willpower to be able to bear such pain. The power of the shadow god was extremely subtle. He controlled his power to a limit. In this way, his power would not break the will of heaven in an instant. But at the same time, he was able to control everything. Once Su Yan's power began to fade, he would naturally be able to control everything directly, including Su Yan's body and soul. The light finally dissipated. For Kater, this was like a dream. His power was so terrifying, but at this time, he was not dead. He was alive. The wind that blew told him that he was still alive at this time. This was simply unimaginable. For a moment, he felt that his life was about to end. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for him to live. However, in fact, at this time, he was still alive and well. His entire aura was circulating with an indescribable aura. At this time, his power was constantly circulating, and his power was even more unimaginable. At this time, in the sky, a light was constantly flashing, and the power was even more unimaginable. God, it was his God. Immediately, Kato felt that the source of this power was his God. In other words, Feng Yueshan. The great God is indeed omnipotent. Even with such a powerful force, it did not harm him in the slightest. This is too terrifying and too inconceivable. At that moment, he was trembling non-stop. He was not trembling in fear, but excitement. At this time, Feng Yueshan was gently floating, and his body was filled with sacred light. He looked at the sky. Those guys were clearly high up, but at this time, they were like ignorant lambs. Silence. At this time, everyone was silent. No matter what, they would never have thought that such a frightening attack would not have any effect at all. Such a powerful and terrifying power, but just now, it did not gain any advantage. How is this possible? Even at this moment, they still could not believe that such a powerful attack did not cause any damage to this guy. Do you still not understand? I am the real God. Feng Yueshan's voice filled the whole world. Your power is bestowed by this world. The sky and the earth are your mothers. All the creatures in the shadow world must live by the will of the shadow world. As for the shadow god, he has already violated the will of the world, and I am the new god. In fact, the reason why gods could be born was because they could communicate with the will of the world and become the executors of the laws of the world. But at this time, everything had changed. His power was no longer strong. That most terrifying aura had now become so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this time, the power of the sky and the earth had completely changed. Feng Yueshan had been recognized by the will of the world, so he was the representative of the will of the world. Whether it was the Shadow King or the Shadow Emperor, they both existed in this world, and their souls were marked by this world. As such, it was naturally impossible for them to attack Feng Yueshan. In other words, their attacks were ineffective against Feng Yueshan, and would instead become Feng Yueshan's power. There was one thing that Feng Yueshan had said that wasn't wrong, and that was that he was the true god. Nonsense. At this time, the city lord of Heavenly Emperor City, one of the Shadow Emperors, shouted in disdain. Then, a power directly fell. That power attack seemed very ordinary, but at this time, Feng Yueshan directly made his move. His power directly turned into a sword, blocking the power and directly neutralizing it. The nonsense just now was just a bunch of nonsense. God is the master. Those who betray God will eventually decay. You don't dare to face my power, because it is the power of God. The attack just now was not his own power. It was the power of God. When he directly released his power, the terrifying aura in that moment expanded. The power of the shadow world's laws was very difficult for Feng Yueshan to harm. As he said, he was the representative of the will of the world. Since this was the case, how could the laws of this world hurt him? However, he was not invincible, because the power of the shadow god could still cause fatal damage. The power of the shadow god had completely changed, and he had jumped out of the scope of the world's laws. The strength of such power was even more unimaginable. When this terrible aura directly descended at this time, the light was completely released, and it was incomparably frightening. The power of the world at this time reached the most terrifying peak. You're right, no one is invincible. Even as strong as I am not invincible. That power just now was the power of the shadow god. He suppressed the will of the heavens in order to become the true ruler. Feng Yueshan said calmly. Chapter 1324. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless fantasy translation physical body achievement. My strength is not something you can imagine. Fang Yueshan's cultivation level increased again. This was simply unimaginable. His strength was so terrifying, and now he was going to increase his cultivation level again. How long had it been? It was impossible for any other cultivator to increase their strength so quickly, but he had done it. At this moment, his aura surged. His aura had reached an unimaginable level. His strength was displayed at this moment. It was so terrifying that all the shadow creatures were afraid. Oh no, he's going to transform. Don't give him a chance. Quick, kill him. At this moment, they realized that this blasphemer's strength had exceeded their expectations. Therefore, if they allowed him to continue growing stronger, they would lose their chance. At least for now, his strength had not reached its peak. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was still within their range of suppression. With so many experts descending from the sky, Lin Fan could not help but frown. Set up the God's seal and bring this blasphemer back. A powerful alternative force was released. At the very beginning, the God disciple had already imparted them a brand new power. This power might not be powerful to others, but to Fang Yueshan, it was a natural restraint. No matter how powerful Fang Yueshan was, it was useless against such power. All his struggles were in vain. This showed how domineering and terrifying this power was. Dense runes appeared. Countless runes combined to form a brand new pattern. Within this diagram, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power. When such a power rolled out, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was in the most extreme and terrifying state. At this moment, the darkness had reached its most extreme state. The terrifying and violent power was unimaginable. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth had begun to condense. A ray of light was changing at this moment. The most mysterious and unfathomable power manifested at this moment. Endless aura circulated at this moment. Such a mysterious light was almost unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, the power of the entire world had begun to change completely. It was the most mysterious brilliance. The power of the world was beginning to be cut off. The God of Shadow had suppressed the will of heaven for so long. Of course, he thought that the will of heaven would retaliate. Therefore, in this shadow world, he kept killing the child of the world. At the same time, he also thought about what he would do if the child of the world returned. Therefore, he thought of an extremely powerful and terrifying sealing method. It was capable of sealing everything. At this moment, the sealing technique finally began to display its formidable might. You seem to be invincible, but you're just relying on the power of the world. At this moment, we've sealed the power of the world. Let's see what you can do at this moment. The Shadow Emperor, the Shadow Emperor. He was actually afraid of Fang Yuan. Fun him. Because he was fun. The Shadow God had existed in this world for too long. Everything they had was built on the Shadow God. If the Shadow God fell, then they might lose everything they had at this moment. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, even if it was for themselves, they had to kill Fang Yuan. Soon, the power of the world was cut off. You guys, maintain this power. As for us, go and kill this fiend. At this moment, the Shadow Emperor directly gave the order. This seal that cut off the power of the world required great power to maintain. At this moment, the Shadow King was responsible for this task. As for the 10 Shadow Emperors, their task was to directly enter and completely defeat Fang Yuan. If they could suppress Fang Yuan and bring him to their god, that would naturally be the best thing. But if they couldn't succeed, then they would directly kill him. As the child of the world, Fang Yuan was different from the past. In the past, the children of the world were all born inside the shadow world. Those children of the world possessed extremely terrifying power after their birth, but it was useless. They couldn't escape the eyes of the Shadow God. As long as the Shadow God was willing, only death awaited them. But the one in front of them was completely different. He was from the endless world. A native of the endless world became the child of the Shadow. This was a very absurd thing. But it was also because of this that he appeared even more precious. Perhaps his body was extremely nourishing for the Shadow God. Fong Yuan watched the power of the world disappear bit by bit. At this moment, he didn't panic at all. He just waited for the arrival of the Shadow Emperors. It was as if everything was under his control. Come, all of you, come. At this moment, Fong Yuan was completely different from before. Even if he encountered such a situation, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was very calm and waited for the arrival of these guys. In his heart, he didn't put these guys in his eyes at all. At this moment, his power had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. At this moment, he was the child of the world, representing the entire world. The 10 Shadow Emperors directly came to his side. At this moment, the power of the 10 people directly began to connect. That terrifying aura surged at this moment. At this moment, such rich power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura was so powerful that it was boundless. Without the support of the world's power, how can you still hold on in our hands? So, surrender. At this moment, the most powerful Shadow Emperor spoke. But when he spoke, he had already made his move. He didn't intend to give Fong Yuan a chance to choose. This was his way of doing things. He was incomparably overbearing. If he didn't make a choice, then he would directly perish. The power of darkness surged at this moment. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. For Fong Yuan, he was still a turtle in a jar. Even if I die, I have to fight. This was Fong Yuan's answer. At this moment, his power directly radiated out. When his power appeared, the expressions of these powerful Shadow Emperors all changed. At this moment, Fong Yuashan's power was almost on par with the strongest Shadow Emperor. In fact, he was even stronger than the strongest Shadow Emperor. In just a short period of time, his strength had already risen to such a level. From the looks of it, their choice to seal Fong Yuan was the most correct decision. If they didn't seal Fong Yuan and let him continue to exist in the world, then who knew how powerful his strength would be? Then you will die. A powerful force directly appeared, and a terrifying aura was already heading towards Su Yan to kill him. Such a terrifying aura surged forward. It was truly unimaginable. At this moment, Fong Yuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since you want to fight, then come. At this moment, he had already completely thrown away the fear in his heart. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. An attack directly blasted out. The prelude to the war was directly pulled open. That Shadow Child, he's your friend, right? Su Yan's body reconstruction had already reached the final juncture. For Su Yan, success or failure depended on this. If he could succeed, then it would mean a new life. However, if he failed, then he would completely fall into the abyss. If he completely fell into death, then everything would be destroyed. This was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was constantly changing. For him, this was already his final struggle. However, at this moment, the Shadow God said such words. Su Yan ignored him. The Shadow Child is really strong. After all, he has the support of heaven and earth. However, it's a pity that he can't be stronger than me. I've already connected him to heaven and earth and started fighting. At this moment, he should be facing the siege of 10 Shadow Emperors. His voice was filled with incomparable pride. No matter what, he would be the final victor. This was already enough. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Don't worry, he won't lose." At this moment, Su Yan should have ignored him, but he didn't. Instead, he spoke. "Ha ha ha, funny. This is the best joke I've ever heard. Then tell me, how can he win?" Yes, Feng Yueshan already had no chance of victory. In the shadow world, his greatest reliance was the blessing of heaven's will, which allowed him to use the power of heaven and earth at will. However, at this moment, Yi Shiwen had already sealed his power. In this case, his most powerful reliance was gone. At this moment, he had to face 10 shadow emperors. That was the most terrifying power in the shadow world apart from Yi Shiwen. In this case, how could he win? What awaited him was only failure. Yi Shiwen would still be the winner, controlling this world and standing high above. However, Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "I know he will succeed, just like I know I will succeed." Chapter 1325. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Feng Yueshan is in danger. Even the suppression of the shadow god began to shake at this time. Even the god of shadow's expression changed. He had never thought that Su Yan would be able to unleash such a terrifying amount of power after the fusion of his spirit and flesh and the reconstruction of his body. Not to mention him, even Su Yan felt extremely surprised at this moment. "I really didn't expect that the power I can unleash would reach such a level. This aura is so terrifying that it's unimaginable." At this time, he was already incomparably shocked. This kind of terrifying power was surging at this time. It was simply unimaginable. Such an aura was constantly changing. The power after yin and yang unification was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying light suddenly rose up at this moment. At this moment, the boundless power directly descended. At this point, the raging power had achieved everything it wanted. At this moment, darkness directly descended upon them. The god of shadow couldn't watch Su Yan continue to grow stronger. Therefore, he directly descended. He wanted to suppress Su Yan. He wanted to seize Su Yan's physical body and turn it into a completely new body. At this time, if Su Yan could complete his transformation, it would be his wish. However, if Su Yan escaped from his control, then his opportunity would be lost. This was absolutely unbearable for him. At this moment, his power rose. At this moment, the intense radiance was even more unimaginable. All the mighty power was constantly changing. At this moment, such power had already manifested to the extreme. Yin and yang unification, death and rebirth, my power. Su Yan's eyes burst out with divine light. Not only his eyes, but his entire body was surging with power at this moment. That terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment. At this time, his strength was even more unimaginable. At this moment, a rich radiance surged continuously. This power was truly terrifying. The most violent aura was constantly rotating at this moment. Boundless power continued to manifest at this moment. The silent power between heaven and earth was even more powerful. It seemed to be breaking through a limit. It's really amazing. What level has my power reached? Su Yan originally thought that it was extremely rare for him to be able to regain his original realm after reforging his body. However, it seemed that he was wrong. He had underestimated his own power. The terror of this power was simply unimaginable. That boundless aura rose at this moment, reaching an unprecedented level. Demon God's heart. At this time, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the heart of the demon god in his body was still there. What's going on? The moment my body was destroyed, the demon god's heart should have been destroyed as well. Why is the power still there? Not only the demon god's heart, but also the power of the Buddha. Good, this is good. This time, I'll reforge my body. Then, I'll use this plan to escape from the shackles of fate. Su Yan suddenly became excited. At this moment, there were all kinds of powers in his body. For him, these powers had brought him many benefits. For example, the Buddha's heart had helped him in the past and prevented him from being affected by the great demon dragon's heart. In fact, these powers were his opportunities, but they were also his shackles. The existence of these powers had limited his fate and made him fall into the trap of those powerful existences. Back then, Duan Mulonghu had told him that there was a way to escape fate. He and Duan Mulonghu were both children of fate. However, at this time, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be able to do it. Therefore, he had been resurrected after 1,000 years and his strength had increased rapidly. Su Yan naturally wanted to escape fate, but he couldn't compromise with Duan Mulonghu. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally understood how to escape the shackles of fate. There was a phrase called facing death. Now was the time. At this moment, he had just experienced death. Becoming a shadow creature was actually the end of one of his forms of life. At this moment, a brand new life finally began to reincarnate. For him, this was the arrival of a brand new opportunity. At this moment, he would take a brand new step and definitely wouldn't be troubled by such power again. The power of yin and yang flowed, and the terrifying aura kept vibrating. In an instant, all the powers had begun to burn. The most terrifying power gradually rotated at this moment. The first thing to shatter was the demon god's heart. This demon god's heart was something that the island master of the divine demon island had once bestowed upon him. It was the only thing left behind by a dead demon god and had extremely powerful and terrifying power. However, at this moment, under Su Yan's powerful power, this heart was completely obliterated. Therefore, the power was devoured by Su Yan and integrated into his body. Next was the Buddha's heart. The so-called Buddha's heart was actually condensed from the Buddha's seal that wrapped around his own heart. Originally, Su Yan didn't dare to have any thoughts about this Buddha's heart. However, at this moment, he existed in the shadow world. He was in the process of life and death, so he was fearless. Such power was constantly rioting, and the terrifying power was rolling at this moment. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, a golden divine brilliance appeared. The golden power directly impacted, and at this moment, it actually blocked the power of the god of shadow. Ancestor Buter. The god of shadow spat out a name with hatred. When he was invading the infinite world, he had once fought with this powerful existence. He was a god, so his strength should have been above the other party. However, that was in the infinite world. The Ancestor Buter had the help of the infinite world's heaven's will, so he was able to withstand the attack of the Ancestor Buter. Now, many years had passed, and the aura of the Ancestor Buter reappeared. This time, it was actually in his own world. At this moment, he actually still didn't know what had happened to Su Yan. However, the moment the aura of the Ancestor Buter appeared, he immediately became extremely angry. A terrifying power directly appeared at this moment, and it wanted to suppress the power of the Ancestor Buter. The heavens are helping me. At this time, Su Yan saw that the power of the Ancestor Buter was actually blocked by the god of shadow. He immediately seized the opportunity, and his power completely went berserk at this time. Then, he directly began to create his own brand new body. At this moment, the small world was operating, and it was constantly connected with his power. At this time, Su Yan was going to break his old self and welcome a brand new self. At this time, his power was constantly soaring into the sky. At this time, the powerful and terrifying aura had reached its peak. All of the power was changing at this time. The most intense and dazzling light had become the eternal melody of this world. At this time, Su Yan's power was rising slowly like the scorching sun. The power of the god of shadow had already suppressed the power of the Ancestor Buter. After all, this was his world, and in this place, he was the eternal master. He had become the most powerful and terrifying existence, and he suppressed the heavens' will. No matter how powerful the ancestor Buter was, it was impossible for him to defeat him in this place. After he suppressed the power of the ancestor Buter, his eyes immediately fell on Su Yan. At this time, he saw Su Yan's complete transformation. Flames condensed directly in his eyes, and the aura of his entire body was roaring. Damn it, this kid's power is too strong, and it is beyond my expectations. No, I have to take over his body now. At this time, his power suddenly flashed, and the terrifying power was like thunder and lightning at this time. The incomparably powerful aura directly oppressed Su Yan. You can succeed in recasting your physical body. You are amazing. However, your body is mine, and so is your life. At this time, the god of shadow had made up his mind to directly take over everything of Su Yan, and then create a brand new self. However, how could Su Yan give up so easily? Supreme. When these two words appeared, the terrifying power had already represented everything. The intense light directly rose to the extreme, turning into the most blazing flame. The flame was like a pillar, directly blocking this ray of light. For a moment, the power of the two was in a stalemate. However, gradually, the power of the god of shadow finally gained the upper hand. In front of me, everything is futile. If you obediently accept your fate, I may still be able to keep your consciousness and give you a chance to be reincarnated as a shadow creature again. Otherwise, I will completely obliterate you. At this time, his aura was cold and cruel. At this time, he had already condensed his power to the highest point. However, at this time, a voice suddenly appeared. You talk too much nonsense, and this guy has never accepted his fate. This voice appeared so suddenly, but Su Yan knew who the owner of this voice was as soon as he heard it. Fang Yueshan. In front of Su Yan, Fang Yueshan's figure suddenly condensed. However, this time, it was not Fang Yueshan's real body. It seemed to be just a projection. Fang Yueshan looked at Su Yan, then said, "Yes, it's me, Su Yan. You are not suitable to stay in this world, so you should leave." As Fang Yueshan spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, an extremely majestic power directly suppressed down. At this moment, the terrifying power displayed its boundless might. Such an aura was so heavy at this moment. For a moment, even the powerful power of the god of shadow was blocked.